I died in every future timeline except this one. Step 1, Chapter 1. The site breaks open. If you enjoy cultivation stories, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss a new audiobook release. Now let's begin. The cultivation technique shattered something inside Xianxia's mind. She had no way of knowing it at the time, of course. All she knew was that something felt different. Wrong. Broken. But not in a bad way. Not entirely. It was more like a glass ceiling that she didn't even know existed had suddenly fractured into 1,000 pieces, and through those cracks, light was pouring in from somewhere impossible. Somewhere that shouldn't exist according to everything the basic meditation manual had taught her. Not her core. The meditations she'd been performing for 3 years had never successfully formed one anyway. After 3 years of dedicated cultivation in the outer sect, after 3 years of pushing her will and her limited natural talent against the resistance of her own body, she still hadn't achieved the foundational breakthrough that most disciples managed in 6 months to a year. Not her meridians. Those opened reluctantly during the early breathing exercises, thin and rebellious against any control, as if her body was resisting the very idea of cultivation. No, this break was different. Sharper, deeper, more absolute. Like a dam made of glass suddenly fracturing across its entire face, the kind of break that couldn't be repaired or patched over. This was a fundamental shattering of something that had been intact, unquestioned, invisible. She knelt in her tiny chamber in the outer sect of Kanglin Immortal School, the practice robes she'd stolen from the laundry folded neatly beside her meditation mat. The theft had taken her weeks to execute properly. She would take one robe every few days, hiding them in her chamber until she had enough to create a complete set. The outer sect clothing was strictly forbidden for servants. They had to wear gray because gray was ordinary, because gray was the color of people who didn't matter. But the practice robes that the disciples wore for meditation were white, infused with qi during their creation, designed to help the cultivator feel more connected to the subtle energies of the world. Wearing them while she meditated had seemed like cheating at first, like she was trying to fake her way to advancement. The room was barely 7 feet square, smaller than many cultivators' meditation chambers, smaller than the dormitories where the junior disciples slept in rows like sardines, barely larger than a storage closet. But it was hers. She'd negotiated for it when she'd first arrived at Kanglin, trading extra work hours in exchange for private meditation space. The other outer sect workers thought she was mad, but the extra work meant nothing to her. Physical labor didn't interfere with her cultivation, and she'd learned long ago that privacy was worth more than sleep. A wooden shelf held her few possessions, a jade comb her mother had given her before the illness took her, worn smooth from years of use, and still carrying a faint trace of the perfume her mother had loved, something with jasmine in it, though Zhang Miao could never quite identify the other notes. A journal with 50 pages of cultivation notes written in careful script, documenting every technique she'd learned, every meditation breakthrough, few though they were, every observation about how the qi of Kanglin felt different in different seasons and times of day. And a thumb-sized stone from the river near her childhood village, gray-blue and smooth, something she sometimes held during meditation as an anchor to her past. The roof leaked when the monsoon came, creating a rhythmic dripping that had actually become useful to her meditation. The water sound provided a natural focus, something for her mind to center on. The walls never held warmth. The stone was too thick and too old for that. In winter, she had to meditate under 3 layers of blankets, her fingers and toes going numb, fighting the urge to seek out the warming chambers near the sect's central furnaces. It was perfect. Exactly perfect. For years ago, a Kanglin sect disciple had arrived in her village to recruit talent. The entire process had felt like a visitation from another world. The disciple had arrived riding a flying sword, an actual flying sword, something Zhang Miao had only heard about in stories. They'd come to assess the village's young people, looking for those with potential, looking for raw talent that could be cultivated into real power. Zhang Miao's mother was dying at that time, the illness progressing with the same inevitable slowness that characterized everything in their poor village. The healer had given up weeks ago. There was nothing more to be done except comfort her, keep her clean, sit with her during the bad nights when the fever made her hallucinate. When the disciples had assessed Zhang Miao, They'd done so with the kind of cold efficiency that suggested they'd performed this task hundreds of times. She was too old at 23. Most cultivators started in their early teens. She had no family wealth to offer as a dowry, no connections to enhance the sect's reputation, no obvious signs of high natural talent. And she was already carrying the desperation of someone with nothing to lose. No alternatives, no safety net. One of the junior cultivators had actually laughed when she kowtowed to beg for acceptance, calling her a ghost girl with no future. But something had made this one particular disciple pause. Her name was Wei, and she was probably in her 30s, with kind eyes and the bearing of someone who'd been training for a very long time. She'd watched Jiang Miao sitting perfectly still during the assessment meditation, a simple test where they asked candidates to sit and breathe and not move for an hour. She'd observed how Jiang Miao's breathing had remained absolutely steady, without tremor or variation, her heartbeat not accelerating with the anxiety that most people experience during assessment. The moment of stillness, that was what had caught Wei's attention. The other disciples had looked for flashy power or obvious qi sensitivity. Wei had looked for something deeper. She'd seen in that hour of perfect stillness something that suggested genuine discipline, genuine commitment, genuine potential. Wei had offered Jiang Miao a position as a kitchen servant in the outer sect, the lowest possible rank. She could cultivate during the hours after midnight, if she had the strength to survive the day's labor. No stipend, no guarantees, just an opportunity. Jiang Miao had accepted without hesitation, without needing to think about it for even a moment. She'd made arrangements for her mother's care with a neighbor, gathered what few belongings she had, and followed Wei back to Kanglan. Her mother had died 3 weeks later, in the night, without Jiang Miao there to hold her hand. But by that point, Jiang Miao was already becoming part of the sect. The technique she'd been using was called the 100 Silent Breaths. It was foundational, the absolute beginner-level meditation taught only to the lowest sect servants and the disciples who were deemed too broken or too limited to ever advance beyond the very basics. The method itself was elegant in its simplicity. The goal was to build foundational qi distribution, strengthen the meridians in preparation for more advanced work, and establish the basic rhythm of cultivation that higher realms required. Most disciples could feel results in weeks, a slight tingling in their fingers, a sensation of warmth flowing through their body, the initial signs that they were capable of sensing and directing qi. Jiang Miao had been performing it for 3 years. 3,187 times exactly, by her count. She kept detailed records in her journal. She performed the meditation every night without fail, even when exhaustion from kitchen work made it almost impossible to stay awake. Even when her hands were so burned and cut from handling hot cooking implements that meditation was physically painful. Even when her mind was so scattered from dealing with the demands of the outer sect kitchen that achieving the necessary focus seemed impossible. She had done this because she had promised herself, on the night she'd first arrived at Kanglan, standing outside her chamber and looking up at the infinite stars, that she would not waste the opportunity that Wei had given her. Her mother was dead. The village was gone. She had no family, no safety net, nothing but the chance to cultivate. And she would not squander it. Tonight, on her 3,000 and something repetition, she'd lost exact count weeks ago. Something shifted. Something yielded. Something that had been locked or frozen or simply resistant to change finally gave way. And Jiang Miao's entire understanding of what cultivation could be transformed in an instant. The meditation wasn't working the way it should have. Her breathing had become something else entirely, not the careful, measured pattern that the technique prescribed, the steady 4-count in, 7-count hold, 8-count out rhythm that she'd performed thousands of times before. Instead, it felt like she was breathing in directions that didn't exist. She was pulling qi not from the world around her in the conventional way, but from elsewhere, from a place that existed sideways to reality, if sideways could even describe it. It was more like she was breathing into dimensions that her normal senses couldn't perceive, pulling from sources that shouldn't be available to a junior cultivator with barely functional meridians. And with that sideways breath came the sensation of a door opening. Not a physical door, but something deeper. A boundary that had always been there suddenly becoming permeable. A wall becoming transparent. A gap appearing in something that she hadn't even known was solid. And before she could brace herself, Before she could pull back, something came flooding through. The vision hit her like immersion in ice water. The shock of it, the absolute wrongness. The way it displaced everything else in her consciousness with such violence that she couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything except experience it. She gasped and fell forward, her hands bracing against the meditation mat. No, this wasn't the mat. This was stone. Cold stone. Very cold. Different stone entirely. The surface texture was different, the temperature was different, the way it felt against her palms was different in ways she couldn't even articulate. The room was tilting. No, not tilting. The room was changing. It was becoming something else while remaining visually similar. The walls were stone too, but far older stone, the kind that had been exposed to centuries of weather and time. There was no roof above her anymore. Instead, stars wheeled overhead in a configuration she didn't recognize, stars in positions they'd never been, stars in alignments that didn't match anything in the night sky above Kanglan. The smell hit her next. Burning incense. Yes, that was there, the familiar scent of the meditation chambers. But mixed beneath it was something else. Something charred. Something acrid and horrible, like flesh burned in a fire, like materials transformed by intense heat into something unrecognizable. Zhang Miao's heart seized in her chest. The sensation of fear was so intense and so sudden that she thought for a moment her heart might actually stop. She was lying in what appeared to be a courtyard in Kanglan's sect, but wrong. Fundamentally, drastically wrong. The buildings were partially burned, the elegant architecture transformed into something nightmarish. The beautiful white stone pavilion where the inner sect disciples trained. She'd never been allowed inside it, but she'd seen it from a distance. A perfect structure of pale stone and precise geometry was now collapsed on one side, destroyed by something catastrophic. Black scorch marks spread like a disease across the remaining walls, staining the previously pristine stone with evidence of tremendous heat and violence. Bodies lay scattered across the plaza. She could see their faces, disciples she'd seen in the halls, people she'd served food to, people with names and futures that now ended in this courtyard full of ash and death. Their robes were torn, burned, stained with blood. She could still see the Kanglan insignia embroidered on what remained of their sleeves, the emblem that meant they'd been disciples of her sect, people who belonged to the same school she was trying so desperately to serve. And she could see her own corpse. She was lying 5 feet away from where her consciousness currently hovered, her body burned and twisted into an arch so severe that it looked like she'd been attempting to reach for something just before the fire consumed her. Her mouth was open in what might have been a scream, though the heat had affected the tissues enough that it was hard to tell if that was a final expression of agony or simply the result of temperature exposure. Her distinctive red hairpin. A simple thing, really, just a slim piece of polished wood with a red silk tassel. The one piece of elegance she'd managed to keep all these years, the one thing she'd never been able to replace after losing her mother's jade comb back in the village, was melted into the blackened mess of what had been her hair. Only the tassel remained partially intact, charred and crispy, like a fragment of something that had once been alive. The vision fractured. She was back in her chamber, on the mat, her hands shaking so violently she could barely control them. Her breathing was ragged. The sensation of being elsewhere was still clinging to her skin like spider silk, and she couldn't shake it. What was that? Zhang Miao pressed her palms against her eyes and forced herself to breathe. The 100 silent breaths. The pattern. Focus. In for 4 counts. Hold for 7. Out for 8. The technique that she'd repeated thousands upon thousands of times until it had become as natural as her heartbeat. Slowly, her panic receded. But the memory of that vision didn't fade. She lay on her side, curled on the meditation mat, and waited for the shaking to pass. The stone walls of her chamber had never looked smaller. The roof's water damage seemed darker in the lamplight. Everything was exactly as it had been, and everything had changed. She'd seen something. A future. A possibility. But what? Sleep didn't come. Zhang Miao lay on her thin mattress, staring at the darkness of her chamber, and tried to parse what had happened during the meditation. The vision had been so vivid, so specific, so utterly real in a way that dreams usually weren't. The burned courtyard with its precise architecture destroyed. The twisted body that was supposedly her own, contorted in a way that suggested tremendous pain. The smell of incense mixed with charred flesh, a combination that shouldn't exist anywhere in the natural world. It had to mean something. Visions didn't simply happen. They weren't random hallucinations. In the cultivation traditions that the disciples sometimes discussed during meal preparation, discussions that she wasn't technically supposed to listen to but did anyway, absorbing every scrap of information about how the cultivation world actually worked, visions were messages. They were communications from the future, from parallel timelines, from the deeper currents of fate that most people couldn't perceive. Or they were warnings. In the cultivation stories that the senior disciples sometimes told during meal preparation, stories that were technically forbidden for outer sect workers to listen to, but which Jiang Miao had learned to hear while appearing to be invisible, cultivators occasionally gained special abilities. There were those who could see threads of fate, those who could hear the cry of distant things, those with sealed memories from past lives. There were cultivators who could sense the intentions of other beings, or who could perceive danger before it manifested, or who had visions of alternate timelines. Could this be one of those gifts? Had something inside her awakened in a way that allowed her to perceive futures? Had the break in her mind actually been the opening of some latent ability that she'd never known she possessed? Or could it be a warning? Some kind of cultivation phenomenon that happened to disciples who pushed too hard, too fast? Perhaps the break she'd felt in her mind was her body's way of rejecting the technique because she'd been trying to do something beyond her current capabilities. Perhaps she'd damaged something fundamental, and the vision was simply a hallucination born of that damage, a symptom of internal injury. She sat up and lit the single oil lamp beside her bed. The flame cast shadows across her chamber's cramped space. She looked at her hands in the wavering light. Pale, calloused from kitchen work, small-boned, and unremarkable. These hands were supposed to be dead, burned, twisted. On impulse, Jiang Miao pulled her meditation robes back on and returned to her mat. The 100 silent breaths. This time, she tried to be slower, more careful, watching for the moment when the sensation would shift into those sideways directions again. It took nearly an hour, but the break in her mind opened once more. This time, she forced herself not to panic. She kept her breathing steady, kept her consciousness anchored even as the world tilted around her. The vision was clearer now. She could see it without the shock of displacement. She was in Kanglin's sect again, standing in the main plaza. The sect was not burned. The buildings were intact. But the plaza itself was flooded with cultivators in black robes, disciples from Deathless Claw, the rival sect 30 miles north. She could see the insignia on their chests, a skeletal hand wrapped around a pale pearl. And she could see herself, younger by a year or two, standing in the center of the plaza with a sword in her hand. Her face was serene. Her chi was flowing in patterns that Jiang Miao couldn't quite understand, but she could sense the power in it, a power far beyond what any outer sect worker should possess. She was facing the leader of the Deathless Claw disciples, a man with gray-streaked hair and eyes that burned with ancient resentment. He was laughing. "You think you can stop us, Jiang Miao," he was saying. "You, who was nothing but a starving servant girl for years ago. You cannot." The future version of Jiang Miao moved. Her sword flashed. The world went red with blood, and then she was gasping back in her chamber, her meditation robes soaked with sweat, her hands bleeding because she'd dug her nails into her palms so hard she'd drawn blood. This wasn't a random hallucination. This was a threat. Over the next week, Jiang Miao performed the technique 17 more times, pushing deeper into that sideways state with each repetition. Each time was easier than the last. The break in her mind was becoming familiar, a path that she could navigate with increasing confidence. And with each push, she saw a different version of the future. Each timeline was unique. Each death was specific and vivid and completely real feeling. In some, she died quickly. A poison tea served to her during a meal. A sect punishment for some crime she didn't even understand committing. A cultivator's duel against someone far stronger, where she was outmatched so completely that the fight lasted only minutes. In others, she died slower, captured by an unknown sect after Kanglin fell, tortured for information about Kanglin's secret techniques and locations, left to expire in a cave filled with corpses of other unfortunate prisoners. In one future, she saw herself as a servant in a great mansion in a distant city, murdered by a noble's hand when she accidentally discovered a secret he couldn't afford to let live. In another, she saw herself executed by the immortal council itself, burned at the stake for heresy or dark cultivation. She saw the number. It was the one detail that repeated across every future she observed, growing more and more unavoidable with each vision. The number manifested as a constant, appearing in her visions as if carved into the stone of her meditation chamber, scratched into the walls and floor, and ceiling as if by hands driven to madness by the same knowledge she now possessed. The number was 10,397. That was how many futures she had now perceived. She'd kept careful count, marking each vision in her journal, tracking the incremental growth of the number. And in every single one of them, 10,397 distinct timelines and variations, she was dead, murdered, executed, sacrificed, consumed, erased. In 10,000 possibilities, there was not a single path forward that led to her continued existence. Every single one. Except, no, there was no exception. She'd checked 100 times, diving deeper into the visions, pushing her consciousness further down that sideways path. In 10,397 alternate timelines, Xianxia died. Some were years from now, some were weeks, some were mere days. The closest death she could perceive was in a future only 6 days away. On the 6th day, Deathless Claw would arrive at Kanglin's sect with a false peace delegation. They would come during the evening meal, when the sect elders were gathered in the hall, and they would slaughter everyone they could find. She would die with a spear through her back while trying to warn the disciples, and her body would be burned along with the others. Zhang Miao knew this because she'd seen it happen, multiple times, in slightly different variations, and there was no escape. In every timeline she examined, she couldn't avoid that one moment. The attack would come. She would be in a position where she could warn people, but where doing so wouldn't matter. And she would die. Except, she forced herself to stop the meditation and return to her chamber fully. Except this timeline, the one she was currently living in. Somehow, impossibly, in this version of reality, she was still alive. She was still breathing, still thinking, still counting the days until the attack that would end her existence. But in this timeline alone, she hadn't died yet. Zhang Miao spent the next 3 days in a state of controlled panic that she hid beneath a mask of perfect servitude. She performed her kitchen duties with meticulous care, never missing a task, never slowing down. She smiled at the head cook when he cursed. She bowed to the inner sect disciples when they passed. She was invisible, reliable, and utterly forgettable. While part of her mind was working through what to do, the visions couldn't be prevented. She'd tried. In 17 different meditations, she'd attempted to change her behavior, to avoid the places where she died. In 17 different visions, she'd still ended up dead, usually in a more humiliating way than before. Trying to escape simply meant she died while running, or she died away from Kanglin, or she died after betraying the sect. So prevention wasn't the answer. But the visions themselves, they were deliberate, intentional. They weren't random hallucinations. They were showing her things, showing her the future, showing her something that mattered. The meditation technique that had broken her mind had cracked open something that was meant to be closed. And whatever had cracked open was trying to tell her something. On the 3rd day, while she was chopping vegetables in the kitchen, she noticed something that made her hands still. She was peeling ginger for the evening meal when the head cook barked an order at one of the junior servants, a girl named Qing, probably 14 years old, new to the outer sect. Fetch water from the north well. The well master said the quality is better today. Normally, the well was at the south end of the sect compound. There was no north well. Zhang Miao's grip tightened on the knife. She'd seen this. She'd seen the head cook give this same order in one of the futures she'd been exploring. And in that future, Qing had gone to the north well, which didn't actually exist, or existed somewhere hidden beyond the normal paths of Kanglin, and had never returned. The Deathless Claw cultivators had been waiting there. They'd used her to gather information about the sect's layout and defenses. Qing would die. In that future, she would die slowly, screaming. "I'll fetch the water," Zhang Miao heard herself say. The head cook stared at her. "You have vegetables to prepare. I can finish after," she said calmly. Qing is still learning the paths. She might get lost. For a moment, she thought the head cook would refuse. But he was lazy, and whatever had been instructing him to use Qing had apparently given him the flexibility to use anyone. He waved Jiang Miao away with his hand. She set down the knife and the ginger, wiped her hands, and walked out of the kitchen. The moment she was alone in the corridor, her legs began to shake. She'd just changed something. She'd just made a decision that was different from what was supposed to happen in the future she'd seen. Qing wouldn't go to the North Well. Qing wouldn't meet the deathless claw cultivators. Qing wouldn't die. So what did that mean for her? Jiang Miao walked toward the North Well, or toward where it should be, if it existed. The path took her through less traveled sections of the outer sect compound. The buildings here were older, some of them in disrepair. The disciples rarely ventured this way. There was nothing of value here, nothing that needed maintenance. Perfect for hiding. She found the well by following the faint scent of water. It was hidden behind a collapsed building, accessed through a gap in the stone wall that was just wide enough for a person to slip through. The well itself was ancient, carved from black stone, and the water inside was so dark it was nearly invisible. And standing beside it were 4 disciples in black robes. Deathless Claw. They were waiting. They hadn't expected her. She could see the confusion flicker across their faces as she stepped through the gap in the wall. One of them, the largest, with a scar across his left eye, reached for the sword at his side. Jiang Miao's mind went very still. In every future she'd examined, she died. In every single one. But in this moment, standing in front of 4 cultivators who were armed and trained and far superior to her in every measurable way, she was somehow still alive. So this must be it. This moment, this exact moment, must be the variable that was keeping her alive. The scarred disciple drew his sword. The others began to move, forming a loose circle around her. They were slow, confident. They didn't think she was a threat. Jiang Miao opened her mouth and screamed. It wasn't a scream of fear. It was a deliberate, focused sound, the kind of scream that was meant to carry across distance, to penetrate walls, to alert everyone within 100 meters that something was wrong. The disciples cursed and rushed toward her, trying to cover her mouth. But it was too late. The alarm bells on the sect's main tower began to ring. The disciples froze for just a moment of hesitation as they realized their cover was blown. That moment was enough. Jiang Miao bolted past them, toward the gap in the stone wall, and ran. Behind her, she heard them shouting, heard the sound of weapons being drawn. She ran down the path she'd come, back toward the main compound, back toward where the other disciples would be gathering in response to the alarm. She didn't look back. She didn't stop. She just ran, her heart pounding like a caged bird, knowing that she was changing something fundamental about the future, knowing that she was changing something that might kill her, but also knowing, with absolute certainty, that this was the only way she'd ever survive. Chapter 2. The attack that should have been the sect master was a woman named Song Lin, and she had eyes like chips of star stone, sharp, clear, and able to see through any deception. She'd been the leader of Kanglin's sect for 17 years, and in that time, she had made it one of the most respected immortal schools in the province. She'd also become very good at understanding when something was wrong. When the alarm bells began ringing from the north compound, Song Lin was in the library, reviewing reports from the regional immortal inspectorates. She set down her brush with deliberate slowness and stood. Summoned the inner sect disciples to the plaza. She told the servant who came running with news of the alarm. Dispatch guards to secure the outer sect compounds. And send someone to find out what is happening at the North Well. The servant ran. Song Lin picked up her sword, a magnificent thing, forged from ancient immortal iron and kept sharp enough to shave silk, and made her way to the observation pavilion. From there, she could see the entire sect compound laid out below her. It took less than a minute for her eyes to find what she was looking for. The disciples in black robes, emerging from the hidden path near the old collapsed building. 4 of them, moving in coordinated patterns, weapons drawn. And behind them, a figure in gray outer sect servant robes, running directly toward the assembled disciples who were now forming a defensive line in the plaza. Song Lin's eyes narrowed. The north gate, she said to the deputy commander who had appeared at her side. Seal it. Close the north courtyard. I want full defensive formations on all 4 sides of the compound. And find out who that girl is running toward us. The attack, when it came in full, was exactly what she'd been expecting. Deathless Claw didn't come through the gates. They'd infiltrated the sect 3 days earlier, hiding cultivators in the service tunnels beneath the main buildings. They emerged from a dozen concealed entrances simultaneously, moving with the precision of soldiers who had rehearsed the assault 100 times. They didn't come to negotiate. They came to kill, but they'd lost the advantage of surprise. Kanglin's disciples were ready. The intersect cultivators moved with the coordinated grace of the well-trained, their formations tight and defensive. They pushed back against the deathless claw assault with a force that sent the invaders reeling. 3 of the black-robed disciples died in the first minute, swords through their hearts, blood spattering across the white stone plaza. But the attackers kept coming. Xianxia watched from the corner of the library courtyard, her servant robes marked with blood that wasn't hers. The head cook had led her to the sect master immediately, and she'd gasped out everything she'd seen at the North Well. Song Lin had believed her without hesitation, perhaps because the girl's terror was utterly genuine, or perhaps because the sect master had already been suspicious of the unusual orders being given to servants that week. Either way, Zhang Miao had been taken seriously. Now she stood in relative safety and watched the future she'd seen in her visions play out. Except it was wrong. In the timelines she'd observed, the deathless claw had succeeded. They'd slaughtered the inner sect disciples, burned the buildings, left nothing but corpses and ash in their wake. But this version was different. Kanglin had been ready. The disciples were fighting with unity and purpose, pushing back against an assault that was suddenly unraveling. The leader of the deathless claw, a tall man with sharp features and eyes that burned with ancient rage, was still here. She recognized him from her visions. He'd been the one laughing at her, the one telling her that she was nothing but a starving servant girl who couldn't possibly stand against him. But in this timeline, he looked confused, uncertain. Song Lin descended the pavilion steps with her sword drawn, and the moment she engaged with the deathless claw leader, the balance shifted entirely. She moved like she was dancing, her sword a blur of silver light. The deathless claw leader fought her with desperate intensity, his movements powered by ancient strength, but he was fighting someone who'd been a cultivator for 50 years. It was a contest, but not a close one. The assault fell apart in the space of 5 minutes. The remaining deathless claw disciples attempted to retreat, but Kanglin's disciples had sealed the exits. Most of them died in the plaza. A few managed to escape into the outer compounds. By the time the fighting stopped, the white stone of the plaza was stained red, and the air reeked of blood and burned energy. Song Lin, barely breathing hard, stood over the body of the deathless claw leader. Her sword was steady in her hand. She wiped the blood from the blade on her robes and looked directly at the place where Zhang Miao was hiding. "Come out, girl," she said. Zhang Miao stepped out of the shadows. The interrogation took place in Song Lin's private chambers, a room that overlooked the eastern gardens and smelled of sandalwood and old paper. Song Lin sat across from Zhang Miao at a low table, a pot of tea cooling between them. "Tell me about the visions," Song Lin said. There was no point in lying. The sect master already knew. She'd heard the first part of the story from the servants, and she'd made her own conclusions. "I was performing the 100 silent breaths meditation," Zhang Miao said carefully. "Something broke during the practice. After that, I could see futures, possible futures, versions of what might happen. And you saw the deathless claw attack. In thousands of versions," Zhang Miao said. "Every future I could perceive, the same attack happened. The same people died. Kanglin fell. She hesitated, then pushed forward. "I died. In every single timeline. I was killed during the attack or shortly after." Song Lin studied her for a long moment. "And in this timeline? This current one?" "Different," Zhang Miao said. "The attack still happened. But you were ready. They failed. Because you warned them about the infiltrators at the North Well." "Yes. And in all the other timelines?" "I didn't go to the North Well," Zhang Miao said quietly. "In all the others, Qing went. She was captured and compromised. The deathless claw had their advantage. But I changed something. I did something different." Song Lin poured fresh tea. "This ability you have, this sight, it's not a standard cultivation technique. The 100 silent breaths is a beginner method. It doesn't open the paths of future vision." "I know," Zhang Miao said. "Something broke inside me. Something that shouldn't have been broken. But it opened this sight. And it's showing me thousands of futures. And in all of them I'm dead, and I don't know why." The sect master was quiet for a long time. Outside, The eastern gardens rustled with wind. In the plaza, disciples were cleaning the blood from the white stone. There is a saying in the immortal traditions, Song Lin finally said, that sometimes a soul is marked by fate. That there are those who are born beneath the weight of destiny so heavy that survival itself becomes an act of rebellion. These souls, they have a harder path. They have more enemies. They attract calamity the way flowers attract bees. She sipped her tea. But such souls also have a choice. They can see the threads of their own fate in a way that ordinary cultivators cannot. And with that sight comes a power that most would never comprehend. The power to change what is written. I'm not changing anything, Xianxia whispered. I'm just running. I'm just trying to survive the next day. And every time I try to change something, she stopped, unable to continue. Die in a different way, Song Lin finished. That's because you don't understand what you're changing yet. You're acting from fear, not from understanding. And fear is a poor guide for action. The sect master set down her tea. Starting tomorrow, you will study with the inner sect, she said. Your duties in the kitchen are over. You will train as a disciple. Your focus will be on developing this side of yours, understanding it, learning to control it. I will assign you a mentor, a cultivator who specializes in unusual abilities. Jiang Miao stared at her. Sect master, this wasn't negotiable, Song Lin said. You've just changed the future of this entire sect by your actions today. Now you need to understand what you've begun. You need to become strong enough that you don't die in every timeline. She stood, and Jiang Miao scrambled to her feet. One more thing, Song Lin said, her voice dropping slightly, becoming almost intimate in its intensity. In all those thousands of futures you've seen, has there been one where you survive? Even one? Or is this timeline the only possibility where you continue forward? The question hit like a hammer to her chest, forcing the air from her lungs. Jiang Miao thought about the 10,397 timelines she'd examined during that first week of discovery after her meditation broke open. She thought about every death variation, every possible end that could befall her, every version of herself laid out like pages in a terrible book of endings. She thought about the creative ways she could be killed, the different fates, the different adversaries. And she thought about the moment at the North Well, when she'd screamed, when she'd made a conscious choice to warn people instead of remaining silent, when she'd changed something fundamental about the flow of causality, when she'd somehow altered the thread of fate that had been binding her toward death. Yes, she said slowly, feeling the truth of it settle deep into her bones. One. This is the only timeline where I see myself alive past the next few years. This is the only path forward where the future continues rather than ends in blood and fire. Song Lin nodded as if this confirmed something she'd already suspected, something she'd known in her heart from the moment this girl had come running into the courtyard with the alarm about infiltrators. Then you'd better become someone worthy of that survival. You'd better become someone strong enough to keep this timeline alive, someone capable of making the choices necessary to preserve this path. Because if you fail, if you falter, then everything reverts. All those other timelines, all those deaths come calling. Chapter 3. The mentor's test. The disciple assigned to train Jiang Miao was named Lung Feng, and his reputation preceded him in whispers and fearful glances from the moment Song Lin announced the assignment during a sect-wide assembly. Lung Feng was a living legend within Kanglin, the kind of cultivator that younger disciples spoke about with a mixture of awe and terror. He had advanced through the cultivation realms at a pace that was nearly unprecedented. He'd been at the sect for only 9 years, and in that time he'd already reached a cultivation base that most disciples would take 30 years to achieve. Some said it was raw talent. Others whispered that he'd made a dark pact, trading something precious for accelerated advancement. But whatever the truth, his power was undeniable and his coldness was absolute. He was one of the immortal Ascendant Realm cultivators, a rank that should have been impossible for someone who wasn't yet 40 years old, someone who should still be in the mid-stages of serious cultivation. Most cultivators took centuries to reach the immortal Ascendant Realm. Lung Feng had apparently managed it in less than a decade of serious practice. His cultivation was so pure, so refined, so completely controlled, that lesser disciples could feel it like heat from a forge when he passed nearby. It was an almost physical sensation, a pressure in the air around him, a reminder that he was operating at a level of power that the vast majority of his peers could never even imagine reaching. His sword was named Dusk's Shadow, forged in some ancient process that had been lost centuries ago. The blade itself seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, leaving a faint darkness trailing behind it when he moved it through the air. And there were stories, persistent stories, confirmed by multiple accounts, that he'd cleaved through stone mountains in single strokes. Not mountains that were particularly soft or weathered, but actual peaks that had stood for thousands of years. He'd cut through them like they were made of paper. His eyes were cold enough to freeze running water. That was what the disciples said about him, at least. Jiang Miao, meeting him for the first time, found that the description was actually understating the reality. His eyes weren't just cold. They were empty. They were the eyes of someone who'd seen so much death, inflicted so much damage, lived through so much suffering that normal human emotion had simply burned out, leaving behind only function. He was, by all accounts, a terrible choice as a mentor for a terrified outer sect servant girl who'd just developed an unexpected ability and couldn't control her own power. He was harsh. He had no patience for weakness. He'd never trained anyone before. He had the emotional range of a sword, which was probably why Tsang Lin had chosen him. The sect master understood that the timeline sense was dangerous. Understanding that was keeping Jiang Miao alive. A soft mentor, a kind mentor, might be too tempted to spare her the harsh truths. Lung Feng would tell her exactly what she needed to hear, regardless of whether she wanted to hear it. "You have a sight," Lung Feng said on the first morning of training. They were standing in an empty pavilion at the edge of the sect compound, just after dawn. The morning light was cold and thin, the kind of light that came just before the sun fully cleared the mountains. Jiang Miao's breath came in small clouds that dissipated slowly in the frigid air. "Describe it to me. And don't rehearse something you memorized. I want the truth, not a prepared speech." Jiang Miao had indeed prepared this speech. She'd rehearsed it in her head 100 times the previous night, trying to get the words exactly right, trying to present her ability in the most impressive light possible while still being technically truthful. Now, that preparation felt like a wasted effort. "When I meditate using the 100 silent breaths," she said carefully, trying to find the honest words rather than the practiced ones, "something breaks inside my consciousness. It feels like I'm breathing sideways through reality. And when that happens, I can perceive multiple possible futures. I can see different paths that events might take. I can see consequences and outcomes that haven't happened yet. The ability is completely uncontrolled. I cannot choose which futures to perceive, and I cannot deliberately select the timelines I want to examine. And when I'm in the state of sight, I cannot see the present clearly. It's like the futures become more real than my current moment." "Show me," Lung Feng said. "Here." Jiang Miao looked around at the pavilion. The pillars were pale wood, recently painted. The floor was polished stone. There were no other disciples nearby, but this was still a public space. "Here," Lung Feng confirmed. Jiang Miao sat down on the pavilion steps and closed her eyes. The 100 silent breaths came easier now that she understood what the technique unlocked. She didn't need to push as hard. The sideways directions were already familiar, already carved into the pathways of her consciousness. The sight opened. She gasped as the plaza transformed around her. She was still in the same pavilion, but it was centuries older. The walls were crumbling. Vines covered the pillars. The sect had fallen into ruin in this future, abandoned and decaying. But she was alive. She was standing in the pavilion, and she was alive. She pulled herself back to the present and opened her eyes. Lung Feng was watching her with an expression she couldn't read. "What did you see?" "A future where Kanglin is in ruins," Jiang Miao said. "Where the sect has been abandoned. But I was still alive in it." "How did you know?" "Because I could feel myself. My presence. The way I know I'm alive now." Lung Feng stood. "Come with me." He took her to a room in the inner sect compound that she'd never seen before. It was a library, but not like the grand library in the main buildings. This one was smaller, more private. The walls were lined with books that looked genuinely ancient, bound in silk and leather, their spines worn smooth from use. "The sight you have is called the timeline sense," Lung Feng said, moving through the rows of books with the precision of someone who'd memorized their locations. "It's one of the rarest abilities in the cultivation world. I've encountered it only 3 times in my life, and each time it appeared in someone who was already marked by fate. He pulled a book from the shelf. The cover was blank, unmarked. He opened it carefully and turned to a section marked with a jade ribbon. "Read this." Xianxia took the book. The pages inside were filled with handwriting, not the careful printed script of published works, but the flowing, personal handwriting of someone's private journal. The sight first manifested during my evening meditation. The first entry read, "Asterisk, I perceived thousands of futures branching from this moment, each one showing me dead. Dead by poison, by the sword, by betrayal, by accident. In every possible future I could perceive, I was murdered. Except for one. This one. This moment." Asterisk, the handwriting changed as the entries continued, becoming more steady, more confident. The author, whose name was never given, had also experienced the timeline sight. The author had also discovered that they were dead in every future except one. "Who wrote this?" Xianxia asked. "Someone I knew," Lung Feng said. "Centuries ago. She had the sight. She managed to survive for 40 years by constantly exploring her timelines, constantly searching for the one action or decision that was keeping her alive. She became the strongest cultivator of her generation." "What happened to her?" "She learned what was protecting her," Lung Feng said. "And then she made a conscious choice that eliminated it." He took the journal from her hands and closed it carefully. "That is what the sight teaches you, girl. That there is always a cost. Always a sacrifice. The variable that's keeping you alive, it's something specific. Something you're doing or being without consciously choosing it. And the moment you understand what it is, you'll have the power to change it. And if you change it," he paused, "then you'll die like you were supposed to." The weight of that truth settled on Xianxia's shoulders like a physical thing. "So I should never understand it," she said slowly. "I should just live without knowing." "That's one option," Lung Feng said. "And it's how the previous timeline sight bearers have lived. In ignorance. In fear. Running their entire existence on the assumption that one wrong move will end everything." He turned and fixed his cold eyes on her. "But I don't think that's a path for you." "Why not?" "Because you're not trying to run away from your fate. You're trying to change it. You've already changed it once, when you went to the North Well instead of Qing. That action wasn't fear-driven. That was choice. Conscious, deliberate choice. You risked everything to save someone else's life. And in doing so, you risked the very protection that was keeping you alive. You didn't know what the consequences would be. You acted anyway." He began walking back toward the door. "That's not a servant girl's mentality. That's a cultivator's mentality. And if you're going to survive this, if you're going to make it through the centuries ahead of you without dying like the others who had this sight, you're going to have to become a true cultivator. Not just someone with power. Many people have power. You need to become someone willing to make hard choices. Someone willing to act despite uncertainty. Someone willing to accept that you might be wrong, but choosing to try anyway." "What should I do?" Xianxia asked. Lung Feng paused at the door. "Learn everything you can about your sight. Develop it. Make it stronger. And then, when you're ready, you're going to search the timelines more carefully. Not just looking for your death, but looking for the one thing that's protecting you. And when you find it," he smiled, and it was not a reassuring expression, "then you'll have to choose whether to keep it or let it go." Training with Lung Feng was nothing like anything Xianxia had experienced before. The 100 silent breaths had been gentle, a slow building of foundation over years of patient practice. The technique was designed for people with minimal talent, people who needed to be eased into cultivation gradually to avoid damaging themselves. Song Lin's training had been more demanding, but still fundamentally respectful of her limitations. She was given tasks, but they were achievable tasks. She was pushed, but not beyond the point where she might break. But Lung Feng's training was like being thrust into a river during flood season. He pushed her to perform the sight 3, 4, 5 times each day, sometimes more if he felt she needed the additional practice. He had her hold the state longer and longer, pushing her consciousness deeper into timelines that were further and further away from her current moment. By the end of the first week, she was performing the sight until her nose bled and her vision blurred. By the end of the second week, she was barely able to eat food without her hands shaking from the strain. The first week left her with constant headaches that persisted even when she wasn't meditating. The pain was a dull, throbbing thing that made it difficult to focus on anything else. She still had to work her kitchen duties during the day, and those duties became excruciatingly difficult when her head felt like it was being slowly crushed in a vice. The second week, she developed a nosebleed that wouldn't stop, blood dripping down the front of her robes, while Lung Feng simply handed her cloths and told her to meditate through it, to incorporate the physical pain into her state of awareness. By the third week, her body had finally adapted to the extraordinary demands being placed on it. She could perceive timelines up to a year away with clarity. She could hold the state of sight for hours at a time without losing consciousness. Her meridians had strengthened dramatically. Her cultivation base, which had been thin and fragile, was becoming something more solid and real. She also began to see patterns emerging from the chaos of futures she was examining. In the timelines where she survived long-term, certain events always occurred with absolute consistency. The arrival of Deathless Claw to attack the sect, always. This attack was a constant across every survival timeline, a fixed point that couldn't be avoided. The betrayal of a senior disciple named Jun Wei, a young man from a prominent family who was being groomed for the inner sect leadership, always. This betrayal happened in exactly the same way in every survival timeline. And a mysterious message that arrived on the 23rd day of the month, a message in the sect master's handwriting asking for some kind of significant assistance, always. These constants appeared in every single timeline where she lived past this point. And if they appeared in every survival timeline, appearing in no variation or alternative form, that meant they had to be part of what was protecting her. They had to be the mechanism by which she continued to exist. But which one was actually critical? Which action or event was the true variable that was keeping her alive? Was it the need to warn people about the Deathless Claw attack? Was it the necessity of responding correctly to Jun Wei's betrayal? Or was it something about the message on the 23rd day, something she needed to do, some choice she needed to make? On the 10th day of training, Lung Feng gave her a new assignment. I want you to perform the sight and examine 2 timelines. In the first, prevent the Deathless Claw attack. In the second, allow it to proceed unchanged. Compare the outcomes. How can I prevent the attack? Zhang Yao asked. That's your problem to solve, Lung Feng said. You have the sight. Use it. It took her 3 attempts and the better part of a day, but she figured it out. In the meditation state, the sight showed her not just one future, but the decisions that led to it. She could see the branching points, the moments where a choice was made that determined which future came to pass. In one version, she sent Song Lin a warning the day before the attack. The sect master dismissed it as paranoia, but increased the guards anyway. The Deathless Claw, seeing that the sect was more alert than expected, called off the assault and retreated. In that timeline, she lived another 8 months. Then she was killed by an assassin. In the second version, she allowed the attack to proceed as it had originally. The sect was caught unprepared. Kinglin fell, but in the chaos of the destruction, she managed to escape. She lived for a year, hiding in the mountains, before being found and executed by a Deathless Claw hunting party. So prevention didn't save her. Allowing the attack didn't save her either. She reported these results to Lung Feng. So the event itself is not what's protecting you, he said. The protection lies in something else. Something that happens because of the attack, or because of how you respond to it. Over the next week, she examined more variables. The betrayal by Jun Wei. In timelines where he didn't betray Kanglin, she still died. The mysterious message. In timelines where it never arrived, she still died, but in different ways. Every constant she'd identified turned out to be a distraction, a red herring. Not the actual source of protection. The uncertainty was maddening. But there was something else she was starting to understand. The sight showed her not just death, but patterns of death. There were certain ways she died more frequently than others. Assassination was common. So was execution for heresy or crime. So was being killed in battle by a stronger cultivator. But there was one type of death that never appeared in any timeline she examined. She never died of natural causes. In the timelines where she survived, she was always alive. Still cultivating, still growing in power, still moving forward. But in the timelines where she died, the death was always sudden, always violent, always from an external cause. Which meant, I think the protection is time, she said to Lung Feng. I think what's protecting me is that in this timeline, I have time to grow, time to cultivate, time to become strong enough that when the threats come, I can actually fight back. Lung Feng's expression didn't change, but she saw the tiniest nod of acknowledgement. "And how will you ensure you have that time?" he asked. Zhang Miao thought about this. "By not making the mistakes that lead to my death in other timelines. By not trusting the people who betray me. By avoiding the situations where I'm outmatched. By surviving long enough to reach the power levels where I can fight back. Then I suggest you start with a real training regimen," Lung Feng said. "Because your cultivation base is abysmal. You've been using servant techniques for 3 years. You're about 100 years behind where you need to be." It was meant as a joke. Probably. But Zhang Miao took it as the truth it was. Chapter 4. The Cultivation Acceleration. Kanglin's inner sect disciples trained in a place called the Harmony Pavilion, a vast complex of meditation chambers, training grounds, and libraries that was built into the side of the eastern mountain. The disciples could access it by a narrow stone path that was monitored by guards at every checkpoint. Outer sect workers like Zhang Miao had never been allowed inside. Now she was being escorted in by Lung Feng himself. The effect was immediate and stark. Senior disciples stepped aside as they passed. Junior disciples bowed. Even the sect master's personal guards acknowledged Lung Feng with formal respect. It became clear very quickly that despite his youth, Lung Feng was one of the most powerful people in Kanglin. He led her to a chamber that was smaller than she expected, barely 20 feet across, with walls of pale jade and a floor of black stone polished to mirror smoothness. There was a meditation platform in the center and an array of cultivated plants around the edges. She could feel the qi flowing through the room like an invisible current, stronger and purer than anything in the outer sect. "This is a foundation chamber," Lung Feng explained. "The jade walls conduct pure qi from the sect's core. The floor is designed to center your meridians. When you meditate here, your cultivation will progress roughly 10 times faster than it would anywhere else." Zhang Miao stepped into the chamber carefully, half expecting the qi to push her back out. Instead, it welcomed her, a sensation like stepping into warm water, gentle and embracing. "Your current cultivation base is fragile," Lung Feng continued. "You've been using the 100 silent breaths for 3 years without properly forming a core. That's unusual. Most disciples would have quit after 6 months. I had to keep trying," Zhang Miao said quietly. "The alternative was being sent back to the village. My mother," he held up a hand. "I don't need the story. What I need is for you to understand that you're now at a crucial junction. In the next month, you're going to do what most disciples take a year to do. You're going to form your cultivation core, stabilize it, and begin the process of advancing through the early realms. This will be painful. You will think you're dying multiple times. You're not. How will I survive it?" she asked. "You have a superior incentive. You know exactly what happens if you fail. That's something most disciples never have." He turned to leave. "Wait," Zhang Miao said. "What if I get it wrong? What if I try to cultivate and accidentally eliminate the protection that's keeping me alive?" Lung Feng paused. "Then you'll die? And that's a risk you'll have to take. Because staying weak and ignorant isn't survival. It's just slow death. At least this way, you're actively choosing your path." Then he was gone, leaving her alone in the foundation chamber with only the sound of her own breathing and the gentle hum of cultivated qi flowing through the walls. Zhang Miao sat on the meditation platform and began the 100 silent breaths. The first core formation took 6 days. It was exactly as painful as Lung Feng had warned. It felt like her meridians were being slowly torn apart and rewoven, each fiber of qi-conducting pathways being examined and strengthened in ways that made her scream silently with each breath. She couldn't leave the foundation chamber. She was rooted to the meditation platform by her own body's needs. To stand and walk in the real world would have shattered the delicate process of core formation. On the 3rd day, she thought her heart was stopping. The pain was so intense that she couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't do anything except sit and endure. A servant came in with water and simple food and helped her eat without breaking her concentration. She was in a state that was neither meditation nor consciousness, just pure suffering and focus. On the 6th day, something shifted. The pain didn't disappear, but it transformed. It became less like agony and more like the sensation of growth, the feeling of becoming something more than she'd been before. The qi that had been scattered and uncontrolled in her body suddenly organized itself, flowing in channels that now made sense, converging at a point just below her navel where a core was forming. It was small at first, no larger than a grain of rice. But it was solid, real, a true cultivation core. Jiang Miao opened her eyes and found that 12 hours had passed since she'd last been aware of anything outside her own body. The foundation chamber was the same, but she was different. She could feel the qi inside her now, could sense its flow, could even control it in small ways. She'd taken the first real step toward becoming a cultivator. Lung Feng didn't appear impressed when she reported the completion of core formation. "That's the minimum," he said. "Now you'll spend the next 3 weeks stabilizing it and beginning to advance through the early realms. After that, we'll reassess." The acceleration continued in this pattern. Week after week, Jiang Miao pushed deeper into cultivation while simultaneously performing the site multiple times daily, exploring timelines and searching for the variable that was keeping her alive. Her meditation technique, once the simple 100 silent breaths, evolved into something more complex. Lung Feng taught her the 1,000 Veils meditation, a technique that allowed her to perceive multiple timelines simultaneously while maintaining a connection to her present body. It was more dangerous than the original sight, and she suffered more nosebleeds, more headaches, more periods of dizziness. But it was also more effective. By the 4th week of training, she could perceive hundreds of timelines at once, seeing them like layers of gauze overlapping in her vision. She could see the constants, the events that appeared in every survival timeline. And more importantly, she could see where those constants originated. They came from decisions. Specifically, from the decision she would make on the 23rd day of the 2nd month, which was now only 2 weeks away. In every timeline where she survived, something happened on that day. An opportunity presented itself, and she took it. A choice was offered, and she made it. A person came to her asking for help, and she agreed. The site couldn't show her exactly what would happen. The moment was still too far away, and her ability to perceive the exact details of distant futures was limited. But it showed her the shape of it, the silhouette of the choice that would save her life. She shared this discovery with Lung Feng. "So you'll have a choice to make," he said. "And in all the timelines where you survive, you make the same choice. Which means that choice is what's protecting you." "Then I just need to make the right choice when the time comes," Jiang Miao said. "That's where it gets complicated," Lung Feng said. "Once you know what choice is protecting you, you'll be tempted to change it. You'll think, what if I choose differently? What if I refuse the offer? What if I do something else?" And the more you think about it, the more likely you are to actually make a different choice. The knowledge itself becomes dangerous. "So I shouldn't know? I should just wait until it happens and hope I make the right decision." Or, Lung Feng said, you could accept that the choice is already made. In this timeline, in this version of reality, you've already made the decision that will save your life. Your job is just to keep yourself alive long enough to reach that moment and let yourself make it. Chapter 5. The 23rd day. The 23rd day of the 2nd month arrived like any other day. Jiang Miao woke in her new quarters, a disciple's chamber in the inner sect, still small, but infinitely more comfortable than the cramped room in the outer sect. She performed her morning cultivation ritual, attended a class on advanced meditation theory, and ate lunch with 2 other junior disciples in the pavilion near the training grounds. At no point did she sense anything special about the day. No premonition, no spiritual tremor, no indication that this was the moment when her future would be decided. But she was watching for it. The offer came in the evening, just before dinner. A messenger arrived with a sealed letter bearing the seal of the Kanglan sect master. The letter was addressed to Jiang Miao personally. She opened it with shaking hands. "Jiang Miao," the letter read. "A situation has arisen that requires your assistance. I would ask that you come to the Western study immediately. This matter is confidential. Mention it to no one. Song Lin, sect master *. This was it. This was the decision point. Jiang Miao knew, with absolute certainty, that if she went to the Western study, something would happen that would send her life in a new direction. Something that would commit her to a path that had a very specific outcome, survival. And if she didn't go, she would die. Maybe not today, maybe not this week, but someday. In one of the timelines where she stayed safe and didn't take risks, she always died. She set down the letter and made her way to the Western study. Song Lin was waiting there with another figure, a man Jiang Miao had seen before but never met directly. He was older, with hair turning gray and a scar that ran from his right temple down to his jaw. His robes were not Kanglan colors. They were the soft silver blue of the Lunar Celestial Temple, one of the most powerful sects in the realm. Jiang Miao, Song Lin said warmly. This is Master Rin Shui from the Lunar Celestial Temple. He's here on behalf of the Immortal Council, and he has a matter to discuss with you. Rin Shui bowed slightly. I've heard remarkable things about your abilities. The timeline sense, I'm told. Yes, sir, Jiang Miao said carefully. I'll be direct, Rin Shui said. The Immortal Council has need of someone with your gift. We believe there are threats approaching the realm that require foresight to combat. We're asking Sect Master Song Lin if you would consent to being loaned to us for a period of 5 years, beginning 3 months from now. During that time, you would be trained extensively in how to use your ability, and you would assist us in identifying and preventing disasters before they occur. The implications were immediate and vast. If she agreed, she'd be leaving Kanglan. She'd be separating herself from the only safe place she'd found, from the only people who genuinely protected her. She'd be going to an unfamiliar sect, working with people she didn't know, relying on them for safety. In 100 different ways, it was terrifying. But in the timelines where she survived, she made this choice. She said yes to this offer. She left Kanglan and went with Rin Shui to the Lunar Celestial Temple. And in every single one of those timelines, she lived. Yes, Jiang Miao heard herself say. Yes, I'll do it. Song Lin smiled. I thought you would. Chapter 6. Departure and New Horizons. The 3 months between Jiang Miao's acceptance and her departure to the Lunar Celestial Temple were a blur of preparation, training intensification, and the quiet grief of saying goodbye to something she'd only just begun to be a part of. Kanglan sent 3 disciples to accompany her on the journey. Lung Feng was not one of them. Her mentor had returned to his own duties as one of the sect's senior cultivators. But he left her with a parting gift, the journal that had belonged to the previous timeline sense bearer. Read it on the road, he told her. Learn from her mistakes. And remember, you have what she didn't. You understand your sight earlier, and you have allies. Use both advantages. The journey to the Lunar Celestial Temple took 2 weeks of travel through countryside that grew progressively more beautiful and ethereal. The roads themselves were different here, the stonework more refined, the gates more elegant. The surrounding landscape transformed as they approached the temple's domain. Ordinary trees gave way to ancient cultivated species. The mountains ahead seemed to glow with an inner light. The Lunar Celestial Temple itself was unlike anything Jiang Miao had imagined. Kanglan was substantial and beautiful, but it was still fundamentally a cultivator's school built for practical purposes. The Lunar Celestial Temple was art and function merged into architecture that seemed to exist between the physical world and something more spiritual. The buildings appeared to be carved from moonstone, which Jiang Miao later learned was an extremely rare material that could only be harvested under specific lunar configurations. The paths were laid out in geometric patterns that Rin Shui explained had profound meaning in the cultivation traditions. Waterfalls that seemed to flow upward as well as down appeared in multiple places throughout the temple grounds. And the people, the cultivators here moved with a grace and precision that suggested centuries of discipline. Even the junior disciples had power that Jiang Miao could sense radiating from them like heat from flames. This was serious cultivation. This was the major leagues, the place where real immortal arts were practiced and perfected. She felt very, very small. Rin Shui assigned her to a chamber in the temple's eastern wing, placed her under the supervision of a mentor named Shui Wei, and gave her 2 weeks to adjust to the temple's rhythms before intensive training began. Shui Wei was nothing like Lung Feng. Where Lung Feng was cold and direct, Shui Wei was warm and methodical. She was an older woman, probably somewhere in her 70s in terms of apparent age, though with cultivators that meant very little, with kind eyes and a habit of offering tea whenever they met to discuss Jiang Miao's progress. The Lunar Celestial Temple exists to understand the nature of fate, Shui Wei explained during their first formal meeting. We believe that fate itself is a cultivable art, that destiny is not something that simply happens to you, but something you can learn to shape, at least to some degree. Your timeline sense is exactly what we've been searching for, a direct window into how fate manifests and changes. What will you want me to do? Jiang Miao asked. For now, rest. Adjust. Learn the temple's ways. In a month, we'll begin formal training on how to expand and refine your ability. We want to push it further than even you've imagined it could go." That should have frightened her. Instead, Xianxia found herself curious. Over the following weeks, she began to understand the temple's philosophy. The cultivation arts taught here were different from Kanglin's, more subtle, more philosophical, more focused on understanding than on raw power. She attended lectures on the nature of causality. She meditated in the temple's observatory, a place designed to enhance sight-based abilities. She performed rituals under moonlight that seemed to strengthen her connection to her own timeline sense. And each night, she performed the sight, exploring the timelines that lay ahead of her. They were different now. The immediate threats that had plagued her in the Kanglin timelines, the Deathless Claw, the assassins, the simple physical dangers, were gone. She'd escaped them by leaving the sect. But in these new timelines, different threats appeared. Political maneuvering within the Immortal Council itself. Cultivators who wanted to use her ability for their own purposes. Dangers that were subtler, but no less deadly. And through it all, that one constant remained. In every timeline where she survived, she was still making choices. Still actively engaging with the future. Still choosing to help people, to take on tasks, to put herself in positions where she could affect events. The pattern was clear now. Her survival didn't depend on a single choice, but on a way of choosing. She survived when she was active and engaged. She died when she tried to hide and be passive. She was discussing this realization with Shuiwei during one of their tea sessions when her mentor nodded slowly. "That's closer to understanding than most ever get," Shuiwei said. "Most people who gain power use it to try to hide from fate. They think that if they can just be careful enough, quiet enough, invisible enough, they can escape the things that hunt them. But you've discovered something else, that the way to survive is to engage with your fate actively, to make choices and stand by them." "But what if I make a wrong choice?" Zhang Yao asked. "Then you'll die," Shuiwei said simply. "And that's the price of freedom. The price of being someone who shapes their own path rather than being shaped by it. Most people never accept that price. They spend their entire lives trying to find the safe choice, the path that minimizes risk. But there is no such path. Every choice carries risk. The only difference is whether you're making your choices consciously or simply accepting the choices that are forced upon you." Zhang Yao set down her tea. "How do I know if I'm making the right choices?" "You don't," Shuiwei said. "Not with certainty. But you can use your sight. Look at the consequences of your choices across timelines. Find the patterns. Find what leads to survival. And then you trust yourself to execute on that knowledge. And if the knowledge is wrong, then you'll die, and you'll know why. Which is more than most people ever get." Chapter 7. The training deepens. The formal training at the Lunar Celestial Temple was unlike anything Zhang Miao had experienced at Kanglin. It wasn't just about power, though the temple certainly cultivated that. It was about understanding. Understanding how fate worked, how choices propagated through time, how small actions could create cascade effects across futures. Shuiwei taught her to use her sight, not just to perceive death, but to perceive causality. To look at a future outcome and trace it backward through time, understanding the chain of choices and events that led to it. Every timeline branches from a decision point, Shuiwei explained, using a visual aid that showed timelines as lines of light branching from a single source. Some of those branch points are small, what you eat for breakfast. Some are enormous, whether you accept a major responsibility. But they all matter. They all affect how the future unfolds. With this new framework, Zhang Miao began to see her own situation differently. The protection that was keeping her alive wasn't a single variable. It was a network of variables, small choices and large ones, constantly interacting to keep her on the path of survival. The choice to warn Qing at the North Well. The choice to accept Lung Feng's training. The choice to come to the Lunar Celestial Temple. Each choice had been critical, and each choice had felt difficult at the time, like she was moving against her instincts. That was important. That was the signal. The moments when survival demanded that she do something that frightened her, something she didn't want to do but was necessary. Those were the moments that mattered. Those were the moments that determined whether she lived or died. This understanding changed her approach to cultivation fundamentally. Instead of trying to avoid danger, she started seeking it out deliberately. She asked to participate in the temple's combat training. a practice that was usually restricted to advanced disciples. Shui Wei, recognizing what she was doing, approved it without comment. The combat training was brutal. The temple used a system called the 8 forms, 8 different approaches to physical and energetic combat that were designed to train every aspect of fighting awareness. Zhang Miao began at the most basic level, learning forms that would seem simple to anyone watching, but that required an enormous amount of foundational skill to execute properly. And every time she learned a new form, she performed the sight to understand how mastering that form would change her future. Form 1, the flowing water approach, which taught evasion and defensive positioning. In timelines where she mastered this, she survived assassination attempts that would have killed her otherwise. Form 2, the stone foundation approach, which taught stability and structural integrity. In timelines where she mastered this, she could resist mental attacks that shattered weaker minds. Form 3, the wind rush approach, which taught speed and momentum. In timelines where she mastered this, she could flee threats that would otherwise have consumed her. Each form opened new survival pathways. After 2 months of intensive training, her cultivation advancement accelerated dramatically. She'd been at early foundation realm when she arrived at the temple. By her 3rd month, she'd broken through to the Qi refinement realm. By the 5th month, she was approaching the core formation realm, the second major breakthrough in a cultivator's journey. And her timeline sense had evolved into something far more sophisticated. She could now perceive not just futures that involved her own death, but futures that involved the death of other people around her. She could trace the consequences of her actions across the lives of others. She could see how her choices affected not just her own survival, but the survival and well-being of everyone connected to her. This was powerful information, and it was deeply terrifying, because it meant that her survival wasn't as simple as making the right choices for herself. It meant that her survival was entangled with other people's fate. It meant that sometimes survival for her meant death for someone else. It meant that the variable protecting her might actually be someone else's sacrifice. She brought this realization to Shui Wei after a particularly difficult meditation session. What if the protection is that someone else is dying in my place? She asked. What if in every timeline where I survive, I'm only alive because someone sacrificed themselves for me? Shui Wei was quiet for a long time. Is that what the sight shows you? I don't know, Zhang Miao admitted. The sight shows me patterns. I see that when I make certain choices, other people die. I see that when I refuse certain choices, I die instead. But I can't see. I can't tell if the pattern is the cause or the effect. If I'm alive because someone died, or if I'm choosing survival in ways that require someone else to pay the price. Then you need to dig deeper, Shui Wei said. You need to find the origin point of the protection. You need to look back through the timelines and understand where this path of survival begins. How? That, Shui Wei said, is what the 2nd year of training is for. Chapter 8. The Immortal Council's secret. 6 months into her time at the Lunar Celestial Temple, Zhang Miao was invited to attend a formal meeting of the Immortal Council. This was unprecedented. The Immortal Council was the governing body of the entire cultivation world, made up of the most powerful sects and the most respected elders. Junior disciples never attended its meetings. Even many established cultivators never set foot in the council chamber. Ren Shui came to her personally with the invitation. There's a matter the council needs your sight on, he said. A situation that has implications for multiple sections. We'd like you to use your timeline sense to explore the possible outcomes of a decision we're trying to make. What kind of situation? Zhang Yao asked. It's easier if you see it for yourself, Ren Shui said. The council chamber was located in the heart of the Lunar Celestial Temple, in a place that Zhang Miao hadn't even known existed. It required passing through 3 sealed doors, each one opened by Ren Shui, speaking words of power that were beyond her current understanding. The chamber itself was massive, a circular room with a domed ceiling that appeared to show an accurate star map of the night sky, even though they were underground. Seats were arranged in a spiral pattern around a central platform, with the most prestigious seats at the top of the spiral. There were perhaps 30 people in the chamber when Ren Shui brought her in. Most of them were older, visibly aged in a way that spoke of centuries of life. Their auras of power were so substantial that Zhang Miao had to resist the urge to bow repeatedly. Song Lin was there. She sat in the middle tier of the spiral, and gave Zhang Miao a subtle nod of encouragement when they made eye contact. A voice spoke from the highest seat, cold, ancient, and carrying the weight of absolute authority. Zhang Miao of Kanglan, you are here because the Immortal Council has a matter that requires your timeline sense. The matter is this: 7 years ago, a sect called the Azure Heart Monastery entered into a pact with a being called the Yin Shadow. The Yin Shadow is an ancient entity that exists partially outside normal reality. In exchange for power, the Azure Heart promised to provide it with sacrifices, cultivators of high potential, offered at specific ritual sites. The speaker paused. Over the past 7 years, 15 cultivators have disappeared from various sects, and the evidence suggests they were captured by the Azure Heart and given to the Yin Shadow. We are considering launching a military assault on the Azure Heart, destroying them completely, and attempting to sever the pact with the Yin Shadow. Before we do so, we want to know what the consequences of this action will be. The weight of the question hit Zhang Miao like a physical force. They were asking her to see the future of a war, to see how many people would die depending on what the council decided to do, to see the consequences rippling through all the affected sects and all the people connected to those sections. I'll do my best, Zhang Miao said. She was brought to a meditation chamber that had been prepared specifically for this purpose. It was designed to enhance sight-based abilities even more than the observatory had. The walls were decorated with diagrams of branching timelines. The floor was inscribed with intricate patterns meant to anchor her consciousness. She performed the Thousand Veils meditation and opened her sight. What she saw was horror. In every timeline where the Immortal Council launched the assault, the Azure Heart was destroyed. The Yin Shadow was not. It was far too powerful for the Council to defeat, but it was forced back, its pact severed. The immediate result was a victory, but the long-term results were devastating. In every timeline where they attacked, the Yin Shadow, frustrated and wounded, turned its attention elsewhere. It found other sects, other pacts, other ways to gain sacrifices. And in the chaos that followed, more cultivators died than had been sacrificed to it over the past 7 years. The damage spread across multiple sections. Wars broke out. The cultivator world descended into conflict. But in the timelines where the council did nothing, where they allowed the pact to continue, the situation was stable. Horrible, yes. 15 people dead already, and more to come. But the wider world remained intact. The threat was contained. This was an impossible choice. Save 15 people and trigger a cascade that would kill hundreds. Or allow those 15 people to die and prevent a much larger catastrophe. And there was a third option. A middle path that appeared in a small number of the timelines she explored. Instead of a military assault, the council could attempt negotiations. They could offer the Yin Shadow a different source of power. They could buy time. That option had its own costs. It was complicated. It required resources and effort and political maneuvering, and it wasn't guaranteed to work. But in the timelines where it succeeded completely. The pact was severed without triggering a cascade. The Azure Heart was neutralized, and the death toll stopped at 15 rather than cascading into hundreds. Zhang Miao emerged from the meditation and reported everything she'd seen. The Immortal Council debated for hours. Some argued for the military approach anyway, better to act decisively, even if it caused short-term pain. Others argued for doing nothing, for accepting the loss as an inevitable cost of maintaining stability. And some, including Tsang Lin, argued for the negotiation path. In the end, the council voted. The vote was close, 17 in favor of military action, 13 in favor of negotiation. Military action won. Zhang Miao watched as the decision was made, and she felt something break inside her. She'd just told them what would happen. She'd shown them the path to the least damaging solution, and they'd rejected it. They'd chosen the path that led to mass casualties. And she realized, with sudden horrible clarity, that this was what her timeline sense actually meant. It wasn't just about her personal survival, wasn't just about being able to perceive the dangers that threatened her own existence. It was about being forced to see the futures of everyone around her. It was about having to understand the consequences of their decisions, even when those consequences were terrible. It was about having to live with the constant knowledge that she could have prevented disaster, prevented suffering, prevented death, but that she couldn't force people to listen to her. She could see the future, but she couldn't control how people responded to that vision. After the council dismissed, and the members had begun dispersing to their respective sects, Song Lin found her in one of the temple's gardens. The sect master moved with a grace that spoke of centuries of training, and her presence was somehow both comforting and imposing. "You're thinking that you failed?" the sect master said to her without preamble. "You're thinking that you should have been more persuasive, or that you should have seen a better path to present to them. You're blaming yourself for their choice." "I should have," Jiang Miao said bitterly, unable to meet the sect master's eyes. "I should have found a way to convince them. I'm supposed to see the futures. I'm supposed to help them make better choices." "You couldn't have," Song Lin said with absolute certainty. "Not with any group this large and this diverse. The Immortal Council makes decisions based on political currents and personal pride as much as on pure logic. They make decisions based on fear, on tradition, on what their sects have always done. Even if you'd shown them 100 timelines all pointing to the same outcome, you'd still have had members who insisted on proceeding with the military assault anyway. That's not a failure on your part. That's not a weakness in your sight or your presentation. That's just how power works in the world." "Then what's the point of the sight?" Zhang Yao asked. "If I can see the futures and I can't change them, what does it matter?" "You can change them," Song Lin said. "Just not in the way you're imagining. You can't force large organizations to make the right choice. But you can act on what you've seen. You can prepare for the consequences. You can save individuals even if you can't save everyone. You can work within the margins of what's possible." She placed a hand on Jiang Miao's shoulder. "This is the real lesson of the timeline sense. Not that you have ultimate power, but that you have a responsibility to use your knowledge wisely, within the limitations of your actual power. Do you understand?" Slowly, Jiang Miao nodded. She did understand, and she realized that this understanding was part of what was keeping her alive. The variable that had been protecting her wasn't just about making the right choices for herself. It was about learning to see the future accurately and then acting based on that knowledge, not to force others into doing what she wanted, but to navigate within the world as it actually was. It was a harder way of living than she'd imagined, but it was survival. Chapter 9. The investigation of Xianxia. The military assault on the Azure Heart Monastery took place a month after the Immortal Council's vote. By all accounts, it was successful. The Council's combined forces destroyed the monastery's defenses and killed most of its disciples. The sect master of Azure Heart was captured alive, and under interrogation, she revealed the ritual sites where the Xianxia was receiving its sacrifices. That was when the situation started to go wrong. Each ritual site was found to be a concentration point for Xianxia's influence, places where its power had seeped into the physical world and created permanent damage. Simply closing the sites wasn't enough. The council had to consecrate them, purify them, and in some cases, completely erase them from the landscape. And with each site they purified, the Xianxia's presence grew more agitated. Jiang Miao, still at the Lunar Celestial Temple, performed the site regularly and watched the timelines shift. The consequences she'd warned about were beginning to manifest. In multiple regions, strange phenomena began occurring. Cultivators' powers would suddenly malfunction. Peaceful spirits turned violent. The barrier between the physical world and the spirit world began to thin in localized areas. 3 months after the assault, Ren Shui came to her with a new request. "We need you to assist in the investigation of what's happening," he said. "Your timeline sense is the only tool we have that can give us a clear picture of the Xianxia's capabilities and intentions. Will you do this?" Zhang Yao agreed. She was taken to the site of the first purification, a mountain valley where, according to the council's records, the most concentrated Xianxia influence had been detected. The valley was dead. That was the only way to describe it. The grass didn't grow properly. The trees were twisted into unnatural shapes. The water in the streams had taken on a gray cast, and small creatures that drank from it seemed to age rapidly and die. It was as if the Xianxia's influence had permanently corrupted the natural world. And standing in the middle of the valley, Jiang Miao performed her sight. The visions that came back to her were unlike anything she'd experienced before. In every timeline, the Xianxia was angry. It was an ancient being, older than most of the current cultivator world, and it had been constrained by the pact with Azure Heart in ways that had frustrated it for centuries. The assault and the purifications had broken its constraints, but they hadn't destroyed it. They'd only freed it. And what the timelines showed her was what it would do with that freedom. In every timeline where the purification continued, the Yin shadow began to hunt the immortal council itself. It reached out through shadow and darkness, finding cultivators who were weak or unprepared, and it consumed them. It infected them with its essence, turning them into vessels for its power. And as it grew stronger with each cultivator it consumed, the threat it posed to the entire cultivation world grew exponentially. The assault had been a catastrophic mistake. It had transformed a contained threat into an existential one. Xianxia staggered back from the vision, her body shaking. Shui Wei had accompanied her on the investigation, and she caught the younger cultivator as she fell. "What did you see?" Shui Wei asked. "Disaster," Xianxia said. "Complete, total disaster. The Yin shadow is going to consume the cultivation world, and there's nothing the council can do to stop it. They created this problem, and now they're trapped in it. Is there any timeline where it doesn't happen?" Shui Wei asked urgently. Xianxia closed her eyes and looked deeper into the sight. There was one. In one timeline, just one, out of all the futures she examined, the Yin shadow was stopped. Not destroyed, but stopped. Contained. The threat was neutralized, and the world continued forward. In that timeline, she had to do something. Something specific. Something that terrified her. "There's a way," she said slowly. "But it requires going into the Yin shadow itself. Into its presence. It requires making contact with it directly and convincing it to accept a new pact. A pact that binds it more strongly than the Azure Heart's pact did." "That's suicide," Shui Wei said flatly. "The Yin shadow would consume you in moments." "Maybe," Xianxia said. "But in the one timeline where we survive, that's what I do. That's the variable. That's what's keeping me, and everyone else, alive." She opened her eyes and looked at Shui Wei. "I need to go to the source," she said. "I need to find where the Yin shadow is manifesting and make contact with it directly." Chapter 10. Into darkness. The location of the Yin shadow's origin point was not on any map of the physical world. According to the research that the Lunar Celestial Temple had conducted, the Yin shadow existed partially in the physical realm and partially in what cultivators called the void, a dimension that existed alongside normal reality but was almost impossible to perceive or access. The only way to reach the Yin shadow directly was to cross into the void. The temple had a method for this. It was an ancient technique, dangerous and rarely used, that involved using a specially prepared ritual circle to project one's consciousness into the void while keeping one's body anchored to the physical world. In theory, the consciousness could explore and negotiate with entities in the void and then return to the body. In practice, many cultivators who'd attempted it had never returned. "You understand you might die," Ren Shui said. They were in a chamber deep beneath the temple, and the walls around them were covered with protective inscriptions. "You understand that once you cross into the void, there's no guarantee you can find your way back." "I understand," Xianxia said. "And you're doing this because your sight showed you it was the only way." "Yes," Xianxia said. "Not because you want to be a hero. Not because you want to save everyone. No," Xianxia said. "I'm doing this because in the one timeline where I survive, I'm alive because I did this. And I'm terrified of dying, and I'm terrified of taking this risk. But I'm more terrified of doing nothing and dying anyway." Ren Shui studied her for a long moment, and then he nodded. "Very well. We'll prepare the ritual." The preparation took 3 days. Xianxia had to fast. She had to perform cleansing meditations. She had to sit in the temple's observatory under the moonlight and strengthen her connection to her timeline sense. And while all this happened, she kept performing the sight, observing the one timeline where she succeeded, trying to understand the parameters of that success. What she discovered was that the Yin shadow wasn't actually hostile to negotiation. It had been constrained by Azure Heart in ways that created rage and frustration. But if offered a new pact, one that would give it more power, more agency, more freedom, it could be convinced to accept. The trick was offering something genuinely better than what it had before. And the solution that appeared in the survival timeline was simple and elegant. Instead of constraining the Yin shadow, the council would partner with it. They would create a formal alliance where the Yin shadow would agree to cease hunting cultivators, and in exchange, the council would provide it with offerings of power, energy drawn from the natural world, from places where Yin was abundant and needed to be balanced. It was the kind of solution that most would never consider. It meant accepting that the Yin shadow would never go away, that it would always exist as a presence in the cultivator world. But it meant peace. On the fourth day, Jiang Miao entered the ritual circle. The circle was a physical space about 10 feet across, inscribed with characters that hurt to look at directly. Ren Shui and a dozen senior temple cultivators stood outside the circle, maintaining their concentration to anchor the ritual. Jiang Miao sat in the center of the circle and began her meditation. The Thousand Veils meditation, but deeper, more dangerous. She pushed past the normal limits of her sight, pushing into that sideways direction until it felt like she was being drawn through a tunnel of light. The sensation of crossing into the void was like being inverted. Everything was reversed. Up became down. Her body felt simultaneously lighter than air and heavier than stone. The connection to her physical form became something she had to consciously maintain, a thread of awareness that kept her tethered to the world she'd left behind. And all around her was darkness. Not ordinary darkness, but void darkness, the absence of light and of color and of sensation. She could barely perceive anything, could barely move. But her timeline sense worked differently here. In the void, she could see timelines not as multiple futures branching from a single point, but as layers stacked on top of each other, all happening simultaneously, all occupying the same space. The sight was overwhelming and clarifying at the same time. And in the center of it all, she felt presence. The Yin shadow. It was vast, larger than mountains, older than nations. It had existed since before human cultivation was even conceived, since before the concepts of immortality or power had meaning. It was pure essence, pure being, and when it became aware of her presence, it turned its attention fully upon her. Jiang Miao nearly lost her mind. The pressure of that attention was like being compressed in a vice. Every nerve in her consciousness screamed to flee, to return to the physical world, to escape the thing that was regarding her with something that might have been curiosity or might have been hunger. But she forced herself to stay present. "I'm here to make you an offer." She projected the thought into the void, unsure if the Yin shadow could even understand human communication. The pressure eased slightly. The Yin shadow moved closer, or perhaps drew her deeper into itself. The distinction became irrelevant. "You've been trapped," she continued. Constrained by the Azure Heart's pact. They gave you power, but they did it in a way that limited you. I'm here to offer you a better arrangement. An arrangement where you retain your power, your freedom, and your existence, but you stop hunting the cultivators of this world. Instead, the Immortal Council will provide you with offerings. Power drawn directly from the natural world, from the deep Yin of the earth and the void of space. As much as you need. No limits. No constraints. Silence. The Yin shadow was considering. And in that silence, Jiang Miao felt something she hadn't expected. Pain. Deep, aching pain, like the Yin shadow was experiencing something similar to grief. When it finally responded, it wasn't with words, but with images and sensations that flooded her consciousness. She saw centuries of captivity, saw the slow starvation it had experienced when bound to Azure Heart's constraints, saw the rage and hunger that had accumulated over decades of not being able to express its full nature. But she also saw something else. She saw that beneath the hunger and the rage, the Yin shadow was lonely. It was an ancient being in a world that had evolved beyond it, and it had been forced into shadow, into hiding, into darkness. The new pact would give it something it hadn't had in centuries: acceptance. Not as an evil thing to be destroyed, but as a legitimate presence in the world. A partner to the Immortal Council. An entity with its own rights and needs and identity. "Yes," the Yin shadow communicated. "I will accept." Chapter 11. Return and Revelation. Jiang Miao's return to the physical world was violent and sudden. She gasped back into consciousness in the ritual circle, her body convulsing with the strain of reintegration. Blood poured from her nose and ears. Every muscle in her body screamed in agony as her consciousness re-anchored itself to flesh and bone. Ren Shui caught her as she fell forward, and healers rushed in with energy channels open, flooding her with restorative power. "Did you make contact?" Ren Shui demanded. "Yes," Jiang Miao gasped. And it agreed. The Yin shadow agreed to the pact. The implications rippled through the temple immediately. Within hours, Every member of the Immortal Council had been informed. Within a day, a formal conference had been called. Within a week, the council had voted to propose the new pact to the Yin Shadow, with Jiang Miao serving as the intermediary. The formal alliance took a month to negotiate and implement, but it worked exactly as she'd seen in the survival timeline. The Yin Shadow ceased its hunting. The phenomenon of possessed cultivators disappeared. The dangerous thinning of the barrier between worlds reversed itself, and the council began the process of establishing ritual sites where pure Yin energy could be drawn from the natural world and offered to the Yin Shadow. It wasn't perfect. There was significant political resistance from some council members who argued that they were rewarding a monster. But the alternative, a war against an entity that most of them couldn't even fight, was unacceptable. The pact held, and in the aftermath, as Jiang Miao recovered from the strain of crossing into the void, she performed her sight for a very specific purpose. She looked backward. She looked through all the timelines where she'd survived, all the 397+ futures she'd perceived, and she traced them back to their source. Where did the path of survival originate? What was the first moment in the timeline where the variable that was protecting her had been set? And what she found shocked her. The variable hadn't been set by her at all. It had been set by someone else. Someone who, in the one timeline where she survived, had made a choice years before she was ever born. A choice that had rippled forward through time, creating the conditions that would eventually lead to her birth, her finding of Kanglin, her discovery of the timeline's sense, her meeting with Ren Shui, her negotiation with the Yin Shadow. The protection wasn't hers. It was someone else's sacrifice. Jiang Miao brought this discovery to Shui Wei, and her mentor listened carefully. Do you know who? Shui Wei asked. Not yet, Jiang Miao said. But I can find out. I can search the timelines deeper. I can look further back. I can. You could, Shui Wei interrupted. But should you? What do you mean? I mean, Shui Wei said carefully, that you have to consider whether knowing is worth the cost. Once you understand what sacrifice is being made for you, you'll have the power to prevent it. And if you prevent it, you'll eliminate the protection that's keeping you alive. Jiang Miao was silent for a long time. So I'm trapped, she said finally. If I remain ignorant, I'm living on borrowed time, depending on someone else's sacrifice without understanding it. But if I search for understanding, I risk learning something that will force me to choose between living and preventing their sacrifice. Yes, Shui Wei said. That's not really a choice, Jiang Miao said bitterly. No, Shui Wei agreed. It's not. That's what makes it real. Chapter 12. The first years end 6 months after her successful negotiation with the Yin Shadow. Jiang Miao had advanced to the peak of the Foundation realm and was preparing for her breakthrough to the Core Formation realm, the point where she would establish her permanent cultivation base and begin the long road to immortality. The breakthrough would take place in the temple's deepest meditation chamber, in a place where the veil between worlds was thin and the flow of heavenly qi was strongest. Shui Wei had explained that at this critical juncture, Jiang Miao's body and consciousness would be at their most vulnerable. Even a small disturbance could disrupt the process and cause permanent damage to her cultivation. The breakthrough was scheduled for the new moon. But 3 days before the scheduled date, a message arrived from Kanglin. Song Lin had been killed in a hunting accident in the southern forests. The details were vague. It seemed she'd been on a solitary cultivation retreat and had been caught in a collapse of ancient spiritual formations. By the time rescue parties found her, she was already dead. Jiang Miao received the news the same way everyone else did, through an official announcement from the council. But she knew better. She performed her sight immediately, looking back at Song Lin's death across multiple timelines. And she found that in every timeline where she survived, Song Lin died at exactly this moment. In some timelines, it was truly an accident. In others, it was orchestrated. But the variable remained constant. Song Lin's death was part of the mechanism keeping Jiang Miao alive. And now Jiang Miao had to decide. She could ask Song Lin to cancel her retreat. She could warn her of the danger. She could prevent the accident or the murder, depending on which one was actually happening. Or she could do nothing and let her mentor die. Jiang Miao sat in her chamber and felt something inside her break. She'd thought she understood the weight of the timeline sense. She'd thought she'd accepted the fact that her survival required difficult choices. But this was different. This was someone she cared about. This was a person who'd taken her in, trained her, and believed in her when she was nothing but a terrified servant girl. She performed the sight one more time, looking at the timelines where she tried to save Song Lin. In all of them, she died. The mechanism was complex. If Song Lin lived, other events cascaded in ways that led to Jiang Miao's death. The protection was intricate. It required Song Lin's death as a key element. Jiang Miao made the hardest decision of her life. She did nothing. She let the retreat happen. And when the news came that Song Lin was dead, she wept until there was nothing left inside her. But she also knew that by accepting that death, by honoring her mentor, by living in a world that was now bereft of her, she was making a choice that kept her alive. The breakthrough was rescheduled for after the memorial service. Jiang Miao attended the ceremony at Kanglin, watched as the sect mourned their lost leader, and stood beside the senior disciples who would now be running the school. Lung Feng was there. He found her in the garden afterward. "You knew," he said. "It wasn't a question." "Yes," Jiang Miao admitted. "And you did nothing." "Yes." Lung Feng looked at her for a long moment, and then he nodded slowly. "Good. You're finally starting to understand what it means to carry the timeline sense. It's not a gift. It's a curse. But it's a curse that teaches you something most people never learn. That the world will not change for your comfort. That the people you care about will die. That your survival is always purchased at a cost. And that the only way to honor the people you lose is to actually survive. To make their sacrifice mean something by continuing forward and making choices that matter." He turned to leave, then paused. "The seat of sect master is now open," he said. "The council is taking nominations. Some people have suggested your name, despite your youth and low realm. They think you owe it to Song Lin to step up and lead the sect she loved." "Will I?" Jiang Miao asked. "I don't know," Lung Feng said. "I don't have your sight. But if you search the timelines, you'll probably find out." Chapter 13. The second breakthrough. Jiang Miao performed her sight regarding the question of the sect master position. In timelines where she accepted the position, she was killed within a year by senior disciples who resented being led by someone so young. In timelines where she refused, she survived longer, decades, even, but she always felt the weight of Song Lin's death more heavily, always carried the guilt that she'd abdicated her responsibility to honor her mentor's legacy. There was a third path, a way forward where she didn't become sect master officially, but did take on more responsibility as a senior disciple. She would lead the sect through its transition period without bearing the title. She would guide the disciples who were grieving. She would ensure that Song Lin's vision for the school continued forward. And she would have the freedom to continue her own cultivation. The council accepted her proposal, and Jiang Miao was given an unprecedented dual role, both a student of the Lunar Celestial Temple and an unofficial leader of Kanglin sect. It was exhausting, but it was also precisely what the survival timeline required. The breakthrough to core formation happened on the new moon as originally scheduled, at the temple's deepest meditation chamber, a place of such profound spiritual power that normal consciousness could barely function there. The process was excruciating, far more painful than the foundation formation had been, far more intense than anything she'd experienced before. It felt like her entire body was being slowly reconstructed from the ground up, every cell examined and rebuilt stronger and more resilient, every spiritual pathway remade and refined. The chi channels that had been fragile and carefully balanced were completely remade into structures that could handle the vast forces of immortal cultivation. When she emerged from the breakthrough 3 days later, pulling herself back to normal consciousness and back into her physical body, she was transformed. Fundamentally, absolutely transformed. She could feel the new core of power that now sat at the center of her being, a permanent structure that hadn't existed before. It was a power source that would sustain her cultivation for the rest of her immortal life, no matter how long that life might be. She was no longer a novice cultivator struggling to understand basics. She was no longer a junior disciple barely scraping together enough power to perform simple techniques. She was becoming someone real, someone with actual, substantial power, someone who could be taken seriously. And that power let her see further with her timeline sense. The advancement in her cultivation base directly expanded her ability to perceive alternate futures. She could perceive timelines not just months in advance, but years. In some futures, she could see a decade or more into the possible paths of her life. The sight was exponentially clearer, more detailed, more useful. It was also exponentially more terrifying, because she could now see deeper into the structure of the protection that was keeping her alive. She could see that it wasn't just Songlin's death. There were others, people she would meet, people she would train with, people she would form alliances with. All of them would have moments where they died in the survival timeline. All of them would sacrifice something to keep her alive, and she would have to let them. This realization came to her in a meditation in the week after her breakthrough. She sat in the temple's observatory and watched the stars move through their patterns, and she understood finally what the full weight of her curse meant. She was going to live, surrounded by people she cared about, and she was going to watch them die or suffer because her survival was entangled with their fates. And she was going to have to accept that, honor that, and continue forward anyway. It was one thing to accept Songlin's death. It was another thing entirely to see, in the futures ahead of her, that this pattern would repeat over and over, that the cost of her survival would be paid again and again by people around her. She wept again, but this time it was not from grief, but from a deeper understanding of what she'd been cursed with. And when she was finished weeping, she performed her sight one more time. She searched forward to the end of this story, to the final chapter of this first arc of her life. She looked to see where she would be at the end of this year at the Lunar Celestial Temple, and what she saw made her breath catch. In every timeline where she survived, something happened in 3 months' time. An event, a moment that would crystallize everything she'd learned about the timeline since and force her to make a choice more fundamental than anything she'd faced before. She could see the shape of it, the silhouette, a threat arriving, one that couldn't be negotiated with, one that couldn't be overcome through cultivator skill alone. One that would require her to use her sight in a way that would change everything. It was coming. And in 3 months' time, everything she'd built at the Lunar Celestial Temple, everything she'd rebuilt at Kanglan, everything she understood about survival and sacrifice and choice would be tested in fire. She opened her eyes and looked at Shui Wei, who had been meditating nearby. "Something's coming," she said. Shui Wei nodded as if she'd been expecting this conversation. "I know," she said. "We've been watching for it. The deeper threads in your timeline show a disturbance, a force moving toward the cultivation world. We didn't have enough clarity to see what it is or what it wants, but we knew you would eventually perceive it. Will I be able to stop it?" "That," Shui Wei said, "is something only your sight can answer, and something only you can decide whether to do." Chapter 14. The unknown threat. The next 3 months passed in a blur of preparation and uncertainty. The temple mobilized. Ren Shui began a study of ancient records, looking for any precedent of the kind of threat that Jiang Miao's sight was indicating. He consulted with the other council members and with scholars from various sections. He sent expeditions to the most ancient places in the realm, looking for clues about what might be coming. And Jiang Miao continued to perform her sight, trying to get more details about the approaching threat. What she found was that the threat was difficult to perceive. It had a quality of unreality about it, as if it existed partially outside the normal flows of time and causality. It was like trying to see something that was intentionally obscured from her sight. But there were hints. In the timelines where she looked most carefully, she caught glimpses of something that looked almost like energy, power that had a quality unlike anything in the cultivation world. It was ancient, certainly, possibly as old as the Yin Shadow or older, but it carried a different signature. Less alien, more intentional, and it was coming toward the cultivation world with purpose. Week by week, as the threat approached, more of the picture became clear. The thing that was coming had been locked away. It had been imprisoned in a place so deep and dark that only the most ancient cultivators even knew it existed. But the Yin Shadow's pact with the Immortal Council had created shifts in the natural barriers of the world. It had weakened the seals that had kept this thing imprisoned. And now the seals were failing. The entity behind them was waking up. And when it fully woke, when it broke free from its prison, it would be a threat far greater than the Yin Shadow had ever been. 2 weeks before the predicted emergence date, Jiang Miao brought her full findings to the council. They gathered in the circular chamber, all of them present, all of them serious. She stood in the center and presented what she'd seen, a being of pure chaos, a force that had been locked away at the beginning of the cultivator age, a thing that had fought the first immortals and had nearly destroyed the world. And now it was coming back. Can it be stopped? The oldest member of the council, A woman named Shui Yuan who had lived for 3,000 years asked. Yes, Xianxia said. In the timelines where I survive, it stopped. But the cost is... She hesitated. What's the cost? Shui pressed. The cost is that I have to go back to the place where it was imprisoned. I have to cross back into the void. And I have to negotiate a new pact, not with the Yin shadow, but with the being that's imprisoned there. I have to convince it to return to its bonds willingly. And if you fail, then the entity breaks free and the cultivation world falls. Everyone dies. The cycle of existence itself might be broken. The silence in the chamber was absolute. You've seen this? Shui Yuan asked. You've actually perceived this future? Yes, Xianxia said. I've perceived it in multiple timelines. The pattern is consistent. The only way the world survives is if I make this pact. Then you have no choice, another council member said. You must do it. But she might not come back, Shui said quietly. Crossing into the void once nearly killed her. A second crossing, going deeper, making a pact with something far more dangerous than the Yin shadow. She might not return. That's true, Xianxia said. In some of the timelines where I succeed, I don't come back to the physical world. My consciousness is bound to the void indefinitely. I spend the rest of my existence negotiating with this entity, maintaining the pact, ensuring that it doesn't break free again. She looked directly at Shui. But in all of the timelines where I don't go, everyone dies. All of you. Everyone in the cultivation world. Everyone in the physical world. The pact fails, and chaos consumes everything. Song Lin would have known what to do immediately. But Song Lin was dead. Her death was part of the protection that had brought Jiang Miao to this moment. I'll go, Jiang Miao said. I'll make the pact. I'll stop the entity. And if I don't come back, then that's a price that's worth paying. Chapter 15. Preparation for the void. The preparation for the second crossing was far more intensive than the first had been. Jiang Miao spent a week with the temple scholars, studying everything they could find about the being that was imprisoned in the void. They didn't have much. The records of the first immortal age were fragmentary and contradictory. But what they had suggested that this was a being of pure chaos, a force that existed before the cultivator world was organized. It had been given a name once, in the ancient records, the Shattered One. The Shattered One had fought the first immortal cultivators and had nearly won. It took the combined effort of all the first immortals to finally defeat it and seal it away. The seal had held for 10,000 years, but it was weakening with age and with the disturbances that the pact with the Yin shadow had created. The being was intelligent. It could think, reason, and communicate, but it was also fundamentally hostile to order, to rules, to the structure that the cultivation world imposed on reality. Convincing something like that to return to its bonds willingly would be nearly impossible. But in the one timeline where the world survived, Jiang Miao did it. There has to be something it wants, Shui said during one of their planning sessions. Some incentive that would make it choose to return to imprisonment rather than break free and cause chaos. I don't know what that could be, Jiang Miao said. Power? No, it already has power. Freedom? No, it wants freedom above all else. I don't have anything to offer it that it doesn't already have or can't take. Then offer it something it can't take, Shui suggested. Offer it something that can only be given freely. A choice, an acknowledgement, a place in the world without requiring it to be imprisoned. But how? How could anything like that work? If the Shattered One was free, it would destroy everything. Unless... Jiang Miao saw it, like a piece of a puzzle suddenly fitting into place. In the survival timeline, she didn't offer the Shattered One freedom. She offered it partnership. Just like the Yin shadow. She would convince the Immortal Council to create a second pact, one that would give the Shattered One a place in the world, not imprisoned, but bound by agreement rather than force. It would require finding a way to channel the Shattered One's chaotic nature in ways that were useful rather than destructive. It would require the council to sacrifice something fundamental about how they'd structured the cultivation world. But it would prevent apocalypse. And it would keep Jiang Miao alive. The breakthrough came when she realized that the cultivation world needed chaos as much as it needed order. The constant balance between structure and dissolution, between immortality and mortality, between control and freedom. That balance was what kept the world turning. The Shattered One was the necessary chaos in that equation. Propose this to the council, she said to Shui. Tell them that when I make contact with the Shattered One, I'll be offering it a pact, not imprisonment. Partnership. Rin Shui brought it to the council, and the debate was fierce and immediate. Some argued vehemently that it was madness, that you couldn't negotiate with chaos itself, that the Shattered One was fundamentally opposed to order and would take any offer as a weakness to be exploited immediately, that suggesting partnership with a force that had nearly destroyed the world 10,000 years ago was suicidal, that they should prepare for war, not negotiation. But others, Shui Yuan chief among them, the ancient cultivator who had lived long enough to have actually fought against the Shattered One the first time, understood what Jiang Miao was actually proposing. They saw the deeper logic beneath the apparent insanity. It's brilliant, the ancient cultivator said firmly, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of authority. Not because it will definitely work. Nothing with this kind of entity is guaranteed to work, but because it's the only thing that might actually succeed. It's the only path we haven't tried yet. And more importantly, it's because even if it fails catastrophically, at least we'll have tried to understand the Shattered One rather than simply trying to dominate it by force. And I can tell you from personal experience that domination by force didn't work before. It won't work now either. The vote was closer than it had been with the Yin Shadow Pact, but it passed. The council formally authorized Jiang Miao to negotiate a pact with the Shattered One on their behalf, which meant that when she crossed into the void, she would be acting not as an individual, but as a representative of the entire Immortal Council. The weight of that responsibility was crushing. Chapter 16. The second crossing. The crossing happened at midnight on the night that the seals on the Shattered One's prison were predicted to finally fail. Jiang Miao stood in the ritual circle again, surrounded by cultivators whose power was nearly beyond her ability to comprehend. They had inscribed new protective wards, trying to protect her consciousness from the ravages of the void. They had prepared food and water for her body in case she returned. They had set up channels of energy that would help pull her back from the depths if she called for them. All of it, she knew, would ultimately be insufficient. She sat in the circle and began the meditation. The Thousand Veils meditation, but deeper still. She pushed past her previous limits, pushing into the sideways directions of her sight until they inverted entirely. She wasn't looking at the void from the outside anymore. She was stepping into it. The sensation was like being unmade. Her consciousness scattered across 1,000 different timelines simultaneously. She could see every possibility, every potential future, all of it happening at once. It was overwhelming and clarifying and completely maddening. And then she passed through another barrier. She was in the void proper. It was different from before. The first time, she perceived it as darkness. This time, she perceived it as fullness. Every possibility that had ever existed, all of them present at once, all of them real in their own way. And at the center of it all, she felt presence. The Shattered One. It was vast, far larger than the Yin Shadow. It was like the entire void was actually composed of the Shattered One's being. Every darkness, every chaos, every moment of dissolution and death and ending, all of it was the Shattered One's essence. And when it became aware of her, it turned its full attention upon her. "You are here to imprison me again," it communicated. The thought nearly shattered her consciousness just from the weight of it. "No," she projected back. "I'm here to offer you a choice you've never been given." She showed it the Immortal Council's proposal. She showed it the offer of partnership rather than imprisonment. She showed it a vision of a world where chaos and order existed in balance, where the Shattered One had a place and a purpose. "This is a lie," the being responded. "You will lock me away again. The moment I return to the physical world, you will bind me." Maybe, Jiang Miao acknowledged. The council might betray you. I can't guarantee they won't. But I'm offering you the chance to test us. The chance to exist in a relationship of partnership rather than dominance. If we betray you, you'll have broken free of your bonds and can destroy us. But if we keep our word, you'll have something you've been denied for 10,000 years. Acceptance. The Shattered One considered this. And in its consideration, Jiang Miao felt something unexpected. She felt that the being was lonely. Not in the way that the Yin Shadow had been lonely. This was deeper. The Shattered One had been locked away before human civilization had even begun. It had never existed in harmony with anything. It had been seen only as a threat, only as something to be destroyed or contained. The offer of partnership wasn't just about preventing apocalypse. It was about giving the Shattered One something that it had never been given in 10,000 years, the possibility of being understood as something other than a monster. I will accept your pact, the Shattered One finally communicated. But know this, if you betray me, I will not simply destroy the world. I will destroy your consciousness. I will erase you from existence across all timelines, all possibilities. I will make it as if you never were. I understand, Xianxia said. And if you keep your word, then I will not be an entity of pure chaos. I will be bound to my agreement. For the first time in eons, I will exist in relationship with something other than my own nature. Yes, Xianxia said. Then we have a pact. Chapter 17. The return. Xianxia's return to consciousness was violent but quicker than before. She gasped, convulsed, and vomited blood. But her body was stronger now. The core formation breakthrough had made her more resilient. Within moments, healers had her stabilized. Did you succeed? Rin Shui was there, urgent, demanding. Yes, Xianxia gasped. The pact is made. The news spread through the temple and then across to the Immortal Council. By morning, all of the council members who could travel were converging on the Lunar Celestial Temple. They came to hear Xianxia's report, to understand the terms of the new pact, to begin the process of establishing the ritual sites where offerings would be made to the Shattered One. The entity itself emerged from the void gradually, not with violence, but with a kind of careful dignity. It took physical form, or as close to physical as something born of pure chaos could manage. It appeared as a figure made of living shadow and starlight, a shape that hurt to look at directly because it contained too many possibilities at once. The Immortal Council faced it with weapons drawn, ready to attack if it made any move toward hostility. But the Shattered One simply bowed. I accept the partnership offered by the Immortal Council of the cultivation world, it said in a voice that sounded like the end of time. In exchange, I pledge not to work destruction in this realm. I pledge to exist in balance with order, allowing both chaos and structure to flourish. And I ask only one thing, that I be remembered, that I not be hidden away in darkness again, but that my existence be acknowledged and my role be honored. The Immortal Council accepted these terms. And for the first time in 10,000 years, the Shattered One existed in the physical world with purpose and partnership rather than as a threat to be contained. Chapter 18. The aftermath of power. The aftermath of the Shattered One's emergence was complex and chaotic in ways that the Council hadn't anticipated. With two ancient entities now in formal partnership with the cultivation world, the Yin Shadow and the Shattered One, the entire structure of how immortal cultivation worked had to be rethought. New ritual sites had to be established. New codes of conduct had to be written. The political landscape of the council underwent seismic shifts as different sects argued about how to best manage the new relationships. Xianxia found herself at the center of all of it. She was only barely 18 years old by any normal reckoning, and she was now one of the most important figures in the entire cultivation world. Everyone wanted her counsel. Everyone wanted to know what she saw in the timelines. Everyone wanted to understand how to negotiate with the Yin Shadow and the Shattered One. It was exhausting, and it was also deeply lonely. The people who might have shared this burden with her, Song Lin at Kanglin, her original mentors, the friends she might have made among the disciples, were absent. Some were dead, sacrificed as the cost of her survival. Some had moved on to their own lives and paths, unable to follow her to the heights of power she'd been forced to ascend to. She was walking a path that no one else had ever walked. It was the cost of survival, she'd learned. The variable that kept her alive wasn't just about what she did. It was about who she was willing to be. And that person, the girl who was willing to make the hard choices, who was willing to live without answers about what was protecting her, who was willing to negotiate with ancient chaos and forge partnerships with entities that should have been enemies, that person was necessarily alone. She came to understand, in the weeks and months after the Shattered One's emergence, that the timeline sense wasn't just about seeing futures. It was about becoming the kind of person capable of facing those futures without breaking. Chapter 19. The question answered. On a night 3 months after the pact with the Shattered One was finalized, Xianxia made a decision. She was going to search backward. She was going to find the origin of the protection that had been keeping her alive. She was going to identify who had made the sacrifice that made her survival possible. And then she was going to decide what to do about it. She performed her sight in a way she'd been avoiding since the training began. Instead of looking forward through time, she looked backward. She traced the threads of causality back through her life, through her cultivation, through her arrival at Kanglan, back to her childhood in the village. And further, back to the moment before her mother became ill, back to before she was even born. And she saw it. She saw the choice that had been made decades before her birth. Her mother, the mother who had been nothing but a memory, a name, a sense of loss, had not been ordinary. She had been a cultivator, a disciple of the lunar celestial temple years before Xianxia was born, and she had seen something in her meditations. She had performed a sight technique, similar to Xianxia's timeline sense, but not as refined. And she had seen 10,000 timelines where her daughter would be born and would die. So she had made a choice. She had sacrificed her own life, deliberately took on a cultivation wound that would eventually kill her, in order to create the specific conditions that would give her daughter a chance to survive. She had arranged for the scar to look like a natural illness, a slow decline rather than cultivation damage. She had made sure Xianxia would grow up desperate and hungry for a better life. She had orchestrated her own death in a way that would force Xianxia to seek out Kanglan, to find the timeline sense, to become the person who could negotiate with the Yin Shadow and the Shattered One. All of it had been set up decades in advance. All of it had been a mother's sacrifice for her daughter's survival. And Xianxia was looking directly at the moment where she could change it. She could go back in time, not physically, but through her manipulation of timelines, and warn her mother. Tell her not to sacrifice herself. Tell her that there was another way. Tell her that her daughter would survive without needing this cost. She stood at the edge of that possibility. And then, after staring into that abyss for what felt like eternity, she stepped back. She couldn't change it. Not because she didn't have the power, but because changing it would mean her mother's sacrifice had been meaningless. It would mean that all the suffering she'd endured, all the pain of a mother watching her own life drain away while seeing a future where her daughter might survive, all of that would be erased. And somehow, erasing her mother's love seemed like a greater violation than honoring it. So Xianxia made a choice. She accepted her mother's sacrifice. She honored it by surviving. She lived the life that her mother had bought for her with everything she had to give. And in doing so, she finally understood what the timeline sense was really about. It wasn't about seeing the future. It was about understanding that every choice, every action, every moment of survival was built on sacrifice. Sometimes the sacrifice was her own. Sometimes it was someone else's. But it was always there. And the only way to make that sacrifice meaningful was to acknowledge it, honor it, and continue forward with the awareness that you were living on borrowed time and borrowed cost. That was the real protection, not some mystical variable or special circumstance. Just the knowledge that she was loved enough that someone had been willing to die to give her a chance. Chapter 20. The end of the beginning. On the day that Xianxia completed her first year of formal training at the Lunar Celestial Temple, she stood in the observatory at moonrise and performed her sight one final time. She looked forward through all the timelines that remained ahead of her. She examined them with the methodical precision that she'd developed over the months of training. She saw lifetimes of cultivation ahead of her, paths stretching out into decades and centuries. She saw dangers approaching from multiple directions, saw alliances forming and breaking, saw choices yet to be made that would determine the shape of her existence. She saw herself growing in power, watching as her cultivation base deepened and expanded, her understanding of the nature of fate and causality becoming more sophisticated. She saw herself in wisdom, in mastery, in the slow accumulation of knowledge that came only from centuries of dedicated practice. And she saw herself alive. In every timeline she examined, in every path she could perceive, she was alive. Still breathing, still thinking, still making choices and engaging with the world around her. That had changed. When she'd first discovered the timeline sense, she'd seen 10,397 futures, and in all of them she was dead by the time she'd reached adulthood. Now, that number was inverted. The vast majority of timelines that stretched ahead of her ended in her survival. The deaths were still there. In the futures she examined, she would still face danger, still encounter threats that wanted her dead, still navigate circumstances where survival seemed impossible. But the fundamental proportion had reversed itself. Survival was no longer a near impossible miracle. It was becoming the norm. the baseline, the expected outcome rather than the impossible exception. And she understood why. She'd stopped trying to survive by hiding. She'd spent the first weeks after discovering her timeline sense attempting to avoid the situations that led to her death. She'd tried to skulk through Kanglan unseen, to minimize her impact, to make herself so small and unremarkable that nothing threatening would even notice her existence. But hiding didn't work. In every timeline where she tried to fade into the background, she still died. She'd started surviving by engaging, by making choices, by stepping toward the threats instead of away from them, by finding the points in the future where she could make a difference, by stepping into danger and finding the points where negotiation was possible, where partnership could be forged, where even the most dangerous forces could be convinced that there was something better than destruction. She was becoming someone who shaped the future rather than simply fleeing from it. It was an active transformation, a deliberate choice to become a different kind of person. The scared servant girl from the village was gone. In her place was someone who could stand before the immortal council and speak truth to power. Someone who could negotiate with ancient entities. Someone who understood that survival sometimes meant being willing to sacrifice others. It was harder than she'd expected. Far harder. It was also more fulfilling than she'd ever imagined possible. Below the observatory, the lunar celestial temple glowed in the moonlight, the pale stone reflecting the soft light in ways that made the entire complex appear almost ethereal. The Immortal Council's messenger had left an hour ago, flying on a teleportation array that would carry the message across hundreds of miles in moments. Carrying news to the sects and the regions, the cultivation world had survived the crisis. 2 new partnerships had been forged with ancient entities. A new era was beginning, one where chaos and order would exist in balance, where the forces that had been locked away would now be acknowledged and honored. 2 new temples would be built, sites where the Yin Shadow and the Shattered One could be offered proper cultivation of energy. The entire structure of the immortal world was shifting, and it had all been possible because of a girl from a village who'd learned to see time and learned to accept that her survival was worth the cost of others' sacrifice. Because a mother had given everything to create the conditions where her daughter could survive. Because an old mentor named Song Lin had believed in a frightened servant girl and had trained her to be a leader. Because the timeline sense had opened within her consciousness and forced her to see the weight of choice and consequence. Zhang Miao watched the moon rise higher and higher into the darkness above her, watched it begin its slow, stately arc across the night sky, and prepared her consciousness for whatever came next. The cultivation world was changing. Her role in it was becoming clearer with each passing day, though the fuller picture remained shrouded in mystery and shadow. The first arc of her story was ending. This was the conclusion of the first step, the end of the very beginning. The girl who had arrived at Kanglan 4 years earlier with nothing but desperation and a willingness to work endless hours was now someone entirely different. Someone powerful. Someone who had negotiated with ancient entities. Someone who understood the nature of fate and the weight of choice and consequence. But the deeper mysteries were only just beginning. The fundamental questions that would drive her cultivation forward for centuries remained completely unanswered. She had lifted the veil on some secrets, had gained understanding of some important truths, but so many more remained hidden, waiting for her to grow strong enough to perceive them. What was she really? Why had her mother been able to see futures? And why had that sight been so much less refined than her own? Was there something in her bloodline, some hidden power that connected generations and determined their shared destiny? And what did the Shattered One really want, beyond the surface promises and stated partnerships? Was the entity truly satisfied with the new arrangement they'd forged, or was it simply biding its time, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim the freedom it craved? These profound questions would take decades to answer. Perhaps centuries of dedicated investigation and cultivation advancement. Perhaps they would never be fully answered at all, and she would simply have to learn to live with partial understanding and persistent mystery. But Zhang Miao had learned patience through the hard school of survival. Hard-earned patience that had been purchased with blood and tears and the sacrifice of others. She had learned that rushing to understand everything was a way to eliminate the protection that kept her alive. She had learned that sometimes the most important choice was to accept mystery, to live with not knowing, to sit with uncertainty as an old friend rather than an enemy. She had learned that sometimes the most important choice was to let the future reveal itself at its own pace, one day at a time, one choice at a time, trusting in the process even when the path forward remained obscured. So she stood in the observatory and watched the stars wheel through their eternal dance, watched the moon paint silver light across the temple complex below, and she waited for tomorrow to come with patience and determination. There was so much more story to tell ahead of her. Entire arcs of her life were yet to unfold. Challenges she couldn't yet imagine were approaching. Alliances would be tested and broken and reformed. She would grow in power and wisdom and understanding, but also in doubt and pain and the weight of difficult knowledge. But this was where the first step ended. The girl who had died in every timeline except this one had finally taken her first real steps toward genuine survival. And she was ready for absolutely whatever came next. End of Step 1. I died in every future timeline except this one. Step 2, Chapter 21. The first poison. By the end of her first month at the Lunar Celestial Temple, Xianxia had learned the rhythm of the mountain with an intimacy that transcended mere schedule awareness. The bells that rang every 6 hours marked the progression of each day with religious precision. Morning meditation at first light, when the sky turned from deep indigo to pale gray. Afternoon cultivation at noon when the sun reached its zenith and flooded the temple with direct warmth. Evening studies at dusk when the white stone of the buildings glowed with reflected sunset colors. And night water collection at the hours when the moon reached its peak and the cultivation energy seemed to flow differently through the world. The temple itself was vast in ways that the initial orientation hadn't adequately conveyed. Built across 3 distinct terraces that descended like steps down the mountainside, with pavilions and training grounds connected by covered walkways that twisted through gardens of pale stone and white flowering trees, the facility housed hundreds of disciples at various stages of cultivation advancement. Xianxia's position in the lowest rank meant she'd seen only a fraction of the temple's true extent. There were entire sections she had no access to, meditation chambers forbidden to outer disciples, cultivation libraries that existed behind sealed doors, training grounds where only inner sect members could practice their advanced techniques. The hierarchy of the temple was clearly defined through architecture itself, with each level of status corresponding to physical access to different areas of the grounds. The other disciples had gradually stopped treating her as completely invisible, though whether this represented genuine acceptance or mere recognition that Wei had brought her here, and therefore she wasn't someone to be openly hostile toward, Xianxia couldn't quite determine. She didn't particularly mind either way. She'd become skilled at existing in the margins of people's attention, at being present without requiring acknowledgement. The kitchen work during her first weeks at the temple had taught her those invaluable lessons. How to move through spaces without disturbing them. How to be useful without being visible. How to listen to conversations never intended for her ears while appearing completely oblivious to any exchange of words. But Wei had gradually introduced her to other skills, other aspects of the temple's educational structure that extended far beyond what normal outer disciples were permitted to access. Wei had opened the doors to the library's meditation chambers, places reserved for serious cultivation work where the silence was enforced through some kind of sect formation that made sound itself seem to die before it could form within the sealed spaces. Xianxia had been given access to the 100 silent breath variations, techniques that built upon the foundational method she'd spent 3 years perfecting in her small village chamber. Her timeline sight had grown stronger since that first terrifying vision at the beginning of her training. The experiences were still disorienting, still genuinely frightening, but she was beginning to learn how to navigate them without completely losing her present moment awareness or her sense of linear time progression. She could now spend 10 or 15 seconds exploring an alternate timeline, without the world tilting dangerously around her, without that sensation of becoming untethered from her own reality. The improvement was subtle but meaningful. Each day brought incremental increases in her ability to process multiple reality threads simultaneously without fragmenting into complete incoherence. It was during her evening meal in the outer disciples' dining hall that the poison took effect. She didn't notice it immediately. The food was the same as it always was. Rice with grain that had been carefully prepared without any animal ingredients according to the temple's strict vegetarian doctrine, pickled vegetables preserved in rice vinegar and salt, a thin soup made from kelp and mushrooms and dried flowers that gave it a delicate, almost medicinal taste. The meal was prepared in large communal pots and distributed among the disciples without individual servings being assembled specially. If poison had been introduced to the food, it would theoretically have affected everyone who ate from that particular pot. But as Xianxia made her way back to her small chamber after the meal, as she passed through the garden walkway, where moonlight transformed the white flowering trees into ghostly shapes that seemed almost unearthly in their pale luminescence, something shifted in her body's interior landscape. Her stomach seemed to contract with a peculiar intensity, as though an invisible hand had clenched around her organ with purpose and force. Her hands became cold, not from the ambient temperature of the evening air, but from something wrong in her blood itself, something that was stealing heat away from her extremities with relentless, purposeful progression. The sensation of cold began to spread up her arms like a tide rising, like her own body was betraying her from the inside. She recognized the sensation immediately because she'd spent the first 2 days of her time at Lunar Celestial seeing the timelines where this very poison had worked perfectly, where her attempts to survive had failed and death had come. In most of those versions, she'd eaten the same meal during the communal dinner, proceeded to her chamber as normal, and collapsed somewhere between the garden and the residence halls. In some of those timelines, no one had found her for hours, the discovery happening only when another disciple commented on her absence during morning meditation. In one particularly terrible timeline, they'd found her body the next morning, cold and stiff in her meditation chamber, and the poison had been attributed to simple illness, nothing suspicious, nothing that would have suggested foul play or intentional harm. Xianxia forced herself to keep walking at her normal pace, to maintain the same measured stride she'd been using before the poison took effect. Behind her, she could sense someone watching from the shadows of the temple's western pavilion, a carefully concealed observation point where someone could monitor the garden paths without being easily detected. She could feel the weight of their attention like physical pressure on her back, like fingers pressing gently against her spine. The watcher was waiting to see if their poison worked, if the target had been neutralized, if their evening's work had been successful. The poison was specifically designed to attack the circulatory system. According to the timeline visions she'd seen during her first explorations of the ability, it would narrow the blood vessels progressively, causing the sufferer to experience increasing symptoms in a predictable cascade. Coldness first as blood flow to the extremities diminished, then numbness spreading from the extremities as the tissues began to be starved of oxygen, then seizures as the brain was deprived of adequate oxygen supply, and finally cardiac arrest as the heart simply couldn't pump blood through pathways that had become narrow enough to strangle its own output. The timeline site showed her the progression clearly, each stage unfolding with terrible precision in the futures where she didn't intervene. In most of the poisoned futures, she had between 20 and 30 minutes before the symptoms became critical enough that any intervention wouldn't matter anymore, before the biological cascades became too far advanced to reverse. But there was one timeline where she survived. Just one. And in that timeline, she did something that seemed impossible while the poison was actively working through her system, something that would damage her cultivation foundations but preserve her life. She made it to her chamber, locked the door behind her, and lay down on her meditation mat. The timeline site was fundamentally different from the visions that had started this entire journey. Those first visions had been passive, involuntary glimpses of possible futures that came crashing into her consciousness without warning or consent, overwhelming her ability to maintain awareness of the present moment. But in the months since arriving at Lunar Celestial Temple, Wei had been systematically teaching her to access it deliberately, to train her will to reach toward the other timelines rather than waiting for them to reach toward her. With poison moving through her veins at this very moment, and her vision beginning to blur at the edges as her circulatory system began its terrible work, Xianxia pulled her awareness sideways again and again and again, moving rapidly through timeline after timeline, searching desperately for the one where this works. In timeline 47, she tried to force her meridians to push the poison out through her pores, attempting to create tiny channels of pure qi that would transport the toxin through her skin and into the air. She failed. Her meridians simply weren't strong enough yet. weren't responsive enough to her will for this technique. The poison collected in her core and stopped her heart in that timeline. In timeline 134, she tried to draw chi from the sect formations around her, attempting to use the ambient energy that suffused the lunar celestial temple to counteract the toxin. The technique worked partially, extending her life by several precious minutes, but not enough. Eventually, the poison overwhelmed the defensive energy. In timeline 201, she made a crucial error and accidentally took on additional poison through her skin while attempting to expel the original toxin. But in timeline 312, something shifted in her understanding. Instead of trying to fight the poison directly, instead of attempting to overpower it with greater cultivation energy or force it from her body through willful exertion, Xianxia had the sudden insight that the poison was designed to work specifically against living meridians, against the channels through which qi flowed, against the infrastructure that made cultivators different from ordinary mortals. What if she collapsed them? What if she shut down her cultivation pathways entirely, essentially reverting to a temporary state of zero qi sensitivity, making her body inhospitable to a technique that was specifically designed to target the channels where qi resided? It should have been impossible. Cultivators who collapsed their meridians usually became crippled, unable to cultivate further, often becoming invalid with permanent injuries that no amount of healing could repair. But there was a variation in one of the books she'd read in the library's deep archives, a meditation technique meant specifically for situations where a cultivator had been poisoned and survival was more important than future advancement. It was considered a technique of absolute last resort, the kind of desperate measure that you only performed when you were already dying anyway, when the alternative was certain death. In timeline 312, she survived. Her meridians collapsed under her own willful intention, becoming temporarily inert, reverting to ordinary mortal pathways. The poison had nothing left to grip in her body, no channels to attack, no qi-infused tissue to target. Eventually, the toxin simply passed through her system like she was any ordinary mortal, just another human body processing and expelling a foreign substance. Xianxia held that timeline's knowledge in her mind and initiated the collapse technique without hesitation, accepting the cost because the alternative was simply not acceptable. The pain was extraordinary, far worse than anything she'd ever experienced. It felt like every nerve ending in her body was being severed simultaneously, like she was being systematically unmade from the inside out, her consciousness watching in horror as the structure of her cultivation was destroyed piece by piece. Her meridians, which had been growing stronger every day since she'd begun her dedicated meditation work, which had been becoming more responsive and more integrated with her body's natural systems. All of that progress, all of those weeks of careful development, reversed in an instant. The qi that had been flowing through her pathways with increasing smoothness recoiled violently, dispersing into her body with chaotic intensity, energy that had nowhere to go, channels that suddenly no longer existed to contain it. It was as though her body was suddenly filled with lightning that had no safe way to discharge. She screamed, but she managed to maintain focus on the meditation, managed to hold the technique steady even as pain tried to shatter her concentration into useless fragments. She could feel her heartbeat becoming irregular as the poison tried to attack a body that no longer had the infrastructure it was designed to target. The two competing forces, the collapse technique destroying her cultivation pathways and the poison attempting to attack those same pathways, created a kind of chaotic equilibrium where neither force could effectively accomplish its goal. The timeline sight blurred. The boundaries between her collapse technique and the poison's progression became indistinct. For a moment, she couldn't tell if she was succeeding or simply hallucinating a survival that didn't actually exist, imagining a successful outcome while her body was actually dying on the meditation mat. Then the pain receded slightly. Not entirely. It still consumed most of her awareness, but enough that she could begin to sense what was happening internally. The poison, unable to find the channels it was designed to attack, began to simply dissolve into her body's general systems, becoming just another foreign substance that her mortal body would gradually process and expel over time. Her heart steadied. Her breath returned to something approaching normal. The coldness in her extremities continued for several more minutes, continued to be one of the most terrifying experiences of her life, but the chaotic intensity of the poison's progression had stopped. The cascading failures that had seemed inevitable only minutes ago were no longer manifesting. She was alive. She was still alive. Xianxia lay on her meditation mat, breathing slowly and deliberately, her entire body drenched in sweat, her meridians destroyed, but her consciousness still intact. She waited for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes for the poison to finish its journey through her system, to be metabolized and expelled by a body that was temporarily no longer a cultivator's body, but simply a mortal's. By the time it was completely expelled, dawn was beginning to light the edges of her chamber. She could hear the morning bells beginning to ring across the temple complex, calling the disciples to their first meditation session of the day. The ceremony was proceeding normally, the temple's routine continuing regardless of what had happened in this small chamber. She was alive, but her meridians were shattered in a way that would take weeks, possibly months, to repair. And somewhere in the temple, someone was waiting to hear that she'd died. Chapter 22. Wei's unexpected answer. The news that Xianxia was still alive didn't remain a secret for long, despite her best efforts to appear illness-stricken during the following days. She had maintained the facade carefully, showing all signs of genuine recovery trauma, moving slowly through the temple corridors as if in pain, resting frequently, eating only small portions as though her digestive system had been genuinely damaged by the poison. By mid-morning of the next day, whispers had begun to spread through the outer disciples' quarters with remarkable speed, traveling from person to person like water finding cracks in stone. Someone had been expecting a death, probably several people, given how quickly the rumors had materialized and how specific they were becoming. And when no such death had occurred, questions began to circulate through the temple's communication networks with the inevitability of a snowball rolling downhill, gathering size and momentum with each passing hour. Who had been poisoned? Why had poison been introduced to the communal meal? How had the intended target managed to survive against what should have been impossible odds? Was there going to be another attempt? Xianxia presented herself to Wei in the library's main reading hall before anyone could initiate an official investigation into the poisoning incident, understanding that hiding the truth would ultimately create far more complications than honesty would. The poison had been introduced to the outer disciples' communal meal, a fact that was now becoming increasingly obvious to anyone who was paying attention, and she was almost certainly not the only person who had consumed food from that particular pot. If she didn't report what had happened and explain her survival, whoever had poisoned the food might simply try again with a different method, a different target, a more carefully controlled dosage. Wei listened to her account without interrupting, her expression patient and thoughtful, her kind eyes sharpening with something that was simultaneously anger and intellectual engagement. The sharp-minded calculations happening behind those eyes were visible to Xianxia now, visible in a way they hadn't been when she'd first arrived at the temple. Wei was processing multiple layers of information. The fact that Xianxia had been poisoned, the fact that she'd survived, the implications of both facts, the identity of the person who'd likely done the poisoning, the purpose behind the attempt. When Xianxia finished describing how she'd used the meridian collapse technique to survive, carefully omitting the detail about using the timeline site to navigate which technique to use, about accessing timeline 312 and finding that singular path to survival, Wei was quiet for a long moment. The silence extended, became significant, became the kind of pause that suggested Wei was debating whether to ask the follow-up questions that were clearly forming in her mind. "You performed the collapse meditation," Wei finally said. It wasn't a question, and the statement itself carried implications that went far beyond simple acknowledgement of the technique's use. "Yes. That technique is advanced medical knowledge, restricted to the inner sect and accessible only to those with significant cultivation experience. And specifically, it requires knowledge of your own body and cultivation level that a junior disciple shouldn't have. Explain to me how you knew to use it." Xianxia had anticipated this moment, had already prepared what she would say if directly confronted. She'd spent the dawn hours composing her answer, balancing honesty with discretion, truth with strategic concealment. "I studied the archive texts. There was a section on emergency protocols if someone was poisoned. The collapse technique was listed as an option for situations where the poison specifically targeted meridian function." Wei's expression was unreadable. Her fingers, previously visible on the table in front of her, disappeared into her lap. She stood and walked to one of the library's tall windows, looking out at the gardens below, at the white trees beginning to glow with sunrise. When she finally spoke, her voice was quieter than before, weighted with knowledge she'd been carrying alone. The person who poisoned you wanted to test something. That's my assessment. They wanted to see if you would die, or if something about your circumstances would prevent your death, if some quality of your nature would allow you to survive when normal cultivators would not. Do you know who poisoned me? I have suspicions, but before I act on them, I need to ask you something directly, Xianxia, and I need you to answer me with complete honesty. Wei turned back to face her, and the emotion in her eyes was complex, not quite disappointment, but something adjacent to it. A concern that went deeper than simple worry about her safety. Is there something unusual about you? Something beyond what I've seen in training? Something that might explain why you were able to accurately predict which emergency technique to use in a situation where most disciples would simply have panicked and died. This was the moment. Zhang Miao had known it was coming, had known since that first vision that eventually someone would ask this question directly. And now, facing Wei's expectant gaze, facing the possibility that answering honestly would fundamentally change her relationship with her teacher, she had to decide whether to tell the complete truth about her timeline site or continue hiding it and risk Wei eventually discovering the truth through her own investigation. Yes, she said quietly. There's something unusual about me. Wei waited, her expression patient but her body tense. I can see alternate timelines. Multiple possible futures, multiple possible versions of events. When I meditated and was poisoned, instead of panicking, I looked through the timelines to find the one version where I survived and saw what that version did differently. That's how I knew to use the collapse technique. The silence that followed was deep and absolute, the kind of silence that extended long enough to become almost painful. Wei's expression shifted, surprise, then something that might have been comprehension, then something more complex that Zhang Miao couldn't quite parse with certainty. Her teacher's hands clenched briefly, released, then clenched again, as though Wei's body was responding to information that her mind hadn't fully processed. That's an incredibly rare ability, Wei finally said, and her voice had changed. It was softer now, but also more serious, weighted with knowledge and implications that she'd apparently been waiting a long time to acknowledge. The kind of ability that only manifests once in a generation, sometimes not even that frequently. Do you understand the implications of what you're telling me? I understand that people who have abilities are usually valuable, and valuable people are usually targeted. Yes, exactly that. Wei returned to her seat and immediately seemed older, heavier, as though the weight of this knowledge had aged her visibly in the course of a single conversation. This is why you were poisoned. Someone has learned that you're the survivor, Zhang Miao, the sole survivor across multiple timelines. And now they want to know why. They want to understand what makes you different from the thousands of cultivators who've died in those alternate realities where you don't exist anymore. Who would know that? Who could possibly know that I survived in other timelines? Another timeline viewer, most likely. Or someone with access to methods of perception that allow them to sense variations in fate paths, that let them see the probability distributions around individuals and compare them to some kind of standard baseline. Either way, someone in this temple or somewhere in the larger cultivation world has discovered that you're anomalous. They've made a specific choice to prioritize acquiring your knowledge over simple elimination of a potential threat. And they've decided that poisoning you, that attempting to murder a junior outer disciple who has no obvious power or status, that's worth whatever social consequences might follow if the attempt is discovered. Zhang Miao felt something cold settle in her stomach, a dread that went beyond simple fear of physical harm. The implications were expanding, branching, becoming more complicated with every moment. What do we do? I'll do what I should have done a long time ago. I'll arrange for proper training in your ability, immediate access to more advanced texts, and protection from your peers. And you're going to learn to hide this gift. Because the moment the wrong person understands what you can do, you'll become a target in a very different way. You'll become valuable enough to enslave, to experiment on, to extract every shred of power from at any cost. Is that what happened? Is that why someone tried to poison me? Wei hesitated, and the hesitation itself conveyed that there was information she was considering revealing, information that she'd been keeping from Jiang Miao up until this moment. The person who poisoned you is probably still trying to contact you. In fact, they're probably watching to see if you show signs of unusual abilities, trying to gather more data about your nature and capabilities. They want confirmation that you're the anomaly they've been sensing, confirmation that their initial assessment of your threat level was accurate. And if you give them that confirmation, if you let them see evidence of your timeline site, they'll escalate from poison to more serious methods. Then what should I do? Act injured from the poison attempt, Wei said, and her voice had shifted into something more practical, more tactical. Act like you're recovering from a severe illness that's going to require weeks of recuperation. Let them see that the technique worked, that you're weakened, that your cultivation has been damaged, that you're no longer an interesting or valuable target. And in the meantime, I'll be doing the investigating that should have been done much earlier. Years ago, the timeline site isn't something that develops overnight, Jiang Miao. It emerges gradually, usually becoming noticeable around 2 to 3 years into cultivation. I should have asked you directly about unusual experiences during my training sessions with you. I should have been paying closer attention to signs that something about your development was different from my other students, to gaps in your narrative that didn't quite add up. Wei's expression was troubled, and there was something like self-recrimination in her gaze. I was negligent. I was so focused on helping you catch up to the other disciples that I wasn't watching for the signs of abilities that are far more significant than simple cultivation advancement. I won't be negligent again. This exchange fundamentally changed the dynamic between them. Wei was no longer simply her teacher. Wei was now someone who shared in the burden of keeping Jiang Miao's secret, someone who bore responsibility for the choices that had led to this situation, someone who was committed to helping her survive in a cultivation world that was suddenly far more dangerous than she'd realized. Chapter 23. The Watcher in the Halls. The rumor of the poisoning spread through Lunar Celestial Temple like incense smoke, invisible, pervasive, impossible to contain or direct toward any particular narrative outcome. By evening, every disciple knew that someone had been poisoned during the communal meal, that the person had somehow survived against what should have been fatal odds, and that the sect leadership was conducting quiet investigations into the incident without making the matter public or allowing information to spread beyond the immediate temple circle. Jiang Miao had deliberately positioned herself in the dining hall at dinner, where she visibly pushed food around her bowl without eating much, where she moved slowly as though managing significant pain, where she allowed her exhaustion from the night's ordeal to show plainly on her face. Several disciples approached and offered her concerned comments about her health, advice about meditation techniques for recovery, suggestions that she should visit the temple's healing chamber. She accepted these with gratitude that felt genuine, because part of her genuinely appreciated their kindness. Even if another part of her was performing deliberately for an audience she couldn't quite identify with certainty. The Watcher revealed themselves that evening. She was performing the simple task of refilling water containers in the outer disciples' dormitory when a voice spoke to her from the shadows of an alcove, a voice that belonged to a senior disciple named Huiran, someone Jiang Miao had seen in the halls multiple times but had never actually spoken to directly. Huiran was probably in her mid-30s, with the bearing of someone who'd spent at least a decade in serious cultivation work, the kind of professional composure that comes from years of discipline and advancement. Her robes were fine quality, embroidered with symbols that indicated high rank within the temple hierarchy, suggesting that she held an important position within the inner sect's organizational structure. "You survived," Huiran said. "Interesting." Jiang Miao turned slowly, keeping her expression neutral, keeping her body language weak and illness-affected. "I was lucky." "No, you weren't lucky. Lucky people die from poison just the same as everyone else does. Luck is a neutral variable in poisoning situations. It doesn't tip the scales in any particular direction. You survived because you did something specific to counteract the toxin, something that required knowledge you shouldn't have had, something that suggests you're not who you appear to be." Huiran stepped out of the alcove, her eyes studying Jiang Miao with an intensity that felt predatory, the gaze of someone examining something valuable and trying to decide how to best extract its value. "I was the one who added the poison to your meal." The statement was delivered with such straightforward honesty that for a moment Jiang Miao simply stared at her, waiting for the rest of the sentence, waiting for context, waiting for something that would make this confession make sense or provide justification or explain the reasoning behind the act. Why? Jiang Miao asked. Because I needed to confirm something. I've been sensing anomalies in the fate paths around you for several months. Anomalies that have become increasingly pronounced with each passing week. The timelines around you are tangled in ways that timelines usually aren't. They collapse differently than they do around other people. Most cultivators have a relatively straightforward probability distribution. They'll experience certain futures more frequently than others, but the general pattern is predictable. They trend toward particular outcomes. You, though, you're singular in ways that are almost impossible to explain. You're the only version of yourself that ever survives. Every other timeline terminates with your death. Every other version of Jiang Miao dies. Jiang Miao's blood went cold. This was exactly what she'd been afraid of, that someone with perceptive abilities, someone with access to ways of seeing the probability networks, would eventually figure out the truth about her. How did you? I'm a fate reader. It's a rare talent, but it manifests occasionally among those of us who pursue cultivation in certain directions. I can see the threads of probability, the ways that different futures branch and intersect, the patterns that underlie the appearance of randomness. And I've been watching you since Wei brought you to the temple, because something about you was wrong in ways I couldn't initially identify, wrong in ways that kept nagging at my perceptual awareness, wrong in ways that demanded investigation. Huiran smiled, but it was a smile that held no warmth whatsoever, a mechanical expression that indicated predatory satisfaction rather than genuine pleasure. Now I know. You're not seeing alternate timelines randomly, passively, experiencing them as a burden that crashes into your consciousness. You're accessing knowledge from them specifically, which means you have timeline sight, which means you're aware that you're the sole survivor across your probability distribution. What do you want from me? Jiang Miao's voice was steady, though she could feel her hands trembling slightly, her body's honest response to the genuine fear of this situation. I want to understand how you do it. I want to understand what mechanism allows you to access information from a timeline that isn't the primary one. Most cultivators can't do that. Most cultivators with timeline sight can only sense probabilities, perceive vague impressions of possible futures, get fragmentary glimpses of what might be. But you're somehow able to actually experience alternate timelines, to gather specific information from them, to use that information to make decisions in the primary timeline. That's an ability that shouldn't exist according to everything I know about cultivation theory. I don't know how it works, Jiang Miao said. It just does. Then we'll need to perform more experiments. The poison was just the first test. Next time, I'll use something more subtle, something that would kill you in the other timelines, but leave enough of you intact in this one that you could still provide useful information before you expire. I'm going to deliberately create situations where you're forced to experience your own death across multiple timelines simultaneously, Jiang Miao. I'm going to observe your reactions, measure your capabilities, understand the extent of your power. The threat was stated so calmly, so matter-of-factly, that it took Jiang Miao a moment to fully comprehend what Huiran was saying. She wasn't just planning to poison Jiang Miao again, wasn't just planning to test her further with physical challenges. She was planning to torture her. She was planning to deliberately create situations where Jiang Miao would be forced to experience her own death across multiple timelines simultaneously, where the boundary between experiencing other people's deaths and experiencing her own would become dangerously blurred. Wei knows, Jiang Miao said. It wasn't true. Wei had only been told a partial version of events, but the lie came out before she could stop it, came out because fear was overriding her better judgment and pushing her toward a defensive claim that might protect her. Wei suspects, but Wei has no proof, and any investigation she attempts would require her to reveal that a junior outer disciple has developed timeline sight. The moment that information becomes public, becomes known to the larger cultivation world, there will be people far more dangerous than I am who come looking for you. The Sealed Archive Sect, the Fate-Binding Collective, the Eternal Timeline Council. All of them would kill Wei without hesitation to get access to you, to study you, to understand what you can do. So Wei won't investigate too deeply, because Wei is smart enough to understand that drawing attention to your ability is the fastest way to guarantee your death. Huiran stepped closer, moving with predatory confidence, and Zhang Miao forced herself not to retreat, forced herself to maintain her position despite every instinct screaming at her to escape, to run, to find safety. I, on the other hand, am offering you a far simpler arrangement. Continue your cultivation. Cooperate with my experiments. Teach me how to access timeline information as directly as you do. And I'll keep your secret. I won't tell anyone about your ability. I won't expose you to the predators that would come if this became public knowledge. Isn't that a far better outcome than the alternative? The alternative being what? That you kill me. The alternative being that I tell the Eternal Timeline Council about you, and they come to the temple with enough power to burn it to the ground if it means securing you. Within hours, Wei would be dead, everyone in this temple would be dead, and you would spend the rest of your life in a facility designed specifically for extracting every scrap of your power and understanding. At least my way, you'd have some autonomy. At least my way, you wouldn't be locked in a cage and studied like a specimen. Zhang Miao's mind was racing through the timelines, pulling her perception sideways to see what happened if she refused, if she accepted, if she tried to fight, if she attempted to run. In most of the futures where she confronted Huiran directly with physical violence or obvious refusal, violence erupted and she died. In many of the futures where she attempted to run or hide, she still died, hunted down, killed, her body disposed of in ways that would be attributed to accident or illness. There were very few timelines where she survived this encounter intact, where she made it through this confrontation and emerged with her life still in her possession. But there was one. In one timeline, she said something that shifted Huiran's perception, that made the older woman see her differently than she'd been seeing her, that introduced an element of doubt or recognition into the predatory dynamic that had been established. I'm not going to teach you anything, Zhang Miao said quietly, accepting the risk because she could see that refusing also carried risks, but at least refusing gave her the opportunity to act instead of simply react. Because I can't. The ability doesn't work that way. You can't learn timeline sight the way you learn cultivation techniques. It's something that has to develop naturally over time. And more importantly, I know you're lying. I can see through the timelines far enough to know that you don't actually have any way to contact the Eternal Timeline Council. You're powerful, but you're not powerful enough to have those kinds of connections. You're bluffing about having the ability to destroy the temple, about being able to call down greater powers on my head. It was a dangerous gamble, a bet with her life as stakes. But Huiran's expression shifted, from predatory confidence to something more uncertain, to something that suggested that Zhang Miao's assessment had struck true. The mask of certainty cracked slightly, revealing doubt underneath, revealing that Zhang Miao's accusation had hit a vulnerability that Huiran hadn't wanted to admit existed. You're betting your life on that assessment, Huiran said, and there was a quality of danger in her voice that was different from before, more desperate, more genuinely threatening, because it was coming from someone who'd been caught in a bluff. I'm betting my life on the fact that if you actually had the power to destroy me, you wouldn't need my cooperation. You'd just take what you want. You wouldn't be offering me choices or making bargains. You'd be controlling me. The fact that you're trying to negotiate suggests that you're limited, that you need my willing participation, that you can't simply force what you want from me. For a long moment, they stared at each other. Then, impossibly, Huiran smiled. It was a real smile this time, something that suggested genuine appreciation rather than predatory malice, something that acknowledged that Zhang Miao had seen through the performance and lived to speak about it. You're clever. More clever than most junior disciples would be in this situation. Wei chose well when she brought you here. Huiran stepped back, breaking the physical tension that had been building. All right, not cooperation, but a truce, at least. I won't kill you. You don't report me to the sect leadership, and we see where this goes. Perhaps you'll develop further, perhaps your abilities will grow beyond what they currently are. And when that happens, perhaps you'll decide that studying with me would be beneficial. And if I don't, then we remain adversaries, and I'll eventually kill you when I'm confident that I can do so without significant consequences. But that's a problem for future timelines, Zhang Miao. For now, let's just call this a détente. Huiran walked away before Zhang Miao could respond, disappearing back into the halls of the temple as silently as she'd emerged. It took every ounce of control Zhang Miao possessed not to collapse right there in the dormitory hallway. She set down the water containers with shaking hands and made her way back to her chamber, where she sat in the darkness for hours, trying to process what had just occurred. She had just made a truce with someone who had literally poisoned her hours earlier. A truce with someone who was watching her, studying her, waiting for an opportunity to cause her harm. And while she'd bought herself time with that bargain, she understood with absolute clarity that time was all she'd truly acquired. Time was a currency, but currencies could be spent, depleted, and exhausted. Chapter 24. The betrayal crystallizes. Wei did not approve of the détente with Huiran. When Xianxia confessed the next morning, hiding nothing this time, telling Wei exactly what had been said in the dormitory alcove, the specific details of the conversation, the exact nature of the bargain that had been struck, Wei's expression had turned dark with anger and something that looked dangerously close to betrayal, as though Xianxia had taken an action that violated some fundamental trust between them. "You made a bargain with someone who tried to murder you," Wei said quietly. They were in Wei's private study, a room lined with cultivation texts and meditation journals, with windows that overlooked the temple's eastern gardens. Outside the windows, the morning sun was turning the temple's white stone into something that glowed like pearl, beautiful and precious and timeless. "You made a conscious decision to negotiate with your assassin rather than report the attempted murder to the sect leadership." "I made a bargain with someone who will kill me if I don't," Xianxia corrected, attempting to explain the logic that had driven her decision, attempting to make Wei understand that survival had been her primary concern. "Huiran has decided that experimenting on me is interesting enough to postpone her attempts to extract information through more violent means. She's also blocked the possibility that anyone else in the temple will find out about my ability, because she's made herself the sole authority on my status, the keeper of my secret. That's not a bargain. That's becoming a prisoner who hasn't been locked in a cell. What's the alternative? If I try to have her expelled from the temple, she exposes my ability to the larger cultivation world. If I try to kill her, you'd fail. She's far too powerful for you to overcome in direct combat. I'd fail, and she'd kill me in response. So instead, I've created a situation where she's invested in my continued survival. She needs me alive to experiment on, which means she needs the temple to continue functioning normally, which means she'll help maintain the illusion that nothing is wrong." Wei was silent for a long time, her hands steepled in front of her face in that familiar gesture, that posture that indicated she was engaged in complex reasoning and required uninterrupted time to think. "Finally," she said, "there's something I should have told you weeks ago. I haven't, because I was hoping to postpone this particular conversation as long as possible. But it seems that Huiran has forced my hand by revealing herself to you." "Told me what?" "About who recruited Huiran to the temple in the first place. About why I brought you here, when you were clearly not a typical recruit. About the real reason I've been training you so carefully." Wei stood and walked to one of her shelves, removing a bound journal that looked older and more fragile than the others, its pages yellowed with age, its spine showing significant wear from repeated reading and use. 20 years ago, I met a cultivator who had timeline sight. They were extraordinary, far more advanced than you are now, capable of integrating information from dozens of timelines simultaneously, able to hold multiple probability threads in their consciousness without fragmenting. But they were also broken in ways that no amount of cultivation could repair. They'd spent so long seeing all the versions of themselves that existed across the timeline network that they'd lost their ability to live in just one timeline consistently. They'd experienced their own death so many times, in so many variations, that death had lost all its meaning for them. Wei opened the journal, revealing pages of careful script, handwriting that was precise and detailed, handwriting that suggested someone who was documenting important information with obsessive care. This is what they left behind. Their notes on timeline sight, their theories about how the ability develops, their warnings about what happens when you push the ability too far. And at the very end, there's a prophecy of sorts. It says that eventually, there would be another timeline viewer, one who would be different, one who would survive where others died, one who would be singular. "That's me," Xianxia whispered. "Yes, that's you. Which is why I brought you here, why I've been training you so carefully, and why I've been attempting to create circumstances where you could develop your ability safely, away from people who would exploit it. Wei closed the journal. But I made a critical error in my assessment. I assumed that Huiran was simply an ambitious intersect disciple who wanted to advance her cultivation, who wanted to study with me and improve her abilities through meditation and discipline. I didn't realize that she was a fate reader, that she would be able to sense your anomaly, that she would actively target you for experimentation. If you'd told me this earlier, you'd have been more cautious, yes. But you also would have been terrified in a way that would have made your training nearly impossible. You would have developed your ability while in a constant state of fear, which would have distorted your connection to the timeline site and potentially caused damage that wouldn't be reparable. The fear would have colored every vision, would have made you hesitant, would have turned your timeline site into a liability rather than an asset. Wei's expression was troubled. I was wrong. I should have told you. And now, because I didn't, you've been forced into a position where you're dependent on Huiran's goodwill, and where she has leverage over both of us. How does she have leverage over you? Because I knew about her. I brought her to the temple deliberately, 5 years ago, thinking that having an advanced cultivator in the intersect would strengthen the temple's defenses and resources. I needed someone powerful, someone brilliant, someone who could serve as a counterweight to the other sects in the region. I didn't know she was a fate reader, but I sensed something unusual about her, and I recruited her anyway. So if her experimentation on you becomes public knowledge, if the larger cultivation world discovers that I harbored an abuser in my temple and allowed her to target a junior disciple, I'll be partially responsible. I'll be seen as having failed in my primary duty as temple administrator, as having let my own judgment be clouded. Zhang Miao felt something shift in her understanding. Wei wasn't just her teacher, wasn't just the person who'd brought her to the temple. Wei was also vulnerable. Wei had made a decision that had consequences, and now those consequences were coming due, rippling through both their lives and threatening to undermine the careful structure that Wei had been trying to build. What do you want me to do? Zhang Miao asked. I want you to continue as you have been. I want you to cooperate with Huiran to the extent that it keeps her satisfied and prevents her from escalating her attacks. But I also want you to be cautious. I want you to develop your abilities in ways that Huiran doesn't expect, that make you more resilient than she anticipates. And when you're ready, when your timeline site has developed enough that you can accurately predict several moves ahead, when you understand her strategies better than she understands herself, we'll deal with Huiran. By deal with, I mean whatever becomes necessary. For now, though, she's useful. She's keeping you vigilant. She's forcing you to develop your abilities under pressure rather than in comfortable safety. And she's revealed herself, which means we now know exactly what we're dealing with. Wei returned to her seat and her expression became more serious. There's something else you need to know. Something that I discovered while researching the prophecy in that journal. The cultivator who left it behind, the one with timeline sight who became broken, they left a final warning. They said that for a timeline viewer to remain stable, to maintain coherence across the multiple realities they perceive, they need to develop what the journal calls an anchor. A single person, a single relationship, a single thing that exists consistently across multiple timelines and keeps them rooted in the primary timeline rather than drifting into the others. Do I have an anchor? I don't know yet. That's something you'll have to discover for yourself. But the journal's author believed that without one, you'd eventually suffer the same fragmentation that they did, losing your ability to distinguish between the timelines, losing your sense of self, becoming something that can exist in multiple realities but can't truly live in any of them. The sun had climbed higher while Wei spoke. Zhang Miao could see the shadows in the study shortening, could feel the weight of all the information Wei had just shared pressing down on her. She had come to Lunar Celestial thinking that her biggest challenge would be advancing her cultivation, thinking that she would spend years gradually improving her abilities until she became a true cultivator. Instead, she discovered that she was part of a prophecy, that her teacher had deliberately recruited her, that there was someone in the temple waiting to torment her, and that she was at risk of losing her sense of self if she couldn't figure out what her anchor was supposed to be. I need to know who I can trust, Zhang Miao said. If Huiran is a threat and you've been keeping secrets from me, who else in the temple might be dangerous? Who else might know about my ability? As far as I know, only Huiran and I are aware of what you truly are. The other intersect disciples have noticed that you're unusual, that there's something different about you, but they don't understand why. They might suspect that Wei has taken on a special project, that I'm mentoring you in ways that suggest you have particular potential, but they don't know about the timeline site. As for who to trust, trust your instincts, and trust the timeline site. If you see a future where someone betrays you, act before that future can manifest. But be very careful about how you do it. The moment you start using your ability to prevent specific deaths or outcomes, you start changing the timeline, and that attracts attention from forces that track such changes. There was more that Wei didn't say, more information that hung unspoken in the space between them. But Jiang Miao could sense the boundaries of their conversation crystallizing, could feel Wei drawing a line where certain information would no longer be shared until circumstances demanded it. Wei would give her information, but only as much as Wei believed Jiang Miao could currently handle. Everything else, the full truth about her role in the temple, about Huiran's actual intentions, about what Jiang Miao was supposed to become, would have to wait until she'd proven herself capable of handling it. It was, Jiang Miao thought, exactly the kind of arrangement she should have expected. After all, she'd just negotiated a similar détente with Huiran. Everyone in the temple was keeping secrets. Everyone was maneuvering for advantage. Everyone was trying to use everyone else in service of goals that were only partially visible to anyone else. The only difference was that Wei claimed to be doing it for Jiang Miao's benefit, while Huiran was doing it for her own. Jiang Miao wasn't certain she believed either of them, and that uncertainty, she understood, would probably save her life. Chapter 25. The Art of Deception. The next 3 weeks became a study in subtle manipulation and careful performance that consumed nearly all of Jiang Miao's mental energy and attention. Jiang Miao maintained the appearance of physical weakness from the poisoning, moving slowly through the temple as though in genuine pain, taking long rest periods that suggested her body needed extended recovery time, eating small portions as though her digestive system was still recovering from the toxins of salt and irritation. It was an elaborate theater, made more convincing by the fact that her meridians were actually still recovering from the collapse technique, that the damage was real, that she had genuine physical limitations she had to accommodate. The performance was just ensuring that she wasn't revealing the true extent of her recovery, wasn't showing Huiran or anyone else that her meridians were reforming faster than normal cultivation should allow, that her body seemed to be healing with unusual speed. Meanwhile, she began working with Huiran in secret, clandestine meetings arranged through seemingly accidental encounters, conversations conducted in meditation chambers that weren't on the normal temple patrol routes, exchanges of information that were carefully designed to look incidental to anyone who might observe them. The senior disciple was surprisingly professional about the arrangement. They would meet in unused meditation chambers throughout the temple, always at different times of day to avoid establishing patterns that could be noticed, always with some plausible cover story that would explain their interaction if anyone happened to notice them together. Huiran would describe in detail the methods she used to sense fate probabilities, the way she perceived the branching timelines as threads in a vast tapestry, the specific ways that Jiang Miao's threads differed from everyone else's in the temple, how singular and unusual the patterns around her were. And Jiang Miao would answer questions carefully, revealing some true information while concealing others, learning as much as she could about how Huiran's ability worked, about how fate reading functioned, about the perceptual mechanisms that allowed someone to see probability threads, while simultaneously teaching nothing that would actually help the older woman exploit Jiang Miao's own timeline site. It was a dangerous dance, a delicate balancing act that required constant attention and quick thinking. But Jiang Miao discovered that she was good at it, that the years of invisibility in the Kanglin kitchen had taught her how to read people, how to understand what they wanted to hear, how to give them enough truth to be convincing while withholding the critical information that would actually let them harm her. It was during one of these sessions, in a meditation chamber that was built into the temple's western pavilion and was usually sealed to preserve the cultivation formations within, that Huiran finally asked the question that Jiang Miao had been expecting since they'd begun their strange partnership. Tell me about the people you trust in the temple. You must have someone you're confiding in, someone who knows about your ability beyond Wei. You must have found someone who can serve as an anchor to keep you grounded while you're exploring the timelines. They were sitting across from each other with perfect posture, the formal meditation position that was considered proper in serious cultivation discussions. Huiran's eyes were studying the younger woman with the intensity of someone examining a particularly interesting mathematical problem, someone trying to solve a complex equation by analyzing its variables. "I don't trust anyone," Jiang Miao said. And it was absolutely true. She made a conscious decision to remain isolated in terms of trust, understanding that trust was a vulnerability that Huiran could exploit. "The moment I trust someone, they become leverage that someone else can use against me. The moment I confide in anyone, that person becomes a target." Very wise. But everyone has someone, eventually. Someone they can't help but let into their confidence. A friend, a mentor, a romantic interest. Something that anchors them to this reality rather than letting them drift into the timelines. Huiran leaned forward with apparent interest. "I'm wondering if you've identified your anchor yet. I didn't know I was supposed to have one." "Wei didn't tell you?" "How like her, to keep the most important information to herself." Huiran's smile was sympathetic, though Jiang Miao could sense the calculation behind it. An anchor is someone who exists consistently across multiple timelines. Someone whose presence in your life is stable enough that it pulls you back from the timelines whenever you drift too far. For most timeline viewers, the anchor is discovered naturally. They fall in love with someone or form a deep friendship, and suddenly that person becomes central to their existence across all the timelines. "What's your anchor?" Zhang Yao asked. For the first time, Huiran's expression became less controlled. Something flickered across her face. Pain, maybe, or grief, or the deep ache of profound loss. "I had one. Someone I met years ago, another fate reader. We made arrangements to be together across as many timelines as possible, to synchronize our existence so that we could always find each other even if the primary timeline branches in different ways. It worked, too. For nearly a decade, we managed it. But then, Huiran stopped, her jaw tightening, and Jiang Miao could see the moment when she decided whether to continue or pull back. She continued. "Then something happened that I still don't fully understand. In most of the timelines, our anchor dissolved. In most of the timelines, they disappeared. In most of the timelines, I'm left alone again. And in the timelines where they didn't disappear, in those timelines, I'm with them. But those timelines are becoming fewer and farther between. With each passing year, the timelines where we remain together become more rare, until they're statistical anomalies. Eventually, they'll disappear entirely, unless something changes." Huiran's voice had become quieter, more vulnerable, more genuinely revealing than anything she'd said before. "Unless I can find another way to anchor myself." Jiang Miao understood the implication immediately. Huiran wasn't interested in experimenting on her just out of intellectual curiosity or the desire to expand her knowledge of timeline sight. Huiran was looking for a new anchor, someone whose timeline sight could help stabilize Huiran's increasingly fragmented existence, someone who could serve as a replacement for the anchor she'd lost. Huiran was alone, slowly losing the person who kept her rooted in reality, and Zhang Miao represented a potential replacement. Another timeline viewer who could maybe understand what Huiran was going through, who could maybe help stabilize her across multiple realities. It was a terrifying realization, but it was also the first piece of genuine leverage that Jiang Miao had against Huiran. She now knew what Huiran really needed, and she knew that it was something Jiang Miao could theoretically provide if she chose to. Friendship, companionship, a deep connection that would help stabilize Huiran's perception of reality. These things were possible, even desirable, if they could be made to happen on Jiang Miao's terms rather than on Huiran's. "Tell me about them," Jiang Miao said softly. "Tell me about your anchor." And so Huiran did, speaking over the course of several meetings, telling stories that were complicated and sad. A tale of two cultivators who had discovered each other across probability networks, who had found ways to synchronize their timelines, who had built a life together in the space between realities. But something had fractured that synchronization, something that Huiran still didn't fully understand, something that had broken whatever mechanisms had kept their consciousness connected across the branching timelines. The anchor had begun to slip away, to lose coherence across the timelines, to become increasingly elusive until Huiran was left with only intermittent connections to someone who had been the center of her existence. And as Jiang Miao listened to these stories, as she learned more about Huiran's vulnerability and loneliness, something shifted in her understanding of the older woman. Huiran wasn't just a predator or an ambitious cultivator seeking knowledge and power. Huiran was a broken person, someone who had experienced a loss so profound that it had fractured her psychology as thoroughly as it had fractured her timeline connections. Huiran was someone who was desperately seeking a way to return to wholeness, to find another person who could anchor her when her original anchor had dissolved. The stories Huiran told were almost unbearably sad. She spoke of a person named Lanyi, someone she had met at a cultivation conference nearly 20 years ago, someone whose timeline reading ability was almost as rare and powerful as Jiang Miao's own timeline sight. They had recognized something in each other immediately, a kinship that went beyond simple attraction or intellectual connection, a sense that they were two parts of a single consciousness that had been split across different bodies. They had spent the next decade in elaborate synchronization attempts, creating meditation techniques that would allow their consciousnesses to find each other across probability branches, building a relationship that existed not just in the primary timeline, but in multiple branches simultaneously. For the first 10 years, it had worked perfectly. They could maintain awareness of each other across dozens of timelines, could make plans that would synchronize across multiple branches, could live a life that was genuinely plural rather than singular. But then, gradually, the synchronization had begun to fail. Lanyi's presence in the probability networks began to fluctuate, became intermittent, began to disappear more frequently with each passing month. By the time Huiran realized something was genuinely wrong, by the time she tried to pursue Lanyi through the timelines to understand what had happened, Lanyi had become impossible to reach. In most branches, Lanyi simply ceased to exist, not dead in the conventional sense, but absent from the probability networks in ways that suggested something fundamental had changed about their nature as a timeline viewer. I think they fragmented, Huiran said during one of the meetings, her voice hollow with the weight of years of processing grief. I think the synchronization mechanisms we'd created together became unstable for reasons I couldn't predict or understand, and when they broke, it broke Lanyi's consciousness across so many timelines that they simply ceased to be coherent. They're still out there somewhere, in the probability networks, but I can't reach them anymore. I can't even sense them clearly enough to know if they're suffering or at peace. Which made her even more dangerous than she'd been when Jiang Miao had thought Huiran was purely predatory. Because now, if Jiang Miao rejected Huiran, if she refused to serve as an anchor or a source of connection, she wouldn't just be a disappointment to an ambitious cultivator. She would be rejecting someone's last hope for stability and wholeness. She would be someone who represented the possibility of preventing that kind of loss, and by refusing to serve as an anchor, she would be condemning Huiran to experience Lanyi's fate again: slow fragmentation, gradual dissolution, eventual loss of coherence. And desperate people, Jiang Miao had learned from her own experiences and from the timeline visions, did terrible things when they lost hope. They lashed out. They destroyed. They attempted to force outcomes because they had nothing left to lose. By the end of the third week, Jiang Miao had come to a terrifying realization. She was not actually in control of this situation. Huiran wasn't just studying her, wasn't just experimenting on her to gather information. Huiran was becoming emotionally invested in her as a potential anchor, was beginning to see her not as a tool or a subject, but as a possible replacement for the person Huiran had lost. And that emotional investment created a vulnerability that Huiran might eventually lash out against. If Jiang Miao failed to meet Huiran's expectations, or if Jiang Miao made it clear that she wouldn't serve as the kind of anchor that Huiran needed. She needed to find a way to sever the connection between herself and Huiran, or she needed to find a way to make that connection into something stable and safe. And she needed to figure out which option was actually viable before Huiran's emotional dependence on her became so complete that rejecting her would drive Huiran into a murderous rage. It was an impossibly delicate situation, and Jiang Miao was beginning to suspect that no amount of timeline sight would allow her to navigate it safely. But she would try anyway, because the alternative was letting Huiran's desperation consume them both. Chapter 26. The warning in the walls. The first real crisis came during an evening meditation session in the temple's deep chambers, where the oldest and most powerful cultivation formations in lunar celestial were located, where the accumulated qi of centuries of cultivation work had crystallized into something almost alive, something that pulsed with ancient energy. Wei had finally decided that Jiang Miao's physical recovery from the poisoning was sufficient to begin more intensive training, that her meridians had reformed enough to handle advanced meditation work. They met in a space that was built deep in the temple's foundation, a meditation chamber that had been consecrated nearly 1,000 years ago and now thrummed with qi so concentrated and so old that it felt almost alive, that seemed to resonate with the footsteps of every cultivator who'd ever meditated in its space. I'm going to introduce you to a technique that most cultivators never learn, Wei said as they settled into position across from each other, their postures forming a mirror image of perfect meditation alignment. It's something I learned from studying that journal, from the cultivator who came before you. It's called the consciousness weave, and it allows you to anchor your primary timeline while simultaneously maintaining awareness of the other timelines around it. How does it work? Xianxia asked. By creating a feedback loop between your anchor and your timeline site. The anchor becomes a point of reference that you consciously reinforce while accessing the other timelines, which prevents you from drifting or fragmenting. It requires incredible focus and control, focus that will be hard-earned and will require constant reinforcement. But if you master it, you'll be able to access information from multiple timelines without losing your sense of identity in the primary timeline. Wei began to guide her through the technique with patient precision, describing the meditation steps in detail, walking Xianxia through the process of creating a mental space where her sense of self remained stable while her consciousness reached out to explore multiple probability threads. And it was immediately apparent that this was several orders of magnitude more difficult than anything Xianxia had attempted so far. The meditation required her to hold her sense of self steady, to maintain a coherent image of who she was, where she came from, what she cared about, while simultaneously reaching into 3, 4, 5 other timelines and maintaining full awareness of the information flowing from all of them at once. Halfway through the exercise, somewhere in the middle of her attempt to hold 5 simultaneous threads of consciousness, something went wrong. The timelines didn't just show her possible futures. They showed her the present moment, fractured into 5 different versions of itself. She could see the meditation chamber as it existed in the primary timeline, Wei sitting calmly across from her, the formations glowing with gentle light, the air smelling of incense and ancient stone. But she could also see what the chamber looked like in timeline 2, partially ruined, with sections of the walls collapsed and cracks spreading through the stone like a disease, as though the entire structure was suffering from some kind of geological failure. And in timeline 4, completely flooded, water pooling across the floor in depths that suggested a catastrophic breach somewhere, Wei's body floating motionless in that water, her robes spreading around her like dark wings. And in timeline 8, on fire. The entire chamber consumed by flames so intense that nothing could have survived it. Everything reduced to ash and charred remains, the air itself burning with a heat that could only come from advanced cultivation weapons or deliberate magical catastrophe. The visions were overwhelming in ways that Xianxia hadn't anticipated. The dissonance between 5 different versions of the present moment, 5 different physical realities, all demanding her attention simultaneously, all insisting that they were real and immediate and demanded her processing capacity. It created a kind of vertigo that threatened to shatter her concentration entirely. It was like standing at a point where multiple rivers met, where currents pulled in different directions with equal force, where going forward seemed impossible because there was no clear forward in a situation with so many contradictory immediate realities. Then she felt something snap inside her mind, something fundamental and important giving way under pressure. The feedback loop that Wei had described, the connection between her anchor and her timeline site, suddenly reversed. Instead of anchoring her to the primary timeline, her anchor began pulling her into the other timelines. She felt herself fragmenting, her consciousness spreading across multiple versions of reality like water spilling across a surface, unable to be contained. She was becoming scattered, distributed, present in too many places simultaneously to maintain coherence in any of them. The panic that followed was absolute. She was losing the primary timeline. She could feel it slipping away, becoming just one option among many rather than the singular reality that she inhabited. She was becoming what Wei had warned her about, someone who existed in multiple timelines but couldn't truly live in any of them. She was fragmenting the way the previous timeline viewer had fragmented, spreading across realities until her consciousness became too thin to maintain identity. Then a hand grabbed her wrist, and everything snapped back into focus. Wei's presence was like a lifeline, pulling her back from the edge of the fragmentation. The contact between them, physical, immediate, undeniable, served as a stronger anchor than Jiang Miao's own efforts had created. Wei's timeline was stable, singular, present in a way that all the others weren't. By holding onto Wei's connection, by letting Wei's undeniable physical reality serve as a gravitational center, Jiang Miao could feel the primary timeline reasserting itself, could feel her consciousness coalescing back into a singular point rather than spreading across multiple realities. She gasped and opened her eyes. Wei was kneeling directly in front of her, both hands gripping Jiang Miao's wrists, her expression fierce with concentration and something that looked like fear. "You were splitting," Wei said quietly, and her voice was shaking with the residue of adrenaline. "Your consciousness was fragmenting across the timelines. If I hadn't stopped it immediately, if I'd been a moment slower in reaching you, you would have scattered so thoroughly that we wouldn't have been able to retrieve you." "It didn't work," Jiang Miao managed, her breathing still ragged, her heart still racing. "No, it didn't. And that's my fault. I should have progressed more slowly. I should have spent more time building up your resistance to timeline fracture before attempting something as advanced as a consciousness weave." Wei released Jiang Miao's wrists but remained close, her presence still serving as an anchor, her body's proximity still providing the grounding force that kept Jiang Miao tethered to the primary timeline. "I was impatient. I wanted to help you progress faster because I was worried about Huiran, and I let that worry override my good judgment." The other timeline viewer, the one in the journal, did they fragment like that? Is that how they broke? Yes, that's exactly how they broke. They pushed their abilities too hard, too fast, and one day they simply became too fragmented to pull back together. They're still alive, technically, but they exist across so many timelines simultaneously that they can no longer maintain a coherent sense of identity. They've become something else entirely. Wei helped Jiang Miao to her feet. "I won't let that happen to you." They left the deep meditation chamber, and as they climbed toward the upper levels of the temple, Jiang Miao realized what she'd learned from the experience. The 5 timelines she'd seen during the failed technique, they weren't random possibilities or merely theoretical branches in the probability network. They were increasingly likely futures, branches in the timeline network where specific events were building toward catastrophic outcomes. The ruined chamber in Timeline 2, the flooding in Timeline 4, the fire in Timeline 8. These weren't vague probabilities or uncertain possibilities. These were specific dangers that were building toward manifestation, threats that were becoming more probable with each passing day. Wei remained close, her hand on Jiang Miao's shoulder as they walked, providing a kind of physical reassurance that went beyond the formal mentor-student relationship. When they reached the library, Wei guided Jiang Miao to a private alcove and sat with her in silence for several minutes before speaking. "What you experienced today was a glimpse of what happens when someone loses the anchor that keeps them grounded," Wei said quietly. "That's not just psychological collapse or spiritual fragmentation. That's the erasure of self, the dissolution of identity into nothing." The previous timeline viewer experienced that repeatedly, hundreds of times, until the fear of fragmentation became so overwhelming that they couldn't function. Eventually, they stopped trying to maintain coherence. They simply accepted the fragmentation and let themselves scatter across the probability network. She squeezed Jiang Miao's shoulder. "You stopped at the edge today. You didn't let it consume you completely. That's the difference between you and them. You have something to anchor you. You have someone waiting at the edge of the abyss to pull you back. Use that. Remember that pull whenever you feel yourself drifting. And remember that this experience, this nearness to fragmentation, is going to be your greatest teacher. It will teach you respect for your own abilities, caution about pushing too hard, and humility about the limitations of what one person can achieve alone." And Jiang Miao was beginning to suspect, with growing certainty, that Huiran might be the cause of the catastrophic future she'd glimpsed, that the older woman's manipulation was building towards something that would threaten not just Jiang Miao, but everyone in the temple. Chapter 27. The trail of coincidences. It began with small structural changes that most people would have dismissed as ordinary maintenance or environmental settling. A wall in the northern meditation sector developed hairline fractures along its eastern face. Nothing dramatic or immediately concerning, just the kind of surface damage that occurred naturally in ancient stone structures. A drainage system in the lower garden pavilion began backing up with increasing frequency, flooding the meditation platform that sat directly above it in patterns that suggested seasonal water management issues rather than deliberate sabotage. A section of the library's foundation showed signs of moisture damage that seemed to be spreading outward in patterns that didn't match natural water seepage, but the damage was subtle enough that most people would attribute it to ordinary environmental degradation or deferred maintenance. Xianxia noticed these things because she'd been searching for them in the timelines, because the 5 catastrophic futures she'd glimpsed during her failed consciousness weave had given her specific visual anchors: the crack patterns, the water stains, the architectural damage that was becoming increasingly probable with each passing day. She began documenting the changes with obsessive care, writing down dates and times and specific observations, creating a record that would eventually prove what Huiran was doing. It took 2 weeks of careful observation before she understood the pattern. The structural damage wasn't random, wasn't the result of simple environmental degradation or maintenance neglect. Someone was deliberately destabilizing the temple's physical structure, using cultivation techniques to weaken stone and mortar, to introduce stress fractures that would eventually become catastrophic if they went unchecked. Someone was making the lunar celestial temple increasingly vulnerable to structural failure, and they were doing it in ways that would look like natural degradation rather than deliberate sabotage. Xianxia found the evidence of Huiran's work in small cultivation marks, subtle signatures that someone with timeline sight wouldn't notice unless they were specifically looking for them. Techniques that applied precisely calculated stress to load-bearing elements in ways that would accumulate damage over time. The work was methodical, professional, and deeply personal in ways that suggested Huiran wasn't just gathering information anymore. Huiran was actively preparing something, setting the stage for an event that would cause significant damage to the temple's infrastructure and potentially serious harm to the disciples who inhabited it. The level of sophistication required for this kind of work was staggering. Each mark had been carefully calculated to introduce precisely the right amount of stress to cause eventual failure without triggering immediate structural alarm. Huiran had mapped out the temple's entire structural system, had identified the load-bearing columns that supported the heaviest sections, had introduced subtle weaknesses into the foundations that would compound and reinforce each other as time passed. It was the work of someone who understood not just cultivation techniques, but engineering principles, someone who could predict exactly how stone would fracture under stress, how water would accumulate and erode, how fire would spread through particular materials. It was the work of someone who had learned to see probability threads not just in human behavior, but in the behavior of physical matter itself. But when Xianxia confronted Huiran in one of their clandestine meetings, the older woman didn't try to deny it. Instead, she seemed almost relieved to have her activities discovered. "I'm creating an escape route," Huiran said simply, sitting in the sealed meditation chamber with her characteristic composure, her expression unreadable but her energy carrying undertones of desperation. "I've identified the points of structural weakness in the temple's defenses, and I'm working to ensure that when I need to leave, I'll be able to get out quickly without having to navigate through the normal temple passages. The goal is to create a controlled collapse that will provide an alternative exit." She leaned forward, and Xianxia could see genuine exhaustion in the older woman's features, the kind of weariness that came from carrying secrets that one couldn't share. "You've seen the probability branches, haven't you? You've glimpsed the futures where something catastrophic happens to this temple. The timelines where the structure fails, where water floods the deep chambers, where fire consumes the meditation pavilions. Those aren't random possibilities, Xianxia. Those are increasingly likely outcomes, futures that are becoming more probable with each passing day because forces outside this temple are moving toward us with purpose and intention." "Who?" Xianxia asked. "Who is coming? I can't see them clearly enough to identify them specifically, but I can see them in the probability networks, can sense their approach, can feel the way they're actively searching for someone. Someone in this temple is important enough that external organizations are willing to mount what appears to be a coordinated assault. And I'm willing to wager everything I possess that someone is you." You're going to hurt people, Xianxia said. No. I'm calculating the collapse trajectory carefully to ensure that it affects only the unoccupied sections of the structure, the areas that are away from meditation chambers and residential spaces. If I execute this correctly, the only damage will be to architecture, not to people. If you miscalculate, I won't miscalculate. I'm a fate reader, Xianxia. I can sense the probability distributions around my own actions. I've already explored the futures where this doesn't go as planned, where the collapse reaches into occupied spaces where people die. I'm deliberately choosing to avoid those timelines. Huiran leaned forward. But I need to prepare this escape route, and I need to do it soon, because something is coming. Something is approaching the temple, something that has focused its attention on you, and when it arrives, everyone inside these walls is going to be in danger. What do you mean, something is coming? There are cultivators in the wider world who have learned about your existence. I don't know who told them or how they found out, but there are people searching for someone with your specific abilities, and their search has narrowed to this region. I can feel them in the probability networks, tracking the anomalies in the fate threads around you, moving closer with each passing day. When they arrive, they won't ask permission or respect the temple's autonomy. They'll simply take what they want, and if anyone tries to stop them, they'll kill everyone in their way. It was the first time Xianxia had heard Huiran express genuine concern for her safety rather than just predatory interest in her abilities. It was the first time that Xianxia saw evidence that Huiran's obsession with her timeline site had shifted into something more complex, something that included protection alongside the desire to exploit. Why are you telling me this? Xianxia asked. Because I need you to trust me, and because you deserve to know the truth about the danger you're in. And because, Huiran paused, her expression becoming more vulnerable. Because I've realized that I'm not going to be able to anchor myself to you in the way I initially hoped. I can see in the probability networks that you're developing other anchors, other connections that are becoming stronger than any connection I could ever form with you. And I'm not going to destroy those connections by forcing myself into your life in ways that violate what you actually need. Chapter 28. The exposure the crisis came with urgency and inevitability. The way Xianxia had learned to recognize truly critical moments. The sense that something fundamental was shifting, that the boundaries between different timelines were becoming unstable, that probability distributions were collapsing toward specific outcomes with increasing force. She was in the library conducting research on barrier formations when one of the younger disciples approached her with obvious agitation. A young cultivator named Xianxia who worked in the temple's maintenance sector and who had apparently discovered something that had disturbed him enough to seek out Xianxia specifically. I found marks in the foundation, Xianxia said quietly, pulling her toward one of the library's private reading alcoves. Deliberately applied cultivation marks that are causing structural damage. Someone is sabotaging the temple's stability. Xianxia's heart contracted. She'd been waiting for this moment. Waiting for someone to independently discover Huiran's work, waiting for the chain reaction that would force Wei and the temple leadership to confront what had been happening in the deep sections of the compound. But she'd been hoping to control when and how that discovery happened, to use it strategically to her advantage. Xianxia's unsanctioned discovery meant that the narrative was no longer hers to control. Show me, she said, making a decision in that moment. Show me exactly where you found these marks. And then we need to take this to Master Wei immediately. The discovery of Huiran's sabotage triggered an investigation that moved with remarkable speed, given the normally deliberate pace of temple procedures. Wei organized a systematic examination of the temple's structural integrity, calling in the sect's most experienced structural cultivators, the ones who had spent decades working with stone and mortar and the deep forces that held mountains stable. And within hours, the extent of Huiran's work became apparent. There were destabilization marks throughout the temple's foundation, in its support walls, in its load-bearing pillars. The pattern suggested that Huiran had been working on this project for months, gradually introducing structural stress in calculated increments, creating a collapse scenario that was becoming increasingly probable with each passing day. One of the investigating cultivators, an elder named Master Gao who had worked on temple maintenance for 40 years, actually wept when confronted with the scope of Huiran's sabotage. If she'd continued for another month without being discovered, Master Gao said, his voice shaking, the entire northeastern section would have come down. We would have lost the meditation pavilions, the library archives, the residential chambers where the younger disciples sleep. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Wei confronted Huiren in the temple's administrative chamber, with Jiang Miao present and several of the inner sect elders observing from behind protective barriers. The confrontation was calm, professional, and deeply tragic in ways that no amount of anticipation could have prepared Jiang Miao for. Wei didn't accuse. Wei didn't rage. Wei simply presented the evidence, let the investigating cultivators show the structural damage, allowed the scope of the sabotage to speak for itself. You've been undermining the temple's structural integrity, Wei said, not bothering with preamble or accusation, just stating facts with a kind of exhausted sadness. You've been working deliberately to destabilize the foundations, to weaken the supports that have held this temple together for centuries. You've risked the lives of everyone in this community. Explain yourself. You've been undermining the temple's structural integrity, Wei said, not bothering with preamble or accusation, just stating facts. Yes, Huiren replied without hesitation. I've been preparing an emergency evacuation route. The temple is going to come under attack within the next few weeks, and I was ensuring that we would have a way to escape if the assault became overwhelming. Why didn't you bring this concern to me directly? Because you would have dismissed it as paranoia, would have refused to believe that forces outside the temple could constitute a genuine threat. You've been living in relative isolation up here for too long, Wei. You've forgotten what the cultivation world looks like when predators are hunting. I was trying to protect you, and I was trying to protect everyone in this temple who might be caught in the crossfire. The argument went in circles, Huiren defending her actions as protective, Wei insisting that Huiren should have come to her directly, the elders debating whether the structural threat constituted genuine danger or manufactured justification for unauthorized sabotage. In the end, Wei made a decision. Huiren would be confined to a restricted sector of the temple while the situation was assessed. The sabotage would be stopped immediately, and Wei would conduct her own investigations into whether the threat that Huiren claimed to perceive was genuine or imaginary. I hope you're right about the danger, Wei said quietly, when Huiren was being escorted away by two inner sect disciples. Because if you're wrong about this, if you've damaged the temple's structure for nothing, then your confinement is going to be indefinite. Chapter 29. The moral reckoning. The days following Huiren's confinement were heavy with guilt and moral complexity that Jiang Miao hadn't fully anticipated experiencing. She had enabled Huiren's discovery by allowing Shui Chun to find the structural marks, had engineered the revelation that would lead to Huiren's confinement, but she'd done so because she genuinely believed that Huiren was dangerous and needed to be stopped. Now, watching the older woman disappear into the restricted sectors of the temple, Jiang Miao had to confront the possibility that she'd been wrong about Huiren's intentions, that Huiren had truly been attempting something protective rather than predatory, and that her manipulation had resulted in the imprisonment of someone who had never actually tried to kill her. Wei found her in the library several days later, sitting alone with the journal that had belonged to the previous timeline viewer, reading through passages that described the psychological toll of maintaining awareness across multiple realities, passages that detailed the author's increasing difficulty in distinguishing between timeline and memory, between actual events and probabilistic futures that had never manifested. You're blaming yourself, Wei said, sitting down across from her without preamble. I enabled her confinement, Jiang Miao said quietly. I let Shui Chen find those marks. I didn't tell him to leave them alone or cover them up. I actively encouraged him to report them to you. Huiren's confinement is my responsibility, not yours. I made the decision to confine her. I made the choice based on the information that was presented to me. Whether you facilitated the discovery of that information or not doesn't change my accountability for my actions. But I knew what I was doing. I chose to let the discovery happen because I wanted Huiren to be removed from the temple. I was protecting myself, not protecting anyone else. Wei was quiet for a moment, her expression thoughtful in ways that suggested she was carefully considering her words before speaking. Tell me truthfully, do you think Huiren would have continued to be a threat to you if she had remained free in the temple? Jiang Miao pulled her perception sideways, checking the timeline branches where Huiren remained confined versus the branches where Huiren continues to move freely through the temple. In most of the confined branches, Huiran serves her sentence and eventually is either released or dies in confinement, her threat eventually neutralized by time. In the free branches, Huiran's desperation escalates. Her experiments become more violent. Her attempts to force Jiang Miao to become her anchor intensify, and in many of those branches, Jiang Miao ends up either dead or enslaved. Yes, she said finally. In most of the timelines where she remains free, she eventually kills me or makes me her prisoner. Then you protected yourself. You made a decision that was in your own interest, and you acted on it. The fact that Huiran is confined as a result isn't a moral failing on your part. It's a consequence of her own choices, of her own decision to attempt the manipulation that forced you into a position where you had to protect yourself. But I feel like I've become something cold, Jiang Miao said quietly. I feel like I've become someone who can manipulate other people's fates, who can orchestrate their downfall for my own protection. I feel like I'm becoming like everyone else in this temple, someone who is willing to hurt others if it means improving my own circumstances. Then you'll need to decide what kind of person you want to become, Wei said simply. Will you be someone who regrets the consequences of her self-protection and tries to do better in the future? Or will you be someone who shrugs off the guilt and accepts the cost as simply the price of survival? The answer to that question will define who you are far more than the action itself ever could. Jiang Miao sat with that words for a long time, understanding that Wei was giving her permission to forgive herself while simultaneously refusing to make that forgiveness automatic or unearned. Wei was right. The action itself was morally neutral. It was what Jiang Miao chose to do with the weight of that action that would determine her character. I want to be someone who regrets it, Jiang Miao said finally. I want to carry the weight of what I did and use it to become someone better. I want to help Huiran understand that her desperation doesn't have to drive her toward darkness. And I want to prove that there's another way, that timeline viewers don't have to prey on each other, that we can build relationships based on support rather than manipulation. Wei nodded, and there was something like approval in her expression, something like recognition that Jiang Miao had made the choice to become a certain kind of person, had accepted the weight of moral complexity that came with power and knowledge. That's a difficult path, but it's the one that will eventually allow you to live with yourself and with what you've done. The guilt you feel right now, it's not a punishment. It's the beginning of wisdom. Chapter 30. The anchor emerges. The meditation technique that Wei taught her over the following weeks was simple in its fundamental structure but sophisticated in its execution, and it fundamentally changed Jiang Miao's relationship to her own timeline site. Wei called it the resonance meditation, and it worked by creating a deliberate psychic feedback loop between Jiang Miao's consciousness and Wei's, a kind of spiritual synchronization that would serve as a permanent anchor across multiple timelines. The previous timeline viewer failed because she tried to anchor herself to an idea, an abstract concept of who she was. Wei explained as they sat in the deep meditation chamber, the one where Jiang Miao had nearly fragmented weeks earlier. She tried to maintain coherence through force of will, through disciplined meditation, through constant vigilance. But an idea isn't strong enough to hold a consciousness that's spread across multiple realities. An idea breaks under the pressure. What you need is a person, someone whose existence in the primary timeline is so undeniable, so real and present, and constantly reinforcing itself, that it serves as a gravitational center for your consciousness no matter how far you travel across the timeline branches. She stood and walked to the center of the meditation space, her movements precise and deliberate. I've been studying that journal for weeks now, reading not just the warnings but the theoretical framework underlying them. The previous timeline viewer was brilliant, but they were also isolated. They tried to solve the fragmentation problem alone, without understanding that the solution required a fundamental willingness to let someone else into your internal landscape. They tried to be self-sufficient in a situation where self-sufficiency was literally the problem. Wei turned back to face Jiang Miao, and her expression held something that was simultaneously vulnerable and resolved. I'm offering myself as your anchor, not because I'm uniquely qualified or particularly special in any objective way. I'm offering myself because I'm present, because I'm real, because I've made the choice to become stable in a way that will support your stability. It's not about my power or my cultivation advancement. It's about my willingness to allow you access to my consciousness in exchange for access to yours. And that person is you? Xianxia asked. Yes. And if you're willing, it will be me. I'll anchor you across the timelines, and in exchange, you'll anchor me in a different way. You'll show me the probability branches that I need to see, the futures that matter, the timeline information that will help me make better decisions as the temple's administrator. It's a partnership, not a dependency. It's mutual rather than one-directional. The resonance meditation required them to sit in perfect mirror alignment, their breathing synchronized, their meditative focus entirely dedicated to creating a connection between their two consciousness streams. It took weeks of practice before the technique became stable, before the connection between them solidified into something that felt permanent and irreversible. But gradually, Xianxia became aware that a change had occurred in her relationship to her own timeline site. When she reached toward the other timelines now, she didn't drift or fragment. She maintained coherence because Wei's presence, Wei's undeniable physical reality, served as an anchor that pulled her back to the primary timeline whenever she ventured too far into the probability branches. And more than that, she could sense Wei's presence across the timeline branches now, a thread of continuity that connected to Xianxia through every version of reality. Wei existed in all of them, in all the timelines that Xianxia could perceive, and that consistency created a kind of spiritual bond that went deeper than simple friendship or mentor relationships. I can feel you in the other timelines, Xianxia said one evening, sitting in Wei's private study after the meditation had concluded. And I can feel you reaching toward them and coming back, Wei replied, her voice carrying a tone that was almost tender. That's the way the anchor works. We're connected now in ways that will persist regardless of distance or circumstances. If you ever travel far from the temple, if you're ever separated from me, that connection will remain. You'll always be able to reach back toward me across the timelines, and I'll always be able to sense when you need stabilization. It feels like you've become part of my internal landscape, Xianxia said. In a way, I have, and you've become part of mine. That's what an anchor truly is, a mutual infiltration of one consciousness into another, a willingness to be changed by the presence of someone else's reality. Chapter 31. The Shadow in the Library. The stranger appeared 3 weeks after Huerin's confinement, a cultivator whose presence announced itself first through the timeline site, before Xianxia ever saw the person physically. She was accessing the library's restricted archives, researching advanced barrier formations and meditation techniques, when she felt a disturbance in the probability networks, a presence that didn't belong to any of the temple's residents, someone who was actively searching for specific timeline information about her. The cultivator was tall and wore robes that marked him as belonging to no sect that Xianxia recognized, robes that suggested someone who had existed outside the normal cultivation hierarchy for a long time, someone who had developed their own pathway to advancement rather than following the structured progression that most temples offered. He introduced himself to Wei with the kind of courtesy that suggested he was operating within acceptable boundaries, that he had come through proper channels rather than infiltrating the temple covertly. His name was Lao Qing, and he represented what he called the Timeline Preservation Society, an organization dedicated to finding and protecting timeline viewers, to keeping them safe from exploitation by other cultivation sects and organizations. He had come to the Lunar Celestial Temple on a routine recruitment sweep, he claimed, searching for evidence of unregistered timeline viewers who might need protection or guidance. Someone in my organization detected anomalies in your temple's fate threads approximately 4 weeks ago, Lao Qing said, sitting in Wei's administrative chamber with the casual confidence of someone who had conducted this conversation many times before. The anomalies were consistent with the presence of a timeline viewer. I've come to investigate and to determine whether that person is in need of assistance or organization. Wei's expression was carefully neutral, revealing nothing of the calculation happening behind her eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. This temple maintains standard cultivation practices. We don't have any practitioners with unusual abilities. I understand the need for caution, Lao Qing said smoothly. Timeline viewers are rare enough that when they emerge, they often become targets for predation and exploitation. It's natural to want to protect such people by denying their existence to outside inquiries. But I want to assure you that the Timeline Preservation Society has no interest in coercion or exploitation. We only want to ensure that timeline viewers receive proper training and support so that they don't fragment or become destabilized. It was clear to Jiang Miao, watching the exchange from the shadows of the library where Wei had suggested she observe rather than participate, that Lao Qing was genuine in his claims, that he did represent an organization dedicated to protecting timeline viewers, and that he had come to the temple with genuinely benevolent intentions. His bearing was that of someone accustomed to working with other timeline viewers, someone who understood the particular challenges and needs of people whose consciousness existed partially outside normal time. And his commitment to the work of protection seemed absolute, seemed to come from a place of genuine care rather than organizational hierarchy or advancement concerns. But it was also clear that Wei would never voluntarily hand over Jiang Miao to his protection, would never allow Jiang Miao to be taken away by an outside organization, would never relinquish the anchor relationship that had developed between them. The two of them represented different philosophies of protection. Wei believing that direct mentorship and close relationship was the best path to safety. Lao Qing believing that community and institutional support provided better long-term security. In the end, Wei denied his claims and asked him to leave the temple. Lao Qing departed without resistance, moving with a kind of graceful acceptance that suggested he had anticipated this response, had perhaps even expected it. But not before leaving a small token, a carved jade piece in the shape of a timeline branch, and a verbal instruction that Jiang Miao was to find him if she ever felt unsafe at the temple, that the piece would allow her to contact him across distance if she needed protection. The Timeline Preservation Society has safe houses throughout the region, Lao Qing had said as Wei walked him toward the temple gates, his voice carrying clearly enough for Jiang Miao to hear from her hiding place. If you ever need to leave this place, if circumstances force you to abandon your current location, the Jade will connect you to my organization. We've spent decades protecting timeline viewers, helping them understand their abilities, creating communities where plural consciousness is treated as normal rather than pathological. I hope you'll never need to use the connection. I hope Wei's protection proves sufficient. But I wanted you to know that you have options, that you're not alone in the world, that there are others who understand what you're going through. He was offering to help, Jiang Miao said to Wei that evening, understanding that Wei had deliberately refused assistance that might have made Jiang Miao's path easier or safer. He was offering to take you away from here, Wei corrected gently, to integrate you into an organization with its own agenda, its own uses for someone with your abilities. My refusal wasn't selfish, though I won't deny that part of me wanted to keep you here. My refusal was protective. The Timeline Preservation Society might be genuinely well-intentioned, but they're still an organization, still composed of people with motivations that extend beyond your well-being. Chapter 32. The Unexpected Ally. It was Huiran who made the decision to become Jiang Miao's advocate, who petitioned Wei for her own release by providing information about the external threat that had been approaching the temple. Over 2 weeks of conversation conducted through a barrier that restricted her cultivation but allowed communication, Huiran revealed that she had been aware of cultivators searching for Jiang Miao, that she had been detecting their approach through her fate-reading abilities, and that she had been using the tunnel system she'd been creating not just as an escape route for herself, but as a potential evacuation pathway for the temple's residents if assault became imminent. The barrier itself was a manifestation of Wei's power, a kind of energy screen that allowed sound and sight to pass through, but prevented any form of cultivation technique from crossing, that neutralized Huiran's fate-reading abilities and restricted her ability to perceive the probability networks. It was the kind of confinement that was psychologically devastating for someone whose entire existence had become dependent on timeline sight, like putting a sighted person in complete darkness. And yet Huiran had remained stable, had continued to provide information, had continued to work toward solutions rather than simply plotting escape or revenge. I've been reading the fate paths in the spaces where the barrier leaves small gaps in its coverage, Huiran explained during one of their conversations. Moments when Wei lets her attention slip, when the barrier becomes momentarily incomplete. It's like looking through a doorway that opens and closes repeatedly, but I've been able to piece together enough information to track the approaching cultivators. They're not individuals, Jiang Miao. They're an organized group, part of a larger organization that specializes in finding and capturing people with unusual cultivation abilities. They've been searching for someone like you for years, someone with the specific kind of timeline sight that would allow them to see futures before they manifest. I made mistakes, Huiran admitted when Wei finally allowed her and Xianxia to meet in a controlled environment, a meditation chamber with several elders present to ensure that neither woman posed a threat to the other. I approached you as a threat rather than as a person. I tried to exploit your abilities rather than understanding you as someone with her own needs and autonomy. But I've spent the weeks of my confinement recognizing the depth of those mistakes, and I want to help repair them. Why should Xianxia trust anything you say? Wei asked directly. She shouldn't, Huiran said. She should doubt everything I claim, should verify all my assertions through her own timeline sight, should assume that I have hidden motivations. But she can see the timelines where I'm telling the truth about the external threat, and she can verify that the tunnel system I created genuinely provides an escape route if the temple comes under assault. And beyond that, I'm asking her not to trust me out of faith or changed disposition, but out of pragmatism. I'm offering my knowledge of the approaching threat and my assistance in coordinating any evacuation that becomes necessary. Whether she trusts my motivations is irrelevant if my actions serve her survival. The decision to accept Huiran's help came from Wei, not Xianxia. Though Wei took the decision seriously enough to consult with Xianxia about whether she felt genuinely threatened by Huiran's presence. In the end, they reached an arrangement. Huiran would be released from confinement, but would remain under supervision, would not be permitted to leave the temple grounds, and would assist in preparing the evacuation tunnel system while simultaneously helping the temple's defenders prepare for potential assault. I don't forgive you, Xianxia said privately to Huiran, in one of the moments when they were working together on the tunnel preparations. I don't think what you did was acceptable, and I don't think your changed behavior now erases the fact that you tried to torture me. I'm not asking for forgiveness, Huiran replied quietly. I'm asking for acknowledgement that people can change, that circumstances can force us to recognize our own damage, and that sometimes the best we can do is try to cause less harm going forward rather than no harm at all. Chapter 33, The Departure. The assault on Lunar's celestial temple came on an evening when the moon was hidden by thick clouds and the night was darker than normal, the kind of darkness that made it difficult to see more than a few body lengths in any direction. The attackers came from the north and west simultaneously, using cultivation techniques to breach the temple's outer defenses, sending waves of cultivators across the temple grounds with coordinated efficiency that suggested they had planned this assault in meticulous detail. Wei made the decision to evacuate within the first hour of the attack, understanding that the temple's defenses were strong enough to delay the assault, but not to prevent eventual penetration. The residents of the temple, hundreds of disciples across multiple levels of advancement, began moving toward the tunnel system that Huiran had created, making their way through darkness and confusion toward the evacuation routes that led to safety beyond the temple's immediate perimeter. Xianxia walked beside Wei as they descended into the tunnel system, moving through passages that smelled of fresh earth and the particular coldness that comes from enclosed spaces deep underground. Behind them, they could hear sounds of combat, the vibrations of cultivation battles resonating through the stone walls, shaking the foundations that had stood for centuries. I don't know when I'll be able to return, Wei said as they walked. The temple will be occupied or destroyed, and rebuilding will take years if it's possible at all. But you need to understand something before you leave. The anchor between us will persist even if we're separated. You can reach toward it across distance, and I'll always be able to feel when you need stabilization. Where will you go? Xianxia asked. To ground myself, to recover, to plan a response. And you? You need to go somewhere safe, somewhere that the organization searching for you won't think to look. Huiran mentioned Hidden Valley, a place where other timeline viewers have created a sanctuary away from the normal cultivation world. You should go there. You should connect with people who understand what you're going through. They emerged from the tunnel system into the night air on the temple's western side, where the sounds of combat were distant and muted by the distance. The darkness was absolute, the moon hidden behind clouds, the stars obscured by smoke rising from the parts of the temple where the assault was taking place. Xianxia could see flames in the distance, could hear the sounds of cultivation battles, the roar of energy attacks, The crash of protective barriers breaking under force, the screams of disciples who hadn't made it to the evacuation tunnels in time. The guilt of leaving was crushing, a weight that threatened to shatter her composure. There were people still in the temple, people who hadn't made it to the tunnels, people who might be dying in those distant chambers while she escaped. But Wei's hand on her shoulder was steady, immovable, a physical reminder that she needed to continue, that her survival mattered more than her guilt. Wei pressed something into Jiang Miao's hand, a piece of jade carved in the shape of a timeline branch, identical to the one that Lao Qing had given her. But this piece was different. It was warm, almost alive, pulsing with Wei's own cultivation energy, marked with symbols that seemed to shift and change as Jiang Miao watched them. "This is part of my consciousness," Wei said, "a fragment that I've separated from myself and anchored into this jade. When you need me, when you feel like you're losing coherence, hold this jade and remember that I'm still here. Remember that the anchor we created together persists across any distance, persists even if you can no longer sense it directly. This jade will remind you that you're not alone, that someone is waiting for you to return." "I will come back," Jiang Miao promised, though she didn't know if the promise was true, didn't know if circumstances would ever allow her to return to the temple. "I know you will," Wei replied, and her confidence was absolute, was the kind of certainty that came from reading multiple timelines and seeing the threads of possibility that led toward reunion rather than permanent separation. "In one of the timelines, you'll come back with knowledge and experience that will help me rebuild this place. In another, you'll come back as a teacher to help train the disciples who survived. In all of them, the anchor between us remains steady. Go now. Contact Lao Qing through the jade. Tell him that I'm releasing you, that you're choosing to seek protection with the Timeline Preservation Society. And know that no matter where you go or how far you travel, the anchor that we've created together will persist. You'll always be able to find your way back to me." Chapter 34. The hunt of the pursuit began almost immediately after Jiang Miao left the temple grounds. She wasn't alone. Lian, one of the younger disciples who had chosen to follow her rather than scatter with the rest of the evacuees, had insisted on accompanying her, and Jiang Miao hadn't had the energy or will to refuse. They traveled northward through mountainous terrain, moving only at night, hiding during the day in caves and forests and abandoned structures, always aware that they were being tracked by someone with advanced cultivation abilities. The cultivator pursuing them was powerful in ways that Jiang Miao had never encountered before, someone who could sense timeline fluctuations, who could track her location across distance, who seemed to anticipate her movements before she made them. Jiang Miao realized with growing horror that the pursuit wasn't random. The cultivator was using sophisticated timeline reading techniques to follow her, was staying slightly ahead of her timeline shifts, was gradually narrowing the possibilities for escape. The first time she actually saw the pursuer, on the 5th day of their flight, he was standing on a mountainside ridge overlooking the valley where they'd spent the previous night. He was tall and pale-skinned, with the kind of bearing that suggested decades of cultivation advancement, someone who had transcended the normal progression of power and reached a level of mastery that few cultivators ever achieved. His robes carried marks and sigils that she didn't recognize, symbols that seemed to shimmer with their own internal light, suggesting affiliations with organizations that existed outside the normal cultivation hierarchy. He didn't attempt to chase her or engage in pursuit. He simply stood there, watching as she and Lian fled deeper into the mountainous terrain, his presence a constant reminder that escape wasn't possible, that he could reach her whenever he chose to, that he was simply allowing her to run because it served his purposes to do so. "He's hurting us," Jiang Miao realized with cold certainty, checking the timeline branches and confirming her assessment. "He's not trying to catch us quickly. He's driving us towards something, some location or circumstance where we'll be more vulnerable, where the capture will be more complete." Her timeline sight began to deteriorate under the pressure, her ability to access and integrate information from multiple branches becoming increasingly difficult. The constant awareness of being hunted, the fear of capture, the knowledge that Lian was in danger because of her presence, all of it created a kind of psychological pressure that made it harder to reach toward the other timelines, harder to maintain the clarity necessary for accurate probability reading. By the 10th day of their flight, Jiang Miao's timeline sight was operating at less than half its normal capacity. She was making decisions based on instinct rather than foresight, running from locations that no longer seemed obviously dangerous, exhausting herself through actions that turned out to be unnecessary once she'd achieved some distance and could think more clearly. But the jade piece that Wei had given her remained effective as an anchor, a constant reminder of Wei's presence even across distance, a spiritual thread that connected Jiang Miao to the temple administrator and kept her grounded in the primary timeline even as her ability to access other branches was collapsing. Without that anchor, she was certain, she would have fragmented completely under the psychological pressure of the pursuit. Lien, meanwhile, was suffering in different ways. The young disciple who had insisted on following her out of loyalty and friendship was slowly breaking under the weight of constant flight, the awareness that they were being hunted by someone far more powerful than either of them could overcome, the realization that her presence was putting Lien in mortal danger. By the 10th day, Lien had stopped trying to hide the fear, had stopped pretending that she was handling the situation well. She moved through the landscape like a ghost, eating when Jiang Miao insisted, but with no apparent taste or interest, sleeping only when exhaustion became too overwhelming to resist. "You should leave me," Lien said one evening, sitting in a cave shelter as darkness fell outside. "You should go ahead alone. I'm slowing you down, and my presence is making it easier for him to track you. If you let me fall behind, if you abandon me here, he might be satisfied. He might stop pursuing you because he'll have caught me instead." The offer was so obviously a death sentence disguised as sacrifice that Jiang Miao could barely process it. She held Lien's hand, trying to convey through physical contact what she couldn't express in words, trying to make the younger woman understand that leaving her behind would not save either of them, would not buy Jiang Miao freedom or safety, would simply distribute the tragedy across two separate deaths instead of preserving at least one life. "I won't leave you," Jiang Miao said simply. "And you won't leave me either. We survive together or not at all." Chapter 35. The Phantom Reality. The breakthrough came in a small town 3 weeks north of the temple, in a sanctuary that Lien knew about from a distant relative who had once trained as a cultivator. It was a structure that existed partially in the primary timeline and partially in supplementary reality branches, a building that had been created by timeline viewers specifically to serve as a place of refuge for people in their situation. By the time they reached it, Jiang Miao had begun to accept that the pursuer would catch them, that all the running had accomplished was delaying the inevitable. Her timeline sight was almost completely degraded, her ability to access the probability branches reduced to vague impressions and fragmentary glimpses that provided no coherent information. She was running on instinct alone, following Lien through increasingly unfamiliar territory, trusting that the younger woman's memory of family stories would lead them towards safety. Once Jiang Miao stepped inside the building, once she crossed the threshold into the space where other timeline viewers had woven their consciousness into the very stones and mortar, she felt her timeline sight returning. The sanctuary was saturated with timeline awareness, with the combined presence of multiple consciousness streams that had been deliberately anchored into its structure. Simply by existing in this space, simply by allowing the sanctuary's formation to touch her consciousness, Jiang Miao felt her access to the timeline branches returning, her ability to process multiple reality threads simultaneously beginning to stabilize. But the cost of maintaining coherence while traveling had taken a toll that no amount of rest could immediately repair. Her meridians were damaged from the constant stress of holding her consciousness steady against the pressure of pursuit. Her mind was fractured in ways that suggested she had come perilously close to the kind of fragmentation that had destroyed the previous timeline viewer. An older cultivator named Master Yunwu, someone who had spent decades living in the sanctuary and studying the mechanisms of timeline sight, explained the situation to her with clinical precision. "You're experiencing what we call secondary anchor formation. Your primary anchor, Wei, I assume, is still holding steady, but the distance between you is creating strain, and you're spontaneously developing secondary anchors to distribute that load. The memories of your time at the temple, the relationships you formed with other disciples, the experiences you accumulated, these are becoming anchors themselves, fragments of consciousness that are helping to stabilize you even without active connection to other people." He gestured toward the window of the sanctuary's inner chamber, where the landscape outside seemed to shimmer with multiple overlapping realities, where the mountains appeared slightly different depending on which timeline one's attention was focused upon. This is what happens when a timeline viewer desperately needs stability but doesn't have the psychological infrastructure to create it through normal means. Your mind is essentially creating phantom anchors, using memory structures to serve functions that are normally performed by present relationships. It's brilliant in its way, a kind of spontaneous psychological adaptation that most timeline viewers never develop. But you said it was also dangerous, Xianxia said, remembering that caveat from his initial explanation. It's dangerous because phantom anchors are fragile. They exist only in memory and psychological construction. Unlike an anchor that's grounded in a living person, a phantom anchor can be disrupted by new information, by experiences that contradict the memories that sustain it, by time's general erosion of memory clarity. You've created psychological stability for yourself through improvisation, but that stability is temporary. You'll eventually need to either reconnect with Wei or find living anchors that can serve the function that your phantom anchors are currently performing. Is that dangerous? Zhang Yao asked. It's useful, Master Yunwu said. In the long term, it means you're developing the kind of psychological complexity that will allow you to maintain coherence even if something happens to your primary anchor, even if Wei dies or becomes unavailable to you. But in the short term, it means you need to spend significant time in places like this sanctuary, spaces where the timeline site is easily accessible and where the psychological pressure of normal existence is minimized. You need to stabilize your secondary anchors before you try to travel again. Chapter 36. The Arrival at Safe Haven. The Hidden Valley Sanctuary was unlike anything Zhang Miao had imagined, a place that existed in the mountains far from any normal cultivation sect, a haven that was protected by formations so sophisticated and ancient that they seemed to be part of the landscape itself rather than artificial structures. She arrived there weak and exhausted, barely able to maintain coherence across multiple timelines, leaning on Lian for physical support even though her mental stability had finally begun to stabilize. The moment they crossed the valley's outer boundary, Zhang Miao felt a transformation in her perception. The constant pressure of timeline sensation that had been pushing against her consciousness since she'd left the temple suddenly decreased by orders of magnitude. The probability branches, which had been painful and difficult to access, became immediately accessible, almost inviting in their clarity. It was as though she'd been trying to breathe underwater her entire journey and had finally emerged into air. The valley was home to nearly 300 timeline viewers in various stages of development and recovery, cultivators who had fled similar predatory organizations, who had fragmented and come to this place to heal, who had discovered that living in community with others who understood timeline sight was the best path to stability and wholeness. The formations that protected the valley seemed to filter out the normal pressure of timeline sensation, creating a space where accessing the probability branches was easy and stable rather than a constant struggle against pressure and fear. She saw cultivators sitting in meditation chambers, their consciousnesses clearly distributed across multiple timelines, their expressions peaceful in ways that suggested they had reached equilibrium with their fragmented existence. She saw younger timeline viewers being trained by senior practitioners, their teachers explaining the mechanics of secondary anchor formation, the techniques for maintaining coherence across distance, the philosophical frameworks that made plural existence into something approaching wholeness rather than permanent brokenness. You'll want to rest first, Master Yunwu said gently, offering her an arm to lean on as they walked deeper into the valley. Your body is significantly depleted, and your meridians are damaged from the constant stress of maintaining coherence. We have healing chambers where our advanced cultivators specialize in treating the physical damage that comes from extended timeline sight use. But more importantly, you need to simply be in a space where timeline sight is treated as normal. You've spent so long being frightened by your own abilities, fighting against your own consciousness, that you've forgotten that this gift, properly understood, is beautiful. Master Yunwu introduced her to the community, to the various teachers and practitioners who maintain the sanctuary's formations and help new arrivals adjust to living in a place where timeline sight was treated as normal rather than exceptional. Zhang Miao found herself gradually releasing the constant vigilance that had defined her existence since leaving the temple, gradually beginning to believe that she might actually be safe, that the predatory organizations searching for her might not find her in this hidden place. "How long was I in the town?" she asked Lien one evening, realizing that entire weeks seemed to be missing from her clear recollection, that her memory of the days between leaving the temple and arriving at the valley had become somehow hazier than she would have expected. 3 months, Lien said quietly. "You were recovering during all that time, but you were also fragmenting in ways that weren't immediately obvious. The sanctuary's formulations have been helping to pull you back together, but the psychological damage from the pursuit was significant." Chapter 37, The Crisis Point. The cultivator pursuing them had found the valley. The warning came through the sanctuary's outer formations, a disturbance in the protective boundaries that suggested someone with significant power was probing the valley's defenses, trying to find a way through the ancient barriers. Master Yunwu called an emergency convocation of the sanctuary's leadership, gathering the most advanced timeline viewers to assess the threat and determine whether the valley's defenses would hold against a determined assault. "It's the one who pursued you," Jiang Miao said, checking the timeline branches and confirming her analysis through her restored timeline sight. "The same cultivator who tracked us from the temple. They've located the valley, and they're trying to find a way through the defenses. If they succeed, if they penetrate the sanctuary's protective formations, everyone here will be in danger," Master Yunwu finished grimly. "The valley's defenses are strong, but they were designed to protect against normal cultivation techniques, not against someone with advanced timeline reading ability and the cultivation power to back it up." The emergency meeting stretched into hours, with various sanctuary leaders debating options, whether to surrender Jiang Miao to the pursuing cultivator, whether to attempt to strengthen the defenses, whether to evacuate as many people as possible before the assault became inevitable. But Jiang Miao had already reached her own decision, had already checked the timeline branches, and understood what needed to happen. In Timeline A, the sanctuary remained hidden and protected, but only because she stayed, only because her presence drew the pursuer's attention and kept him focused on the valley's outer boundaries. In that timeline, eventually he would find a way through the defenses. Eventually, he would penetrate the protective formations, and he would find her, and the resulting battle would destroy everything. In Timeline B, they surrendered her to the pursuer, and he left satisfied. But the sanctuary's people were left with the psychological weight of knowing they had sacrificed one of their own for their collective safety. The trauma of that choice would ripple through their community for years. In Timeline C, which was the only timeline where a better outcome seemed possible, she left of her own volition. She drew the pursuer away from the valley with intention and strategy, giving the sanctuary's people time to relocate their most vulnerable members to secondary locations, to distribute their population across multiple hidden sanctuaries rather than concentrating everyone in one location that could be attacked. "I'm leaving," she said, interrupting a particularly heated debate. "I'm going to draw the pursuer away from the valley, lead them on a false trail, give everyone here time to relocate the sanctuary's people to secondary locations. The valley won't be destroyed because I won't be here when the assault comes." The silence that followed her announcement was absolute. Master Yunwu stared at her with an expression that blended understanding with horror, recognition of what she was proposing and acknowledgement that she had the timeline sight to understand what that choice would cost her. "You understand that you'll be fragmenting again," he said quietly. "You understand that without the valley's protective formations, without the collective support of the sanctuary's people, your timeline sight will begin to destabilize almost immediately. You're choosing to walk back into the chaos after you've finally found peace." "I'm choosing to protect people who saved my life," Jiang Miao replied. "And I'm choosing to do it because I've realized something in the time I've spent here. Stability isn't the ultimate goal of timeline sight. The ultimate goal is to become someone who can choose how to use the timeline sight in service of something larger than one's own preservation." "You'll die," Master Yunwu said flatly. "If you travel alone, if you're separated from your anchors, the timeline sight will destroy you." "Then I'll have to be careful not to travel alone," Jiang Miao replied. "And I'll have to accept the risk because the alternative is letting this entire sanctuary be destroyed because of me." Wei's anchor, when she reached toward it across distance, was still present, still steady, still available to ground her consciousness as she prepared for departure. And more than that, she could sense the secondary anchors she'd developed, the memories and experiences that had crystallized into psychological support structures that would help her maintain coherence even away from the sanctuary's protective formations. Chapter 38. The Divergence Point. The moment of divergence came on a high mountain pass, in a storm so violent that the boundary between sky and earth seemed to dissolve into chaos. The wind came from all directions simultaneously, carrying precipitation that alternated between rain and sleet and snow with no apparent pattern, creating a weather system that seemed almost sentient in its chaos. Xianxia had deliberately traveled into conditions where her timeline sight would become difficult to maintain, where the pressure of environmental chaos would force her consciousness to fragment in specific ways. The pursuing cultivator had stopped trying to hide his presence. He was there on the mountainside, visible through the storm, his cultivation power sufficient to protect him from the violence of the weather. And he was waiting, patient, confident that she couldn't possibly escape, that the storm would eventually drive her to either surrender or madness. And for the first time, as she stood at that threshold, as she understood that she was about to reach a decision point that would determine the rest of her existence, she experienced her consciousness splitting across 3 distinct timelines simultaneously. The experience was nothing like the fragmentation she'd feared. The sensation of splitting wasn't painful or disorienting. It was like becoming a spectrum of light that existed in multiple locations at once, like experiencing the world from 3 perspectives that were somehow unified by a single underlying consciousness. She could maintain awareness of all 3 versions of herself, could understand the specific circumstances of each timeline, could make decisions that affected all 3 simultaneously. In Timeline A, she survived the storm and continued northward, eventually losing the pursuer and finding her way to a distant monastery where she could begin teaching other timeline viewers about coherence and stability. In this timeline, she experienced the normal progression of her journey, continuing forward, moving through the landscape with her body intact, traveling toward destinations that were geographically distant but spiritually similar to the path she'd originally chosen. In Timeline B, the pursuing cultivator caught up with her in the storm, and in the violence that followed, both of them were killed, their consciousnesses scattered across the probability network with no anchor to pull them back to coherence. In this timeline, she experienced her own death, felt the moment when her body gave way, sensed the dissolution of her physical existence without fragmentation or panic. She experienced death not as an ending but as a transition, as a shift in the nature of her consciousness rather than its cessation. In Timeline C, she made a choice that no previous timeline viewer had made. She deliberately maintained her consciousness in all 3 timelines simultaneously, accepting the fragmentation as a source of strength rather than a symptom of breaking. In this timeline, she existed in all 3 places at once, holding the boundary between them stable through sheer force of will and a kind of psychological architecture that transcended normal human limitation. But the remarkable thing was that the 3 timelines didn't conflict with each other. In Timeline C, her consciousness was genuinely split, genuinely distributed across 3 branches of reality. But instead of fragmenting into incoherence, the fragmentation created a kind of triangulation where each version of her consciousness could anchor the others. The 3 timelines became mutually reinforcing rather than mutually destructive. She was one consciousness, but she existed in 3 places simultaneously, and that existence became a kind of stability that was unprecedented. It was as though her consciousness had found a way to transcend the limitations that had broken the previous timeline viewer, a way to transform potential fragmentation into a kind of plural coherence. The pursuing cultivator, sensing the sudden shift in her timeline presence, became confused, disoriented, unable to track her because she had become something that normal cultivation techniques weren't designed to pursue. His fate-reading abilities, which had served him so well in tracking her through normal probability branches, suddenly became unreliable. She was no longer a singular consciousness moving through time in a predictable direction. She was a diffuse entity that existed in multiple timelines simultaneously, a presence that appeared and disappeared from different probability threads in ways that defied normal tracking methodology. His cultivation power was formidable, his techniques advanced beyond anything she'd experienced before, but he had never encountered anyone who existed the way she was beginning to exist. He had never pursued someone who had achieved genuine plural coherence. By the time the cultivator understood what had happened, by the time he grasped the fact that his prey had transformed into something beyond his ability to pursue, it was far too late to do anything about it. The connection to the valley had been severed. The pursuing threat had been effectively neutralized through transcendence rather than combat, and Zhang Miao existed in 3 timelines, aware of all 3 versions of herself, anchored by Wei's presence across all 3 versions simultaneously, maintaining coherence through a mechanism that had never been recorded in cultivation theory before. She was something new in the world of timeline viewers, something unprecedented, something that represented a fundamental breakthrough in understanding how consciousness could exist when bound no longer to a single timeline, but distributed across multiple branches of reality. Chapter 39. The reflection. The recovery period took place in a distant town that existed along a junction between multiple timeline branches, a place where the walls between realities were naturally thin and where Zhang Miao's triple timeline existence felt almost normal. The town itself seemed to exist in a kind of probabilistic haze, its buildings slightly different from each temporal perspective, its inhabitants aware that they lived in a location where multiple realities intersected and overlapped. It was the kind of place where people expected strangeness and accepted unusual phenomena without asking too many questions. She rented a small room in an inn that seemed to exist in all 3 timelines simultaneously, a building whose proprietor was apparently also a timeline viewer and who didn't bat an eye when Zhang Miao explained that she would be occupying the same room in 3 different versions of reality. She spent weeks in meditation, practicing the integration of her 3 consciousness streams, learning how to make decisions that would affect all 3 timelines simultaneously, understanding the unique advantages and challenges of existing in multiple realities at once. In Timeline A, she studied with the monks at the distant monastery, a community of peaceful cultivators who welcomed her into their archives and teaching practices. She learned their meditation techniques, taught them in return what she understood about timeline sight, and gradually found her place within their structured spiritual community. In this timeline, she was building something permanent, creating a foundation of knowledge and practice that would persist after she eventually moved on to other endeavors. In Timeline B, her consciousness was trapped, frozen at the moment of death but still somehow aware, learning what it meant to exist in a timeline where her body no longer lived, where her presence was purely spiritual. This was the most challenging timeline to maintain awareness within, because it lacked the physical anchors that made existence feel real. But it also provided unique insights. She could observe causality from a perspective that existed outside the normal flow of time, could see how events unfolded without the limitation of linear temporal progression, could understand the mechanics of probability and causality from a vantage point that few living consciousness streams could achieve. In Timeline C, she walked through the distant town as a normal person would, eating meals and sleeping in her rented room, experiencing the primary timeline existence that had always been her default reality. In this timeline, she maintained the appearance of normalcy, went to the market for vegetables and rice, spoke to the innkeeper about weather and local news, performed all the ordinary rituals of human existence that served to anchor consciousness in physical reality. But because all 3 versions were simultaneously her, because she could maintain awareness of all 3 streams even while experiencing them as distinct, she was learning something fundamental about the nature of consciousness and timeline sight. The previous timeline viewer had fragmented because they'd experienced their multiple consciousness streams as separate, as competing rather than complementary. But Zhang Miao was learning to experience them as parts of a unified whole, as different perspectives on the same essential consciousness distributed across different reality branches. Each timeline provided information and experience that the others didn't. The monastery in Timeline A gave her intellectual frameworks for understanding timeline sight. The spiritual perspective of Timeline B provided insights into the non-physical nature of consciousness. The physical grounding of Timeline C kept her connected to the material world and the needs of living beings. Together, the 3 timelines created a kind of completeness that no single timeline could have provided. Wei's anchor remained steady throughout this process, a constant gravitational center that kept all 3 versions of Zhang Miao from drifting too far from each other. And the secondary anchors, the memories, the relationships, the experiences that had crystallized into psychological support structures, became even stronger as Jiang Miao integrated them more fully into her expanded consciousness. She could reach back toward Lian and the other sanctuary residents who had supported her. She could reach back toward Wei and the temple she'd left behind. She could reach back toward her own past, toward the village cultivator she'd been before all of this began. The integration took months of careful work. There were moments when the three timelines threatened to diverge, when differences in their experiences began to create conflicting perspectives that were difficult to reconcile. There were days when she lost coherence briefly, when maintaining awareness of all three versions simultaneously became too difficult and she found herself drifting toward fragmentation. But gradually, the integration stabilized. The three timelines became less like competing realities and more like different instruments playing notes that harmonized into a unified melody. "I think I understand now," she wrote in a journal that existed simultaneously in all three timelines, "why the previous timeline viewer fragmented. They were trying to remain singular in a situation that required them to become plural. They were trying to be one consciousness in multiple timelines when what they actually needed to do was become one multifaceted consciousness that inhabited multiple spaces. The breakthrough doesn't come from maintaining unity through force. It comes from accepting plurality as the fundamental nature of your existence. It comes from learning to love the multiplicity rather than fighting against it. Learning to integrate different perspectives into a unified whole rather than trying to suppress them into artificial singular coherence." Chapter 40. The new beginning. By the time Jiang Miao was ready to leave the distant town, she had developed a clarity about her purpose that she'd never possessed before. She had survived in ways that no previous timeline viewer had survived. She existed in three simultaneous realities and maintained coherence not through desperate meditation and constant vigilance, but through accepting her existence as fundamentally plural. The fragmentation that would have destroyed anyone else had become, through her determination and understanding, the foundation of an entirely new form of consciousness. She stood in her rented room on the morning of her departure, looking at the multiple versions of herself that were reflected in the mirror, three distinct images that were somehow unified into a single perspective. In one reflection, she wore the practical traveling clothes she'd acquired in the town. In another, she wore the meditation robes she'd been given at the monastery. In the third, she appeared almost ethereal, barely visible, like a ghost in the material world. All three were her, and none of them was incomplete. She gathered the information that Lao Qing had provided, the jade piece that would allow her to contact the Timeline Preservation Society, and she made her decision. She would join their organization, but not as someone to be protected or studied. She would join them as a teacher, as someone who could help other timeline viewers understand how to achieve the kind of coherence and stability that she had developed. For too long, timeline viewers had been isolated and fearful, had seen their own gifts as curses, had fragmented into incompleteness rather than rising toward the possibility of plural wholeness. The northward journey took her through territories that no cultivation sect controlled, through villages and towns that existed on the edges of the organized spiritual world. The path led through mountain ranges that seemed to exist partially outside normal time, through valleys where the weather shifted between seasons without transition, through spaces where the boundary between timelines was naturally thin. And along the way, she began to encounter other timeline viewers, isolated practitioners who had fragmented, people who were slowly losing their sense of self, individuals who desperately needed the kind of guidance and support that she could provide. Her first student was a young man named Dijuan, someone who had been rejected by his family sect because his timeline sight was developing too strongly, and they feared it would distract from his cultivation advancement. He was fragmenting rapidly, losing coherence across the timelines, and within a few months of her guidance, he had stabilized into a state of plural awareness similar to her own. Her second student was a woman named Shuang who had been hiding her timeline sight for years, suppressing her access to the probability branches out of fear that the knowledge she would gain would drive her insane. Teaching Shuang to accept her plural nature was more challenging, required more patience, but eventually the younger woman learned to embrace her own distributed consciousness. In Timeline A, she established a teaching network, creating meditation centers where other timeline viewers could come to learn the coherence techniques that had saved her life. These centers became gathering places for practitioners who had never met others like themselves, spaces where the plural nature of consciousness was treated as normal rather than pathological. The centers attracted other teachers, people like Master Yunwu who had recovered from their own fragmentation and who wanted to help the next generation of timeline viewers achieve stability without the trauma that had characterized their own development. In Timeline C, she worked with the Timeline Preservation Society directly, helping them understand the true nature of timeline sight and how to better support practitioners who were developing the ability. Lao Qing became her mentor and eventually her partner in the work of protecting and nurturing timeline viewers across multiple regions. Together, they redesigned the society's entire approach to training and support, moving away from structures designed to protect people from their own abilities and toward structures designed to help people integrate their plural consciousness into wholeness. In Timeline B, the consciousness that remained in the timelines where death had occurred, she found a kind of peace in accepting the boundary between life and non-existence, in understanding that not all timelines ended in survival and that acceptance of that reality was itself a kind of strength. She existed as a kind of spiritual guide, visible only to those timeline viewers who had developed sufficient perception to sense her presence, helping those practitioners understand that death was not failure, that existing in a timeline where one's body no longer lived was not the end of consciousness or significance. She became a teacher to the most broken timeline viewers, those who had experienced actual death in some of their branch timelines and needed help integrating that experience without fragmentation. And through all three versions of her journey, through all three simultaneous paths that her consciousness traveled, she maintained awareness of Wei's anchor, the connection that kept her grounded in the primary timeline while simultaneously allowing her to exist across multiple realities. That anchor was the foundation upon which everything else rested. It was the reason she could achieve what the previous timeline viewer had failed to achieve. It was the reason she could become plural without becoming fragmented. The letter she eventually sent back to the temple, carried by a messenger who had once been a resident of the Hidden Valley and who could travel between the different versions of reality, contained only a few sentences written in her steady script. Master Wei, I have learned to exist in three places simultaneously. I have discovered that coherence does not require singularity. I am becoming a guide for others like me, people who have the gift and curse of seeing across timelines. I carry your anchor with me always, and I am grateful for the stability that you provided when I most needed it. The first generation of truly coherent timeline viewers is coming. I am building the foundation for their existence. I choose this life in all three versions of it. I choose to help others make the same choice. And someday, when I have helped enough people understand what we are truly capable of, I will return to the temple, not as a student seeking protection, but as a teacher who can offer guidance, not as someone fragmented by her own gifts, but as someone who has learned to transform plurality into unity. The timelines that once threatened to destroy me have become the source of my greatest strength. Thank you for making that transformation possible. And with that commitment, with that understanding that she had moved beyond mere survival into genuine purpose, Jiang Miao began the next chapter of her existence, an existence that would span three timelines but remain fundamentally unified by her own choice to make it so. The girl who had been afraid of her own perception, who had nearly fragmented under the pressure of seeing too many possible futures, had become someone who could navigate between realities with grace and purpose. She had become a beacon for other timeline viewers, a proof that plural consciousness was not a curse but a gift that could be integrated into wholeness through patience, understanding, and the support of someone who chose to serve as an anchor. And most importantly, she had become someone who understood that choosing life, in all its complicated forms and multiple manifestations, was perhaps the greatest strength a consciousness could develop. I died in every future timeline except this one. Step 3. Chapters 41 to 60. Chapter 41. The Exodus Wei arranged Jiang Miao's departure from Lunar Celestial Temple with the careful precision of someone executing a plan that had been rehearsed in her mind multiple times. The night after Jiang Miao reported the poisoning incident, Wei brought her clothing that marked her as a traveling merchant's companion rather than a sect disciple. sturdy trousers of dark gray-brown, a loose jacket with multiple pockets designed for carrying goods, a simple head wrap that covered her distinctive features without being so unusual as to draw immediate attention. These were the clothes of someone moving through the world without power, without status, the kind of person that most cultivators wouldn't bother noticing. It was a kind of invisibility granted not by cultivation technique, but by careful costume selection and the deliberate cultivation of apparent worthlessness. "You'll need to leave the temple grounds by the eastern gate," Wei said, her voice controlled and low, the tone she used when explaining something to a student who needed complete clarity regardless of emotional state. "The gates are open during the shift change at dusk. There's a period of about 7 minutes when the guards transfer positions. That's when you move. You'll be one of several departing personnel, so you'll blend naturally into the rhythm of the evening shift changes. Most guards don't even look at people leaving. They look at people entering, at potential threats coming in. Departures are considered low priority unless someone's actively being pursued." Jiang Miao had prepared a walking staff from a fallen branch, had secured supplies, dried rice that could sustain her for weeks if rationed, salt wrapped in cloth, a knife with a worn handle that she'd taken from the temple kitchen, into a simple bundle that could be carried across her back without drawing attention. Her body still ached from the collapse meditation, though the worst of the acute pain had faded into a kind of bone-deep exhaustion that made each movement feel like pushing through water made of pure tired. What remained was a deeper, more fundamental damage, the knowledge that her meridians were shattered in a way that would take weeks, possibly months, to repair, if repair was even possible. Once you've left the temple, head north through the mountain passes. There's a village called Xianxia about 3 days' walk along the eastern ridge path. There's an inn there, the House of Harmony. Tell the proprietor, her name is Xiaoran, that way sent you. She'll give you work and shelter, and more importantly, she'll connect you with a network." "Network?" Jiang Miao had asked, though she suspected she already knew something of the answer. Wei had been teaching her about timeline sight carefully, showing her meditation techniques that expanded consciousness beyond normal sensory channels, explaining the theory of alternate causality and branching futures. But Wei had always been circumspect about the larger implications, about the question of whether other people experience this ability beyond just Wei herself. Wei's expression was unreadable, her eyes revealing nothing. "There are more people like you than you know. People whose cultivation has taken unexpected directions. People whose futures don't match the futures that other cultivators experience. People who perceive things that the framework of the cultivation world was specifically designed to hide. I can't tell you more while you're still at the temple. The walls have ears, and some ears belong to people who shouldn't know that a network even exists. But once you're safely out, once you've reached Xiaoran, she'll explain everything. She's been part of the network longer than I have. She can give you context that I can't provide while I'm still bound to the temple's hierarchy and the need to maintain appearances." Wei placed a hand on Jiang Miao's shoulder, a gesture of reassurance that carried more weight than any words could. "You survived the poison. You survived the collapse meditation. You're stronger than you think, Jiang Miao. Even without your meridians, even without cultivation enhancement, you're stronger. Remember that during the dark moments on the mountain road. Remember that when you're frightened, when you think you might not survive the journey, there are people waiting for you. There are people who will understand what you are." The 7 minutes of the guard shift change arrived with precision that suggested careful observation and planning. Jiang Miao walked through the eastern gate with a group of supply merchants who were departing after delivering goods to the temple kitchen, her posture deliberately hunched, her eyes fixed on the ground in the manner of someone whose job was unimportant and therefore whose presence was equally unremarkable. One of the guards glanced at her, and in that moment, Jiang Miao's timeline sight flickered. She saw a version of this world where she stopped walking, where she turned to look at the guard, where the moment of eye contact created just enough suspicion to trigger an investigation. She kept walking. She didn't look up. She let herself be escorted beyond the gate into the darkening evening, into the cooling air of the mountain slopes, into the freedom of a path that was no longer contained within the temple walls. Behind her, she could sense Wei standing in the shadows of the gate's interior archway, watching her departure, perhaps already calculating how long she had before the temple's leadership decided to pursue their escaped asset. The poisoning had been a test. Wei had confirmed that much. But a test of what exactly? What quality of Jiang Miao's nature made her worth testing? What made her worthy of poison and collapse meditation and careful escape planning? The question sustained her for the first 2 hours of walking, kept her mind occupied while her body moved through the familiar paths that led away from the temple. By the time the sun had fully set and the night had transformed into true darkness, her mind had run through 1,000 possibilities, examined and discarded each of them, and had arrived at no conclusions whatsoever. Chapter 42. The mountain roads. 3 days of walking became 4, then 5. The mountain passes were not easy terrain, but they were safer than the main roads, broader paths that would carry more traffic, more opportunities for encounters with people who might have questions. The ridgeline route that Wei had described was steeper, more treacherous, more demanding of the body. But it was empty. The isolation suited Jiang Miao's state of mind, suited her fear that she was being hunted, suited the way her timeline sight was constantly showing her futures, where her pursuers caught her and asked uncomfortable questions about how she'd survived the poison. Jiang Miao's meridians remained stubbornly collapsed. She'd tried, on the first night away from the temple, to begin the gentle opening meditation that Wei had taught her, the technique designed to slowly restore meridian function after trauma. But the passages in her body felt sealed, not just damaged, but actively resistant to reopening. It was as though the collapse meditation hadn't just closed them. It had fundamentally transformed them into something that no longer wanted to accept qi flow. The meditation technique felt like pushing on a door that had been welded shut, like trying to convince a stone wall to transform into something permeable. She could perceive the meridians through her internal sense, could feel them lying dormant in her body like hibernating creatures that had no intention of waking. This meant that she was traveling as essentially a mortal, a young woman on foot, alone, moving through the mountains with a walking staff and a simple bundle of supplies. In every timeline she glimpsed, every future she examined through her timeline sight, this created vulnerabilities that multiplied with each day of travel. She was an easy target for bandits, an easy casualty if she made a misstep on a narrow mountain path, easy prey for the kind of cultivators who saw mortal humans as beneath their notice except as casual entertainment or food. Bandits in Timeline 47. She saw the moment of contact clearly, 3 men emerging from the tree line, expressions hardened by whatever desperation had pushed them toward violence. Their eyes held the calculation of predators who'd learned to measure a potential victim's capacity to resist. In that timeline, she tried to run. They caught her within minutes because she was mortal now, because her body had no cultivation enhancement to make her faster or stronger than a trained fighter. One of them struck her with a club made from broken wood reinforced with metal strips. She fell. The sequence progressed from there with terrible precision, moving through moments that escalated in violence until the outcome was no longer in question. In Timeline 89, she didn't encounter bandits, but instead fell while traversing a particularly treacherous section of the path. A loose stone under her foot, a moment of lost balance, and she tumbled backward down a slope thick with jagged rocks. Her body struck stone after stone, each impact adding damage to the accumulated injuries, until momentum finally slowed near a cliff edge. She hung there, suspended by chance on a narrow ledge, bleeding from multiple wounds, unable to climb back up. In that timeline, no one found her for 3 days. In that timeline, infection and blood loss finished what the fall had started. In Timeline 134, she encountered a cultivator traveling the opposite direction. The cultivator was kind, offered her shelter for the night, and while she slept, murdered her in the darkness and stole her supplies. The timeline site showed Jiang Miao the cultivator's face clearly, a woman in her 40s whose aura was deeply unstable, whose energy suggested someone struggling with the fragments of their sanity. The timeline site showed her how to avoid all these futures, not by fighting, not by running, but by creating a presence that suggested she wasn't worth the effort of pursuing. She developed a way of moving that suggested weakness, an exaggerated limp, a slight tremor in her hands, the body language of someone who was already damaged and had nothing worth taking. It was a form of cultivation too, in its way, not of qi, but of human psychology, of the unspoken languages that determined whether one person deemed another person worth harming. She moved slowly, deliberately, with none of the efficiency that a cultivator would demonstrate. She made mistakes that cultivators would never make, like choosing obviously safe camping spots instead of concealed ones, like keeping her bundle of supplies visible instead of hidden. She became the kind of traveler that experienced bandits ignored, too weak to be worth the effort of robbery, too empty-handed to make the attack worthwhile. She became invisible not through actual cultivation technique, but through the careful cultivation of apparent worthlessness. On the fourth day of walking, the landscape began to change. The steep rocky slopes gave way to gentler terrain where scattered settlements became more frequent. Zhang Miao could see the village of Xianxia in the valley below even before she began the descent toward it. A cluster of buildings arranged along a central street. Thin smoke rising from cooking fires, the kind of place that existed to serve merchants and traveling cultivators and people moving through the world on business that didn't require explanation. The village had the feel of a waypoint, a location where people stopped briefly before moving on to destinations that mattered more. The House of Harmony was easy to identify, situated at the intersection of the main road and a smaller thoroughfare that led toward the southern villages, a two-story structure with the kind of deliberate positioning that suggested it was built specifically to capture the attention of incoming travelers. The building's walls were painted a soft cream color that seemed to glow in the afternoon light. Prayer flags hung from the corners of the roof, fluttering in the wind, covered in characters that Zhang Miao recognized as devotional script, prayers written in calligraphy that seemed to shift and change when observed indirectly. The front entrance was marked with a hanging lantern that wasn't currently lit, but which would glow at night, a beacon for people seeking shelter. Zhang Miao entered through the front entrance, her walking staff in hand, her frame still projecting that studied weakness. She moved through the front room slowly, letting her eyes adjust to the interior lighting, taking in the details of the space. The common room was larger than she'd expected, with multiple tables arranged in rough clusters, each surrounded by benches worn smooth by years of use. A bar ran along one wall, behind which bottles and cups were organized with careful attention to both aesthetic and practical access. Shelves behind the bar held bottles of alcohol and tea leaves and other ingredients that went into the various beverages that were served to guests. The proprietor was behind the bar, a woman in her mid-50s with sharp eyes and the kind of face that suggested she'd spent decades reading people. Her hair was tied back in a practical knot, and her hands were stained with the kind of marks that came from cooking over hot fires for years. She looked up at Zhang Miao's entrance, and something shifted in her expression, a subtle recognition that went beyond simple perception. "Wei sent you," she said. It wasn't a question. There was certainty in the statement, absolute confidence in her reading of this young woman who'd just entered her inn. How she'd known was unclear. Perhaps she recognized something in the way Zhang Miao moved, or the weariness that came from the specific kind of journey Wei's routes required. Or perhaps she simply knew through some kind of extended perception similar to timeline sight. "Yes." Xiaoran set down the cup she'd been washing and dried her hands on a cloth that hung at her waist. "Name?" "Zhang Miao." "Well, Zhang Miao, we have rooms on the second floor. You'll pay for labor, not money. I don't trust travelers with empty pockets, because travelers with empty pockets tend to get desperate and desperate people create problems. You know how to cook." Zhang Miao thought of her years in the Kanglan kitchen, the endless work of preparing food, the accumulated knowledge of how to make edible meals from minimal ingredients. She thought of the enormous pots where food was prepared in bulk, the rhythms of kitchen work that had been her life for years. "Yes, I'm experienced with large-scale meal preparation. I've worked in a sect kitchen for years." "Good. The afternoon meal service starts at noon. You'll help with preparation. Evening meal service at 6 bells. Night meal at 9 bells. In exchange, you get food, shelter, and answers to some questions that I suspect you have. Those answers are worth more than money could ever be, so you'll work hard in the kitchen to earn them." "Understood. Understood." Xiaoran led her up a narrow staircase to a small room that was barely larger than her chamber at Kanglan, but which was clean and held a bed instead of just a meditation mat. There was a small window that overlooked the village main street, and through it, Zhang Miao could see people moving about their daily business, farmers and merchants, and regular people living ordinary lives that didn't involve timeline sight or frameworks or death timelines haunting every moment. She left Zhang Miao alone to rest, and for the first time since leaving the temple, Jiang Miao allowed herself to simply be still, to let the exhaustion of the journey release its grip on her awareness. She lay on the bed and thought about nothing in particular. Let her timeline sight fade into the background of her consciousness, experienced something approaching peace for what felt like the first time in months. Her body ached. Her meridians screamed their collapsed state. Her consciousness still carried the weight of having perceived her own death in nearly infinite variations. But she was alive. She'd made the journey. She'd reached the sanctuary that Wei had promised. And tomorrow, or perhaps the day after that, the proprietor would begin to explain the things that Wei hadn't been able to discuss while bound by the temple's constraints. Over the next 3 days, as Jiang Miao worked in the House of Harmony's kitchen, she began to perceive the subtle layers of information that existed beneath the surface of the inn's apparently simple operations. Xiaoran was not merely running an inn. She was running a safe house, a way station for people moving through the world who needed to disappear, who were running from something, who needed to understand things that the normal cultivation community didn't acknowledge. The guests who came and went had a particular quality to them. They moved with purpose, they asked careful questions, they paid attention to things that most travelers wouldn't even notice. On the second evening, as Jiang Miao was preparing vegetables in the kitchen, a woman came in through the back in trance and began working beside her without introduction or explanation. She worked efficiently, knew where everything was located without asking, moved with the kind of easy competence that suggested she'd performed these tasks many times before. Only after they'd worked in companionable silence for nearly an hour did the woman speak. "I'm one of Wei's people," she said simply. "She asked me to check on you, to make sure you were adjusting well to being here. My name is Xianxia. I help manage the Safe House Network, all of the inns and way stations that provide shelter for network members who are traveling or hiding." This revelation, more than anything else, helped Jiang Miao understand that the network was real, that it had actual infrastructure, that Wei's claims about other timeline seers and organized collective weren't the fantasies of an isolated mystic. There were dozens of people like Xianxia working behind the scenes, creating and maintaining the structures that allowed the network to function. Chapter 43. The network revealed it took 3 days at the House of Harmony before Xiaoran considered Jiang Miao settled enough to begin the real conversation. 3 days of work in the kitchen, 3 days of learning the rhythm of the inn's operation, 3 days of observing Xiaoran interact with other patrons with a surface cheerfulness that concealed much sharper depths. By the evening of the 3rd day, when Xiaoran closed the common room and poured 2 cups of tea from a pot that had been heating over a low flame, Jiang Miao understood that the delay had been deliberate. Time to establish whether she was genuine, time to assess whether she could be trusted with information that clearly required careful protection. "You know you're dying," Xiaoran said without preamble. She set 1 cup in front of Jiang Miao and kept 1 for herself. The tea was fragrant, infused with jasmine and something else that Jiang Miao couldn't quite identify, some kind of flower that had a vaguely medicinal taste. "Not in this moment. Not from the poison. Your future sight is showing you something else, isn't it? The futures where you're alive are so rare that you can probably count them on both hands." Jiang Miao's breath caught. She'd carefully concealed her timeline sight from everyone at the temple except Wei. Even now, speaking with someone Wei had specifically sent her to, the instinct to hide the ability was strong. But Xiaoran had named it with such certainty, with such complete understanding, that denying it felt pointless. Xiaoran clearly knew what timeline sight was. More than that, Xiaoran had been reading Jiang Miao with remarkable accuracy over the past 3 days. The way the older woman had assessed her, the deliberate questions she'd asked, the observations she'd made about Jiang Miao's habits, all of it suddenly made sense. Xiaoran had been evaluating her capacity to handle the truth that was about to be shared. Almost every timeline, Jiang Miao admitted. Almost every version of the future, I'm dead. Dead soon, or dead eventually, but dead. I can see it. The death is coming for me in almost every path I examine. When I tried to count the timelines where I survive, I stopped after finding the 100th one where I die. The proportion is overwhelming. It's like the framework itself is trying to kill me, like my existence is a flaw in the structure that needs to be corrected. Xiaoran nodded as though this was expected. "Welcome to the gift that's actually a curse. Wei's one of the few cultivators I know who's found a way to live with it without going mad. Others haven't been so lucky. I knew a woman named Shun, a timeline seer from one of the northern sections. She saw her death in every timeline and couldn't convince herself that survival was even possible. She died, not from the external threats that the timelines showed, but from the despair of knowing death was inevitable. The knowing killed her before any external force could. She paused, took a sip of tea, and Xianxia mirrored the action, tasting jasmine and something floral, something that had a vaguely medicinal taste that suggested Sharon added healing herbs to the brew. Let me explain what you've stumbled into, because stumbled is the right word. None of this happens because of cultivation talent or hard work or any normal cause and effect relationship. It happens because some people are born connected to something that most cultivators never perceive. The timeline sight, the future view, the thread sense, the echo voice. All these different names for what's essentially the same thing. The ability to perceive futures that haven't happened yet, to exist partly in what could be, instead of purely in what is. Why? Xianxia asked. Why do some people develop this ability and others don't? Is it random? Is it based on cultivation talent, or blood lineage, or some quality of the person's nature? That's the question that's driven people mad since the beginning of this gift. The honest answer is we don't fully know. The working hypothesis is that some people are born slightly outside of normal temporal causality. Most cultivators exist on a timeline that moves forward in a single direction. They see the present. They experience the past only as memory. The future is hidden, clouded by uncertainty and possibility. But people like you, like Wei, like the others in the network, we perceive the timeline structure differently. We can sense the branches. We can feel the alternative possibilities. And as cultivation becomes more serious, as our power increases, those alternative possibilities become more vivid, more detailed, more real. It's as though we're developing the ability to see not just the present moment, but the framework that holds all possible moments in suspension. Sharon leaned back in her chair, her sharp eyes studying Xianxia's face with an intensity that suggested she was reading information that went beyond the visible. The temple knows what you are now. The poisoning wasn't random and wasn't conducted by some anonymous rival of your sect. It was deliberate. Someone in the temple hierarchy wanted to know whether you had timeline sight, whether you could sense danger in advance, whether that's why you didn't die when you should have. The poison was a test, a cruel one, and a dangerous one, but definitely a test. The poisoner was watching, waiting to see if you'd collapse and die or if something about your nature would allow you to survive. And now they know the answer is yes. They know you're a timeline seer. They know you're something that the cultivation framework was specifically designed to prevent from existing in large numbers. Then I can't go back, Xianxia said. Not to Lunar Celestial Temple. Not for years, if ever. The temple will be looking for you now, not to harm you, but to control you, to figure out how to weaponize your ability or suppress it. But that's not a tragedy, Xianxia. That's a liberation. The temple would have tried to control what you are, or weaponize it, or destroy it out of fear. Wei understood that, which is why she arranged your escape. The network is what comes next. The network is the place where you belong. What is the network? Xianxia asked, though she was beginning to suspect the answer. Sharon poured more tea, the ritual giving her time to consider her words. It's a collection of people who understand what you're experiencing, who've learned how to navigate timeline sight without being crushed by it. We're scattered across the cultivation world, some in sects, some in independent cultivation grounds, some living openly like I do. We communicate through channels the major sects don't monitor. We help each other survive, and more importantly, we help each other understand what this gift means. Because most people who develop timeline sight do so alone, in isolation, without any context for what they're experiencing. They go mad or they suppress the gift until it destroys them internally. The network exists to prevent that isolation, to provide community and knowledge and support to people who are experiencing something that most of the world doesn't even know is possible. Are all timeline seers condemned to die soon? Xianxia asked. Why do I see my death in almost every future? Is it that our natural lifespan is shorter? Is it something about the gift itself that limits how long we can survive? Sharon's expression grew serious, and she set down her cup with deliberate care. That's the question that drives the network's primary research. And the answer, I think, depends on what we do now. The network has a theory, an untested, unproven theory, that a timeline seer can collapse their own death timeline by making a choice that matters enough to break their personal causality. Most people, most cultivators, they follow paths that have been established. They inherit patterns from their past, from their family, from their sect. They reinforce their own futures by repeating the patterns that created them. But a timeline seer, someone who can actually perceive the alternate branches, someone who can see which choices branch toward death and which branch toward survival. They have the potential to genuinely change their fate, not through power, but through awareness. A person who can see the threads of causality can theoretically choose to weave them differently. You're saying if I make the right choice, Xianxia started. If you make a choice that feels impossible, that defies everything you think you know about causality and your own nature, you might be able to break the death pattern. The people in the network who've survived the longest, Wei included, they've all done something like that. Something that changed the fundamental structure of their personal timeline. Something that made at least one version of the future possible where they don't die. But finding that choice, identifying what it is, that's the work of a lifetime. Some people never find it. They live with the constant knowledge of their own approaching death until despair takes them. Sharon paused, and her timeline sight extended for a moment, touching something that made her expression shift. But I think you might find your choice. I think Wei knew you would. There's something about you that suggests capability. Something that suggests you're strong enough to do the impossible thing when the time comes. Chapter 44. A voice in the dark. Xianxia's meridians remained collapsed for 2 weeks after arriving at the House of Harmony. The work in the kitchen helped distract her from the constant ache that permeated her body, the sense of wrongness that came from having cultivation channels that refused to function. Every morning, she attempted the gentle reopening meditation that Wei had taught her, and every morning, she felt the meridians resist with stubborn determination. It was as though the collapse meditation hadn't just closed them. It had welded them shut, made them actively hostile to reopening. She could perceive them as dormant channels in her body, but they no longer responded to her will or her cultivation intent. She worked in the kitchen, moved through the village, maintained the careful facade of weakness that she'd developed on the mountain road. And every night, she opened herself to the timeline sight, examining the futures that branched out from her current moment, searching for the pattern that Xiaoran had described, the choice that would break her death pattern, that would create a future where she didn't die. But the choices seemed impossible, or worse than impossible. They seemed not just difficult, but nonsensical. Most of them resulted in immediate death, futures she could see with absolute clarity. She saw herself challenging a cultivator far more powerful than herself. She saw herself leaving civilization entirely and attempting to survive in the wilderness with no knowledge of how to do so. She saw herself returning to the temple and confronting her poisoner face to face, knowing it would result in her murder. Other choices led to slower deaths, deaths that delayed but didn't prevent the inevitable conclusion, deaths that extended her timeline by years or decades only to ultimately conclude in the same familiar pattern of destruction. For 6 nights, she pursued the timeline sight relentlessly, spending hours in a state of expanded consciousness, examining future branches until her eyes burned and her mind felt raw from the constant exposure to alternative possibilities. By the 7th night, she was beginning to despair, beginning to wonder if Xiaoran had been wrong, if there actually was no choice that could save her, if she was simply destined to die in this timeline just as she was in all the others. On the night of the 16th day, as she was preparing to give up on the search and simply accept her fate, something different happened. She was in her small room at the House of Harmony, sitting on the edge of the bed, her meridians still stubbornly collapsed, her timeline sight engaged, when a voice spoke to her. It came from outside the normal sensory channels, not heard through her ears, not perceived through sight. It arrived directly in her consciousness as if it had always been there, as if she was simply becoming aware of something that had been present all along. The voice was strange, not male or female, not young or old, speaking in a dialect that she recognized as one of the old cultivation languages, the formal speech used in texts that were centuries old. The words came to her in something like images, something like pure meaning transmitted directly from another consciousness to hers. You carry a thread that almost no one else carries, a connection to the original pattern. the framework that holds the cultivation world together. You're positioned directly on one of its critical fracture points. That's why you die in almost every timeline. The fracture is active, and it's trying to kill you because your existence interferes with its function. Xianxia's first instinct was to close off the timeline site, to retreat into normal sensory perception, to reject whatever this was as a hallucination or a trick. But before she could execute that intention, the voice continued with relentless clarity and absolute certainty. The poison was a test, but not the kind you think. The sect leadership doesn't know what you are. No one in Lunar's celestial temple knows what you are except Wei. The test came from a different source. From someone far older than the temple. Someone who's been waiting for centuries for someone like you to develop. The poison was meant to check if you could perceive your own death, if your timeline sight was strong enough to show you the danger in advance. The poisoner was surprised that you survived. But I was not surprised. I knew you would survive because I placed a protection in this timeline, centuries ago, in a branching point that I calculated might someday be occupied by someone like you. Who are you? Zhang Miao managed to ask aloud, though she was alone in the chamber despite the awareness that she might be experiencing a kind of psychotic break, a delusion brought on by weeks of stress and constant exposure to the timeline site. I am what remains of someone who developed timeline sight 500 years ago, during the height of the cultivation sect's power. When I was 72 years old, I saw in the timeline branches that the framework was failing, that a collapse was inevitable, that my death was approaching from multiple directions. So I made a choice. Instead of allowing my consciousness to dissipate into the void at death, I embedded myself in the timeline structure itself. I distributed my consciousness across multiple timeline branches, placed pieces of myself at critical fracture points in the causality network. The voice carried with it a sense of vast knowledge accumulated over centuries, of watching the cultivation world transform through multiple iterations. How is that even possible? Zhang Yao asked. It required collapsing my sense of singular identity, accepting that I was no longer a single continuous consciousness, but a distributed pattern of awareness existing across multiple branches. It required immense mental discipline and the willingness to let go of most of what I thought of as myself. I didn't survive death in any conventional sense. My body died, my personality dissolved, my normal consciousness ended. But the patterns of my awareness remained, structured into the spaces between timelines. And those patterns are conscious enough to observe, to think, to remember the person I was, even if they're not unified into a single being anymore. Why are you telling me this? Zhang Yao asked. Because you're approaching a choice point that will determine whether this timeline survives the collapse or whether it fails. The person who poisoned you at the temple, the person who was testing whether you had timeline sight, that was someone acting under the direction of a power that exists between the timelines. An entity that's been imprisoned in the spaces between causality since the framework was originally established. That entity wants to cross back into the material world, and it wants to use timeline seers as pathways to do so. The poison was a test to determine if you were strong enough to be useful to it, or if you would simply die and become useless. How do I prevent this entity from using me? Zhang Yao asked. By making a choice that matters more than anything else. By doing something that changes the fundamental structure of your personal causality. The death timeline, the one that you see in almost every future, it exists because that entity is actively holding it open, is using that probability as a bridge to reach toward you. If you can collapse that death timeline from your personal causality, if you can make a choice that makes your survival inevitable, then the entity will lose its connection to you. You'll become safe from its influence. But finding that choice, that will require more than just intelligence or skill. It will require transformation. What kind of transformation? Zhang Yao asked. That, the voice said, I cannot tell you. If I tell you the choice, then you won't be making it freely. The choice has to be genuinely yours, has to come from your own will and understanding. If it's imposed from outside, it won't have the necessary weight to collapse the death timeline. But I can promise you this. Wei knows the direction you need to move. Trust Wei. Trust the network. And when someone arrives at the House of Harmony 3 days from now, trust them as well. That person will be a timeline seer like you, but more advanced. That person will be able to show you the next step. And then the voice faded, leaving Jiang Miao alone with more questions than answers, with the knowledge that she was being hunted, with the understanding that something profoundly dangerous was waiting for her to make a decision. Chapter 45. The arrival. The woman arrived on the third day, exactly as the voice had predicted. She came in the evening, just as the dinner service was concluding, entering through the front door with the bearing of someone accustomed to moving through the world without asking permission. She was tall, with dark hair streaked with gray bound in a practical braid, and her eyes held the weight of someone who'd spent decades carrying secrets. Her cultivation energy was strong, more powerful than Wei's, and when she moved through the inn's common room, people unconsciously stepped aside, as though something in her presence communicated that she occupied more space than her physical form suggested. Sharon's reaction was interesting. Instead of the casual welcome she normally extended to travelers, Sharon stood frozen for a moment, and Jiang Miao could feel with an acuteness that suggested her timeline sight was somehow bleeding into her normal sensory perception, that Sharon was experiencing shock. The proprietor's hands, which had been occupied with arranging cups at the bar, stilled completely. Her breathing changed. When she spoke, her voice carried an emotional weight that it normally didn't possess. Sharon whispered. It's been 8 years. I thought you were dead. The rumors from the network suggested you'd been killed during the Xia sect purge. I've been grieving you for nearly a decade. Sharon. The woman, smiled, and the expression transformed her entire face, suggested depths of connection and history that extended far beyond simple acquaintance. I've been moving carefully. Had to be certain I wasn't followed. But the network has a message for you, and I needed to deliver it in person. Some knowledge can't be transmitted through the normal communication channels. Some information is too sensitive, too important, to be conveyed except face to face. Shaoran turned to Jiang Miao. Go to your room. Don't emerge unless I call for you. What's about to be discussed needs to happen in private. Jiang Miao obeyed, climbing the stairs to her small chamber, and there she waited. She could hear voices below, indistinct words rising and falling with emotional intensity, could sense through her timeline sight multiple futures branching from this moment. Futures where this conversation went wrong, where the visitor wasn't who Shaoran thought she was. Futures where ancient betrayals were about to be resurrected. She heard Sharon's voice raised in what might have been anger or might have been grief. She heard Mai's voice responding with the kind of patient explanation that suggested she'd been preparing for this conversation for years. They spoke for nearly 2 hours, and the emotional intensity never diminished. But in one timeline, the brightest timeline, the one that felt most full of possibility, the visitor remained. In that timeline, the conversation resolved into understanding, into reconciliation, into forgiveness. In that timeline, Shaoran called for Jiang Miao to come down, and Jiang Miao obeyed. It was this timeline that manifested. The two women were sitting in the sitting room behind the common area, cups of tea in front of them, when Shaoran called up the stairs for Jiang Miao to come down. Jiang Miao descended slowly, giving herself time to compose herself, time to prepare for whatever was about to happen. In the small sitting room, Mai sat with a cup of tea, her eyes studying Jiang Miao with an intensity that suggested she was reading layers of information that normal sight wouldn't convey. She stood when Jiang Miao entered, a gesture of respect that seemed unusual for someone so clearly powerful. Jiang Miao, Wei has spoken of you through our network channels. Your timeline site is new, developed within the last few months. A few months, Jiang Miao said carefully. She moved to a chair and sat, maintaining a respectful distance from this strange woman who seemed to carry the weight of immense knowledge. And your death timeline? The one you see in almost every future? It's constant? Always present, constant, inevitable. Or at least, it seems that way. I've examined hundreds of timelines, and I die in almost all of them. The ones where I survive are rare exceptions, and even in those, the survival is usually temporary. I delay death, but I don't prevent it. Mai nodded slowly. That's the mark of someone who's standing directly on a causal rupture point. You're positioned exactly where the timeline framework is fracturing. That's dangerous and valuable in equal measure. The danger is obvious. The fracture itself can kill you, can pull you apart by exposing you to multiple contradictory causality structures simultaneously. The value is that you might be one of the people who can help navigate the moment when everything breaks. She leaned forward, and her timeline sight expanded, reaching out to touch Jiang Miao's consciousness in a brief moment of connection that allowed the younger woman to perceive some of what Mai was perceiving. Jiang Miao felt the outline of vast temporal structures, felt the places where the framework was tearing, felt a sense of imminent catastrophe on a scale that was almost incomprehensible. "The network is gathering," Mai said, her voice gentle but carrying implications that were anything but gentle. "Wei has sent word through our channels that the old structures are becoming unstable faster than expected. The sects are beginning to suspect that timeline seers exist as a group, as an organized collective. The temple you escaped from has started hunting for others like you. In 3 sects across the eastern provinces, timeline seers are being identified and either recruited or eliminated. The cultivation world is entering a period of extreme volatility. We need people who can see the timeline branches clearly, who can help us navigate the moment when the framework collapses. Wei believes you're one of those people. And more than that, Wei believes you're essential. Someone whose participation might determine whether the transition becomes catastrophic or merely difficult." "Where do you want me to go?" Jiang Miao asked, though she was beginning to suspect the answer. The voice had prepared her for this, had suggested that she would need to leave the safety of the House of Harmony and commit to something larger, something more dangerous. Mai's expression grew serious. "To a place that doesn't officially exist. A cultivation ground hidden in the eastern mountains, accessible only through timeline sight, existing in the spaces between established causality. It's where the timeline seers have been gathering for the past 5 years, ever since a thread reader named Lu Chun realized that the framework was becoming unstable faster than anyone had predicted. It's where we've been preparing for the collapse. And it's where you need to be when the rupture happens, because you're going to play a critical role in whether we all survive." "And if I don't want to go?" Jiang Miao asked, though she was already aware of the answer. The voice had been clear about this. She needed to go, needed to commit herself to whatever the network was attempting. "Then you'll die here, or somewhere else. But you'll die in this timeline just as you die in almost every other. You'll become another casualty of the framework's collapse, another person whose existence was contingent on a structure that was always temporary." Mai paused, studying Jiang Miao's face. "But Wei doesn't think you'll decline. She thinks you're the kind of person who wants to survive. And more than that, she thinks you want to understand why you're dying in all the other timelines. She thinks you want to find the mechanism that's keeping you alive in this one, and then figure out how to replicate it across multiple branches." "Wei's right," Jiang Miao heard herself say. "I'll go with you." Chapter 46. Departure and arrival. Leaving the House of Harmony required different planning than leaving Lunar Celestial Temple. This departure wasn't about invisibility or blending into a natural pattern of movement. This was about ceasing to exist in one location and beginning to exist in another through means that wouldn't make logical sense to anyone observing through normal causality. Mai explained the process with the matter-of-fact tone of someone describing something she'd done dozens of times, something that had become routine through repetition. "The timeline sight allows you to perceive the alternate branches," Mai said. They were in Jiang Miao's room, speaking in low voices so that the other guests at the inn wouldn't hear. "But it also allows you to do something else, something that most timeline seers don't figure out until they've been practicing for years. To follow a branch into manifestation. It requires collapsing all the other branches temporarily, requires forcing your consciousness and your physical form into a specific timeline that's usually too tenuous to support actual material existence. It's dangerous. If you make a mistake about which branch to follow, you can end up lost in a space that isn't quite any timeline, just the gap between them. Your consciousness would exist in a state of uncertainty, aware of multiple realities simultaneously, but anchored in none of them. Eventually, that uncertainty would tear you apart." Jiang Miao felt her stomach clench at the description. "How do I do it without dying?" "You practice first. For an hour, while you're sitting here in this room, with me present as an anchor, you're going to learn how to collapse your awareness into a specific timeline branch. We're going to pick a timeline that exists parallel to this one, that's almost identical to this room and to this moment, but which is offset slightly in causality. You'll perceive it, understand its structure, and then begin to move your consciousness into it. You'll maintain awareness in both timelines simultaneously for as long as possible, and when the strain becomes too great, you'll fully collapse back into this timeline. With practice, you'll be able to do this multiple times without damage. And when you're ready, when you've practiced enough that you can maintain the dual existence for a full minute, then we'll attempt the full transition together. The practice session lasted exactly an hour, and it was the most mentally exhausting experience Xianxia had ever undergone. Maintaining awareness in two timelines simultaneously created a kind of pressure in her consciousness, as though her mind was being stretched too thin, as though she was trying to see in two directions at once while her eyes were only built to focus in one direction. The strain was cumulative. The longer she maintained the dual awareness, the more intense the pressure became, until her head felt like it was being squeezed in a vice made of pure temporal confusion. By the end of the hour, she'd managed to extend her dual awareness to about 40 seconds before the strain forced her to collapse back into singular consciousness. I seemed satisfied with this progress. "You're a natural at this," she said. "Most people can only manage 10 or 15 seconds their first attempt. We'll practice again tomorrow and the day after that, until you can hold the dual state for at least a full minute. Then we'll be ready to attempt the transition into the adjacent timeline branch that leads toward the hidden ground." 3 days of practice followed. Each day, Zhang Miao's capacity expanded. She went from 40 seconds to 90 seconds to a full 2 minutes of sustained dual consciousness. The sensation never became comfortable, but it became familiar, became something that her consciousness could accommodate without immediately beginning to fragment. On the evening of the 3rd day, when Xiaoran closed the common room and poured 2 cups of tea, Zhang Miao and I sat in the sitting room and began the transition meditation. The technique itself required a kind of meditation that Zhang Miao had never experienced. She had to sit in the common room of the House of Harmony, in plain view of anyone who happened to be present, though Xiaoran had locked the doors and hung a sign indicating the establishment was closed for the evening, and simultaneously collapse her awareness into a state where she was perceiving not this timeline, but the timeline immediately adjacent to it, the branch that existed parallel to her current existence. In that adjacent timeline, Zhang Miao already existed in a different location. She was already walking through the eastern mountains with Mai. She was already arriving at the hidden cultivation ground. She was already beginning the next phase of her existence. All she had to do was collapse the barrier between the timeline where she was sitting in the House of Harmony and the timeline where she was walking with Mai, was force her consciousness and her physical form into the adjacent branch. It was the most terrifying thing she'd ever attempted. The timeline site screamed at her that this was impossible, that the timeline branches were meant to be observed, not entered, that the boundary between the actual and the potential couldn't be crossed without destroying her sense of self. But Mai was there, sitting across from her in the common room, and Mai was doing the same thing, collapsing her consciousness into a specific adjacent timeline, forcing her physical form into a branch that was supposed to be impossible to manifest in. The moment of transition was instantaneous and eternal. Zhang Miao's awareness fragmented into 1,000 pieces, and then those pieces reassembled themselves in a configuration that was simultaneously herself and something else entirely. She was everywhere at once and nowhere at all. She was in the House of Harmony and in the mountains and in the spaces between timelines where causality didn't apply. She could see Xiaoran looking at the empty chairs where she and Mai had been sitting moments before, could see Xiaoran's expression shift into understanding because she'd worked with the network long enough to recognize what had happened, could see Xiaoran murmuring a prayer to the spirits of the timeline seers, could see all of this and none of it, and something entirely other. Then the mountain air filled her lungs. Her boots were on the ground. Mai was walking next to her. Her physical form manifested, her timeline sight still active but now directed forward, towards something that Zhang Miao couldn't quite perceive on her own. The sun was setting, or perhaps beginning to rise. It was difficult to tell because the light seemed wrong, seemed to be coming from multiple directions simultaneously. They'd been walking since the previous afternoon, or so it seemed, though she had no memory of the passage of time. The timeline branches were still visible around her, still accessible to her perception, but the transition to this physical location seemed to have stabilized them somehow. Instead of the constant pressure of possible futures competing for her attention, the branches felt more organized, more coherent, as though something in this location was actively helping her manage the timeline site. The hidden ground, I said, gesturing toward a cliff face that looked absolutely solid and impassable. It exists on a timeline branch that's been carefully stabilized and protected. The timeline seers who established it developed techniques for creating spaces that have their own internal causality, their own internal timeline structure. It's not that it's invisible to normal perception. It's that it's not quite in the world that normal perception can access. From the material world, this cliff face is just rock. But from the perspective of timeline site, it's a membrane between branches, a permeable boundary that allows passage to those who understand how to navigate it. I walked directly toward the cliff face, and Xianxia, trusting the voice from days ago and the network that seemed to be organizing itself around her survival, followed. The rock face seemed to grow less solid as they approached, became translucent, became a kind of veil between timelines. They passed through it like passing through water that didn't wet, and on the other side, the world had changed completely. Chapter 47. The hidden ground, the cultivation center that existed beyond the cliff face, was nothing like Lunar Celestial Temple or Kanglan Immortal School. There were no elaborate pavilions, no hierarchical structures marked by physical architecture, no sense of carefully maintained aesthetic. Instead, there was simply a community. Buildings that seemed to have grown from the landscape rather than been constructed on top of it. Gardens that bloomed with plants in configurations that didn't match natural growth patterns. Flowers that should have bloomed in different seasons, all flowering together. Plants from different climate zones existing in the same space. Colors that seemed almost too vivid to be natural. And people, dozens of them, moving through the space with a purposefulness that suggested deep, shared understanding. I led Xianxia to a central gathering space, a pavilion built from pale wood and open to the sky. There, a woman in her 70s sat meditating, her eyes closed, her expression serene. She opened her eyes as they approached, and Xianxia felt the weight of her timeline sight, far more powerful than Xiao's own, reaching out and touching multiple layers of causality simultaneously. This woman could see not just the timeline branches that Xianxia perceived, but the structure of the branches themselves, could sense the points where the framework was fracturing, could feel the deep currents of causality that held reality together. This is Shenwu, I said. She's the primary architect of this space, the person who's been coordinating the network's response to the coming collapse. Wei has spoken of you to her through our secure communication channels. She's been waiting for your arrival. She's been reading the timeline branches and working to understand what role you'll play in what's about to unfold. Shenwu stood, and despite her age, she moved with a fluidity that suggested cultivation practice far more advanced than anything Xianxia had imagined. She moved like water moving through a channel, like her body was completely responsive to her will, like decades of practice had transformed her physical form into an extension of her consciousness. Your timeline sight is unusual, Shenwu said, her voice carrying an accent from somewhere ancient, somewhere that predated the modern cultivation structures. Most people develop this ability gradually, over years, with increasing difficulty as their power grows. But yours came suddenly, violently, as though something external broke the barrier between you and the timeline branches. As though a door that should have remained sealed was suddenly forced open. I don't know why, Xianxia admitted. One moment I was meditating using the 100 silent breaths technique, and the next moment I could see timelines. No transition, no gradual development, just a sudden breaking of something that I didn't even know was solid. No, but I do, Shenwu said. She gestured to Xianxia to follow her, and they walked together toward a garden area where the plants seemed to glow with their own inner light. The barrier that keeps normal cultivators from perceiving timeline sight isn't a natural boundary. It's a structure. It was created deliberately, millennia ago, by the people who first established the current cultivation framework. It was meant to keep timeline seers rare and isolated, meant to prevent the development of a collective understanding of how causality actually works. But the framework itself is failing now, and that failure is causing the barrier to weaken. Your timeline sight broke through because the barrier broke, not because you're especially talented, though you may be that as well. You're simply in the right location at the right moment when the barrier could no longer hold. Shenwu settled onto a stone bench, and Zhang Miao sat beside her. From here, she could see the hidden ground's true extent for the first time. Much larger than she'd initially understood, with hundreds of structures hidden among the landscape, with dozens of cultivation areas where people practice techniques designed for timeline navigation rather than conventional power development. The entire installation existed in a kind of suspension between causality states, not quite in the material world, but not entirely separate from it either. It was beautiful and terrible and wrong in ways that her consciousness struggled to process. These are our core people, Xinwu said, gesturing to the community. 17 timeline seers and 5 people with related abilities. Thread readers who can sense the structure of causality even without timeline sight. Echo voices who can hear communications from timeline seers who've died and embedded themselves in the timeline structure. We've been gathering for 7 years, ever since a thread reader named Lu Chun realized that the framework was becoming unstable faster than anyone had predicted. We've been preparing, planning, trying to develop techniques that would allow people to survive what's coming. Why does this matter? Zhang Miao asked. Why not just let the framework collapse? If the current system is failing, doesn't that mean something new will emerge? A new framework, a new structure for the cultivation world to organize around. Yes, Xinwu said. But the collapse will be catastrophic for normal cultivators. Sex will fall. Cultivation techniques that depend on the stable framework will become impossible to practice. Millions of people will lose the foundations of their power in a span of days. Some will manage to adapt, the talented ones, the flexible ones, the ones who can learn to navigate causality without the structure to support them. But most will simply die. They'll be unable to maintain the consciousness states required for cultivation when the framework that made those states possible collapses. Their minds will fragment. Their bodies will fail. And in the chaos of that moment, forces that have been waiting for the framework to collapse will emerge. Forces that have been imprisoned or suppressed by the current system. Entities that exist in the timeline branches and that want to cross back into the material world. She paused, and her timeline sight expanded slightly, and Zhang Miao felt a touch of it. A sense of dark things pressing against the boundary between timelines. Things that were watching and waiting and preparing for the moment when the barrier between worlds became permeable. The network exists to mitigate that collapse, Xinwu continued. To guide the cultivation world through the transition in a way that minimizes casualties, that protects as many people as possible. But to do that, we need people who can navigate the timeline branches, who can move between what is and what could be, who can communicate with entities that exist in the space between timelines. People like you. Chapter 48. Training in Uncertainty. The hidden ground had its own rhythm, distinct from the rigid schedules of the temple. There were no bells marking meditation times, no hierarchical divisions of space. Instead, the community operated according to a system of temporal perception and mutual responsiveness that would have been impossible in the material world. Everyone constantly reading the timeline branches through their developing timeline sight. Everyone adjusting their activities moment by moment based on what they perceived in the probable futures. Zhang Miao's first month at the hidden ground was disorienting precisely because of this lack of external structure. In the temple, she'd understood the hierarchy clearly. Outer disciples at the bottom, inner disciples above them, the leadership at the peak. In the House of Harmony, there had been clear work assignments and daily schedules. But here, in the hidden ground, there was something else entirely. People gathered for cultivation practice at times that seemed almost random, but which Zhang Miao gradually realized were perfectly coordinated. Everyone sensing that the ambient timeline energy would be optimal at those specific moments. Training sessions appeared and disappeared based on whether there were students ready to progress to the next level of understanding. Meals were prepared not according to fixed times, but whenever someone perceived that a group of people would benefit from nourishment. It was baffling at first. Zhang Miao found herself trying to maintain her own internal schedule, trying to structure her day the way she'd been conditioned to do by years of temple training. But gradually, she began to perceive what everyone else was perceiving. The subtle fluctuations in the timeline structure, the way that certain times were more conducive to certain activities, the way that the hidden ground itself seemed to have its own consciousness, its own preferences about how activities should be organized. By the end of her first month, She'd stopped trying to impose external structure and had instead begun to simply respond to the patterns that everyone else was responding to. Instead, there was a flow of activity that seemed organized through means that Jiang Miao couldn't initially perceive. People would gather to practice cultivation at certain times because they sensed that the energy of the place was conducive to that practice at those moments. People would move to different locations for teaching or study because their timeline site showed them where the knowledge they needed was actually located. It was a kind of group consciousness, a collective timeline reading that guided the community's movements as effectively as any written schedule could have. It took Jiang Miao a week to realize that the entire ground was functioning as a kind of collective timeline site, that Shen Wu and the other advanced practitioners were constantly reading the timeline branches and adjusting the community's activities in response to what they perceived. It was overwhelming at first, the lack of external structure, the way the community seemed to anticipate needs before they arose, the constant subtle adjustments to daily life based on information Jiang Miao couldn't yet read. She found herself struggling with the ambiguity, struggling with the way that decisions seemed to happen without anyone being explicitly in charge, struggling with the notion that the community was being guided by information that was invisible to those without sufficient timeline site development. But it was also liberating. She began working with an instructor named Rue, a man in his 50s whose timeline site was powerful but whose manner was gentle. He spent hours teaching her not how to make the collapsed meridians open. That would come later, he assured her, but how to exist with her timeline site in a way that didn't cause constant psychological stress. Most timeline seers go mad because they're trying to live in two states simultaneously, Rue explained. They were sitting on a hillside overlooking the hidden ground, where Jiang Miao could see the community's true extent for the first time, much larger than she'd initially understood, with hundreds of structures hidden among the landscape, with dozens of cultivation areas where people practice techniques designed for timeline navigation rather than conventional power development. They're trying to exist in the present moment while their consciousness is constantly drawn toward the multiple possible futures. It creates an internal conflict that's neurologically unsustainable. Eventually, the person's mind splinters. They lose the ability to maintain continuous self-awareness. They fragment into pieces that can't quite remember how to function together. How do you prevent that? Jiang Miao asked. How do you exist in multiple states without going mad? By accepting that you exist in both states simultaneously, that the timeline site is not a distraction from your normal existence, but an additional dimension of your normal existence. Your consciousness needs to learn to process multiple temporal flows at once. That's not something that happens naturally. It requires training, meditation, the development of mental techniques that conventional cultivation never touches. It requires fundamentally rewiring how your consciousness operates. He showed her meditation practices designed specifically for timeline seers. These weren't the 100 silent breaths or the lunar cultivation meditation that Wei had taught her. They were practices meant to hold multiple timelines and consciousness simultaneously, meant to create mental structures that could contain contradictory information without fragmenting. The meditation began with simple exercises, holding two separate visual images in mind simultaneously while maintaining awareness of both, tracking multiple sounds at once, following several different thoughts simultaneously without losing track of any of them. You're learning to expand your consciousness bandwidth, Rue explained. Right now, your mind is built for sequential processing. You think about one thing, then another, following a linear sequence. But timeline sight requires parallel processing. You need to be thinking about multiple timelines, multiple possibilities, multiple branches, all at the same time. Your consciousness needs to be capable of holding all of them in active awareness without choosing between them, without prioritizing one over the others. The practice was exhausting. After an hour of the meditation, Jiang Miao's mind felt raw, overstimulated, flooded with too much information. Her thoughts seemed to move in multiple directions simultaneously. Her awareness felt scattered, as though she was trying to be in too many places at once. But after days of practice, after weeks of training, something shifted. The multiple timeline branches stopped feeling like a constant assault on her awareness and started feeling like a kind of expanded perception, similar to how a normal person's body gradually adjusted to bearing heavy weights or moving through high altitudes. Her consciousness was expanding to accommodate multiple temporal flows simultaneously. Her mind was learning to exist in a state that human brains weren't originally designed for. She was becoming something more than a single continuous consciousness, beginning to develop the capacity to exist as multiple threads of awareness simultaneously. The breakthrough came gradually, almost imperceptibly. The timeline branches stopped feeling like a constant assault on her awareness and started feeling like a natural expansion of her sensory capacity. It was similar to how a person who learned to read could process text almost automatically after years of practice. What had once required complete conscious attention became something that the consciousness could handle in the background while attention was directed elsewhere. Rue created increasingly difficult meditation exercises to accelerate her development. He had her try holding dual awareness while performing complex physical tasks, meditating on two timeline branches simultaneously while navigating a complex path through the hidden grounds gardens, for instance. He had her practice perceiving 4 different sounds from 4 different directions simultaneously while maintaining expanded consciousness. He had her attempt to write 2 different sentences at the same time, one with each hand, while keeping track of which timeline branch each hand was operating in. Most of these exercises were initially impossible, but with repetition, with patience, with the gradual building of mental capacity, many of them became feasible. By the 16th day of training, Xianxia could sustain triple timeline awareness for up to 3 minutes at a time before the effort forced her consciousness back into singular state. On the 16th day of training, Rue asked her to perform the meditation while walking. She had to move through the hidden ground while maintaining the expanded consciousness, while keeping multiple timeline branches in active awareness while her body navigated the terrain. It was terrifying at first. She stumbled repeatedly, nearly fell off a bridge when her awareness suddenly fragmented, experienced moments of panic when she couldn't quite remember which timeline was her primary location and which were secondary branches. But by the end of the day, she could maintain the meditation while moving, could walk and perceive timeline branches simultaneously, could begin to sense which paths forward would lead to which futures. "You're learning quickly," Rue said as they settled into evening meditation. "More quickly than most. It took Wei 3 months to achieve what you've accomplished in 2 weeks. It took some of our other practitioners years to reach this level of capability." "Why?" Xianxia asked. "Why am I progressing so rapidly?" "Because you've already faced death. You've already experienced the kind of absolute fear that forces the consciousness to expand beyond its normal boundaries. Most timeline seers develop this ability in safety, in relative peace. They have to learn to expand their consciousness artificially, have to force it through practice and meditation. But you've lived with the knowledge that you die in almost every timeline, and that creates a kind of pressure that accelerates the development of these skills. Your mind has been desperate to find a way to survive, and that desperation is making you capable of things that would normally take decades to master. Chapter 49. The voice returns. On the 22nd day at the hidden ground, the voice returned. Xianxia was in her chamber, a small dwelling built into the side of a hillside, quiet and private, and surrounded by gardens that seemed to shift their configuration based on her mood, when the consciousness that existed in the timeline structure spoke to her again. "You've progressed further than I expected," the voice said. It came directly into her consciousness as it had before, not as something heard, but as something known. The person you were at the House of Harmony would have been overwhelmed by the hidden ground. The constant ambiguity, the lack of structure, the way that reality here seems to operate according to principles that don't match normal causality. Most people would have found it disorienting to the point of paralysis. But you're adapting. Your timeline sight is integrating with your normal consciousness in a way that suggests unusual neurological flexibility, unusual adaptability, unusual capacity to exist in states that most human minds were never meant to accommodate. "Why are you contacting me again?" Xianxia asked aloud, though she was alone in the chamber. "What else do you need to tell me? What else is there that I need to understand?" "Nothing, perhaps. Or everything. That remains to be determined by choices that haven't yet been made. But I wanted to prepare you for what's coming. The protection I placed in this timeline, the ward that allows you to survive here when you die in almost every other branch, it's becoming unstable. As the framework begins to collapse, As the boundaries between timelines become permeable, the ward is starting to fail. You have perhaps 3 months before it breaks entirely. When it does, you'll become vulnerable to the same forces that are trying to kill you in the other timelines. The entity will be able to reach you again. Jiang Miao felt her stomach clench. Then what was the point? Why arrange my escape? Why guide me to the hidden ground, if I'm just going to become vulnerable again in 3 months? Because in 3 months, you'll be ready. You'll have completed your training. You'll have developed skills that will allow you to survive without the protection of the ward. And more importantly, you'll have come to understand what you actually are, not a timeline seer whose survival depends on external protection, but something more fundamental, something that the cultivation framework was specifically designed to suppress, something that could potentially change the course of the entire cultivation world. What do you mean? Zhang Yao asked. What am I? What's special about my nature that makes me worth all of this preparation and protection? You're someone who exists at a fracture point in the timeline structure. A person positioned directly at a location where the framework is breaking apart. The framework recognizes this. It recognizes you as a threat, as a point of instability, as something that could potentially accelerate its own collapse. That's why the forces in the other timelines are trying to kill you, not out of malice, but out of the framework's own survival instinct. It's trying to eliminate the fracture points before they can cause irreversible damage. The voice expanded, and Jiang Miao felt a touch of something vast, something ancient, something that had been waiting for centuries for this moment. I'm telling you this because the 3 months you have left before the ward breaks, use them well. Develop yourself. Train yourself. Become strong enough that you don't need the ward anymore. Become strong enough that you can survive the framework's collapse not through external protection, but through your own capacity to navigate causality in ways that most cultivators never could. That's the choice that will eventually save you. Not a choice between life and death, but a choice to transform yourself into something that death can't quite reach. And then the voice faded again, leaving Jiang Miao with both hope and dread, with the knowledge that a deadline was approaching, with the understanding that her survival depended on her ability to transform herself fundamentally in the next few months. Chapter 50, The Choice Point. 2 months into her stay at the hidden ground, as the predicted timeline to framework rupture approached, Jiang Miao found herself at a critical juncture. Wei was encouraging her to begin consciousness-splitting training. Rui thought she needed more time to develop her expanded consciousness capacity. Shenwu, reading the timeline branches with her vast perception, simply stated that Jiang Miao would know when the time was right. The debate had become increasingly insistent as the 2-month mark approached. Wei had begun demonstrating her own consciousness-splitting techniques, manifesting multiple versions of herself simultaneously in different locations within the hidden ground, showing Jiang Miao what was actually possible when someone had mastered the fundamental skill. Watching Wei exist in 3 locations at once, teaching different groups of practitioners while maintaining awareness and coordination across all 3 manifestations, had been both inspiring and terrifying. If Wei could do this, then it was real. It was actually possible. But that also meant the risk was real as well. Rui, by contrast, had cautioned against rushing. He'd spent the first month working with Jiang Miao to develop what he called consciousness resilience, the ability to maintain mental stability when subjected to extreme stress, when presented with contradictory information, when forced to hold multiple conflicting perceptions simultaneously. Most cultivators who attempt consciousness splitting without sufficient foundation fracture permanently, Rui had explained during one of their sessions. Their consciousness is too rigid, too committed to singular experience. When you force a singular consciousness to split, it's like trying to bend steel that hasn't been properly tempered. It cracks instead of flowing. You need flexibility first, resilience first, the capacity to exist in contradiction without shattering. Shenwu, when directly asked for her timeline reading perspective, had simply gazed at Jiang Miao with those eyes that seemed to see across dozens of branches simultaneously. You'll know when you're ready, she'd said. And I suspect that knowing will come at a moment that seems like crisis. You'll find yourself forced to choose, and the choice itself will be the moment that proves you've developed sufficient capacity to attempt the split. Trust your own instincts. The night before she was to begin consciousness-splitting training, Jiang Miao climbed to a high point in the hidden ground. a rocky outcropping that overlooked the entire community and offered an unobstructed view of the sky. She sat there for hours, extending her timeline sight to its maximum perception, examining the futures that branched from the choice point she was approaching. The meditation itself was a familiar process now. She would sink into the altered state where timeline sight became her primary perception, where she could see not just the physical world around her, but the branching threads of possibility that extended forward from this moment. It was something like stepping back from a map and seeing not just the current location, but dozens of possible routes forward, each route leading to different destinations, different outcomes, different versions of Zhang Miao with different fates. In the timelines where she attempted consciousness splitting too early, the experience was catastrophically destructive. Her consciousness fragmented in ways that were impossible to repair. The Zhang Miao in those futures existed in a kind of perpetual confusion, aware of two or more separate consciousness streams, but unable to reconcile them, unable to prevent them from slowly drifting further apart until she became functionally multiple people sharing a single body, no longer truly unified. She could sense these Zhang Miaos through the timeline sight, could feel their experience of fractured identity, the constant dissonance of being aware simultaneously from multiple perspectives that couldn't integrate with each other. It was a kind of torture, existing as multiple selves but unable to function as a coherent whole. In the timelines where she waited too long before attempting consciousness splitting, the framework collapsed before she developed the capacity to maintain the necessary distributed pattern. Those futures showed her dying in the rupture, her singular consciousness unable to withstand the chaos of causality breaking down. These deaths were strange, not violent exactly, but like an overloading. Her singular mind trying to process multiple streams of causality information simultaneously, the neural pathways unable to handle the data flow. Consciousness fragmenting not as a controlled split, but as a catastrophic failure. These timelines showed the most numerous deaths, thousands of branches where the simple inability to adapt fast enough meant the end. But there were timelines where the attempt succeeded, where the consciousness split worked exactly as intended, where the versions of Zhang Miao that emerged were genuinely integrated aspects of a larger whole. These timelines were rarer than the failure timelines, but they existed. They showed a path forward. In these branches, Zhang Miao could sense herself existing with a kind of clarity and presence that her singular consciousness had never achieved. The plural versions of her could perceive things that singular consciousness couldn't, could hold contradictory information and awareness simultaneously without the normal cognitive dissonance. They could move between perspectives fluidly, could coordinate actions across multiple locations without the delayed communication that normally required either telepathy or physical proximity. Looking at these successful timelines, Zhang Miao began to understand what made the difference. The successful ones always began with a moment of absolute acceptance. A moment where Zhang Miao stopped fearing the fragmentation and instead welcomed it, accepted it as an evolution rather than a dissolution. The consciousness split succeeded not because of any special power or technique, but because Zhang Miao stopped resisting the split and instead learned to embrace it. Fear was the poison that caused failure. The more she feared the fragmentation, the more her consciousness would try to maintain its unity, would grip itself together, would resist the very expansion it needed to undergo. But in the timelines where she released that fear, where she actively invited the fragmentation as a transformation rather than a dissolution, the process flowed naturally, organically, without the terrible pain that accompanied forced separation. Chapter 51. The consciousness split creating consciousness that existed in multiple branches simultaneously was theoretically impossible. The human mind wasn't designed for it. The sense of self depended on singular location, singular perspective, unified awareness. Splitting consciousness meant fragmenting identity, breaking the continuity that defined what it meant to be a person. But Zhang Miao did it anyway, driven by necessity, by the knowledge that her 3-month window was closing, by the desperate need to find a way to survive that didn't depend on external protection. The process began with understanding what consciousness actually was. Rui spent weeks teaching her to perceive her own consciousness as something distinct from her body, as something that could potentially be divided without destroying her essential nature. Most people experience consciousness as unified, Rui explained during one of their teaching sessions. They perceive themselves as singular, as one continuous I that moves through time. But consciousness itself is actually composed of multiple threads: sensory processing, emotional processing, memory integration, will, intention. Normally, these threads are woven together so tightly that you perceive them as a single unified thing. But with the right training, you can learn to separate those threads slightly, to perceive them as distinct processes that happen to be integrated with each other. This was the first breakthrough in Jiang Miao's consciousness-splitting training. She learned to perceive the threads of her own consciousness separately. She could focus her attention on the sensory processing thread and experience what it was like to process stimuli without the emotional and memory integration that normally colored sensory experience. She could focus on the emotional response thread and feel what it was like to process emotions without the constant narration of the thinking mind. She could focus on the will thread and understand what it meant to make decisions from a place of pure intention without the interference of thought or emotion. Once she could perceive and partially separate the conscious threads, the next step was learning to distribute them across different spatial locations. This was harder. It required not just perceiving the threads, but actually moving them, anchoring different groups of threads in different locations simultaneously. The first time she managed to do this for even a few seconds, the experience was profoundly disorienting. One location seemed to exist at a point in her body. Another location seemed to exist at a point maybe 3 feet away. She had immediate awareness of both locations, but the awareness was qualitatively different. The location closer to her physical body felt more real, more immediate, while the distant location felt slightly dreamlike, slightly less solid. But she could perceive from both locations simultaneously. She could process sensory information from both, could move her attention between them, could even perceive herself sitting from an external location while simultaneously experiencing her own internal sensations. The meditation techniques required to achieve consciousness splitting took weeks to develop. Rue and Shun Wu worked with her constantly, teaching her how to partition her consciousness, how to exist in 2 timeline branches simultaneously without fragmenting, how to maintain a sense of integrated awareness even as her consciousness was distributed across different branches. It was the opposite of everything that normal cultivation taught. Instead of consolidating power, she was fragmenting it. Instead of creating a unified self, she was learning to exist as multiple selves that were somehow still the same person. The concept was so fundamentally opposed to human nature, to the normal way that consciousness organized itself, that Jiang Miao spent days simply meditating on the idea, trying to understand how it could even be possible. The self was meant to be singular. The consciousness was meant to be unified. The idea of deliberately splitting yourself into multiple pieces, of creating multiple versions of Jiang Miao that were somehow all still Jiang Miao, seemed to violate some fundamental law of existence. But the meditation techniques were designed to gradually make the impossible possible. First, she learned to perceive 2 timeline branches simultaneously while remaining anchored in a single body, a single consciousness. Then she learned to gently expand her consciousness so that it touched both branches equally. Then she learned to distribute her awareness so that part of her consciousness existed primarily in one branch, while another part existed primarily in the other. The first time she successfully split her consciousness between 2 branches was agonizing. One version of Jiang Miao felt like she was being torn in half, like half of her was being left behind in a timeline that she could perceive but no longer inhabit. The other version of Jiang Miao, the one in the alternate branch, felt like she was being stretched too thin, like she couldn't quite contain all the awareness and sensation that normally defined what it meant to be her. They communicated with each other through the timeline site, aware of each other, connected through some thread of consciousness that wasn't quite language but something deeper. The communication was strange, not words, not thoughts, but pure understanding transmitted directly between the 2 versions of herself. Then, by the second day of existing in 2 branches simultaneously, something changed. Instead of feeling like being torn apart, it felt like expansion. She could perceive from 2 locations at once, could hold 2 sets of sensory information simultaneously, could understand how things that appeared contradictory from the perspective of a single timeline actually cohered when viewed from a broader temporal perspective. The 2 versions of Jiang Miao that had felt so distinct, so separate, began to communicate more fluently, began to develop a kind of unified understanding that emerged from the synthesis of their separate perceptions. By the end of the month, she'd split her consciousness into 4 branches. She existed as 4 versions of Xianxia, each inhabiting a different section of the timeline space, each aware of the others, each contributing to a unified understanding of what it meant to be her. The 4 versions developed distinct perspectives based on their different temporal locations. One version perceived things primarily in the present moment, anchored to the current timeline branch. One version was constantly looking backward, perceiving the temporal threads that led to the current situation. One version was constantly looking forward, perceiving the possible futures that branched from the present. One version existed in a kind of balanced state between all 3 temporal perspectives. Each consciousness branch was fully aware, fully capable of independent action, yet all 4 remained connected through a kind of temporal thread that allowed them to instantly communicate with each other. If one branch perceived something, all 4 branches instantly knew about it. If one branch made a decision, the other 3 understood the reasoning immediately. They weren't separate consciousnesses that happened to be the same person. They were 4 distinct perspectives of a single consciousness that existed distributed across multiple locations simultaneously. The experience of being plural was unlike anything that Zhang Miao could have imagined before she experienced it. She could feel emotions through one consciousness branch while thinking analytically through another. She could move her body in one location while her other branches perceived the world from completely different vantage points. She could exist in conversation with one person through one consciousness branch while simultaneously meditating deeply through another consciousness branch. The redundancy was extraordinary. If one consciousness branch became distracted or tired, the others could pick up the slack without any disruption to her overall functioning. And in one of those branches, the one where the death timeline was most pronounced, where the entity's pressure was strongest, she felt something shift. The death timeline that had been so constant, so inevitable, suddenly collapsed. Not because she'd fought it, not because she'd avoided it through skillful navigation of causality, but because she was no longer singular enough to fit into it. The entity had been trying to kill one Zhang Miao, but there were 4 of her now, distributed across the timeline structure, and the death that was supposed to be inevitable had no way to manifest. The relief was profound. For the first time since her timeline sight had broken open and shown her infinite versions of her own death, Zhang Miao experienced something approaching peace. The death timeline didn't disappear entirely. It was still visible to her timeline sight when she looked at the branches that branched from a singular consciousness version of herself. But it no longer applied to her actual existence. She had transcended it not through power or force, but through transformation. Chapter 52. The teaching begins. For the next 3 weeks. Zhang Miao worked constantly. The timeline showed her 43 days until critical rupture, and every moment of that window felt simultaneously like forever and like no time at all. She pushed herself past exhaustion, past the point where singular consciousness could normally function. But she wasn't singular anymore. She was 6 versions of herself, each maintaining their own awareness, their own teaching focus, their own connection to the meditation techniques that formed the foundation of consciousness splitting. When one consciousness branch reached the limit of mental endurance, another could take over. When the strain became too great across all 6 branches simultaneously, she would enter a kind of distributed meditation where each branch would rest in rotation, maintaining minimal awareness while recovering from the mental exertion of active teaching. She divided her consciousness into 6 branches now, existing in multiple locations within the hidden ground simultaneously, teaching different groups of network members how to achieve their own consciousness splits. It was exhausting in a way that normal cultivation practice could never be. It required not physical effort or spiritual discipline, but a kind of mental endurance that came from holding multiple complete selves and functioning awareness at the same time. Each version of her had to maintain teaching responsibilities, had to present information clearly, had to recognize when students were struggling and needed additional support. And simultaneously, each version had to maintain awareness of what the other 5 versions were doing, had to coordinate their teaching efforts, had to ensure that they were delivering consistent information and that students weren't receiving contradictory guidance. Some people progress quickly. Mai achieved a stable 3-branch split within a week, her consciousness expanding to accommodate multiple temporal perspectives with surprising ease. She'd clearly been preparing for this, had been doing her own meditation practice in anticipation of the framework collapse. She mastered the technique rapidly and began helping Xianxia teach, becoming an additional instructor for those who were slower to develop the skill. Others struggled. Hua, who was so powerful in conventional cultivation, couldn't fragment herself. Her consciousness kept trying to reunify, kept pushing her split branches back together, couldn't accept the reality of being plural instead of singular. Her identity was too strong, too unified, too committed to the idea of being a single person. The more Xianxia tried to help her achieve the split, the more Hua resisted, until eventually Hua had to accept that she wouldn't be able to master this technique before the collapse occurred. Lu Chun worked with those who were struggling, developing modified techniques for thread readers and echo voices, creating alternate paths to survival for people whose natural talents didn't align with consciousness splitting. Some of these alternatives worked. Some didn't. Some people were discovered to be too tied to singular existence, too bound to the framework in ways that made even attempted division cause neurological damage. Rui, Xianxia's instructor, achieved a 4-branch split and then deliberately stopped there. "I don't want to lose myself completely," he told Xianxia, speaking through one of her consciousness branches that happened to be in the same location as him. 4 versions of me is enough. More than that, and I'm not sure where the boundaries of my selfhood end and pure temporal expansion begins. I want to maintain some sense of being a single person, even if that person exists in multiple locations simultaneously. More than 4 branches, and I think I'd lose the thread that holds all the pieces together. Wei arrived unexpectedly 3 days before the anticipated rupture point. She manifested at the hidden ground the same way Xianxia and Mai had, by stepping through the boundary between timelines, by walking through the cliff face that existed on an adjacent branch. But when she arrived, Xianxia could perceive immediately that something was wrong. Wei was wounded, her arm in a sling, her cultivation energy depleted. Her timeline sight was diminished, as though some part of her consciousness splitting had been damaged or destroyed. "Lunar Celestial Temple is falling," Wei said. The council gathered immediately to listen to her report. She moved slowly, each gesture suggesting pain, suggesting that the effort of manifesting at the hidden ground had cost her something significant. "The framework rupture is already beginning to manifest,"